When patients come here, they will feel safe from the minute they enter the hospital. As you drive into the premises, you're greeted by somebody who will show you the best place to park, and in the entrance somebody else will take your temperature, give you some protective masks, and that sense, carries through to all the clinical areas, wards and theatre environments where social distancing is rigidly applied. And so I think the message to our patients should be that if you need to come to hospital, then we will do everything in our power to make that a safe visit.
The most important thing is making sure that patients and staff are safe. We've staggered our appointment times, so we only have certain numbers of patients in the department at the same time. We have rearranged our waiting areas so we can separate patients. We are asking them to arrive on time, not to bring anybody with them. They can go straight in for their scans and with minimum fuss.
Patients clearly are going to have very definite anxieties about COVID and having surgery or having treatments at a time that COVID's still around in our society. But to be able to show them that we've got pathways that have kept our patients safe, that's going to be very, very important as we move forward.
Clearly it's been challenging times, but out of challenges comes innovation. We looked at the infrastructure of our hospital so that we could separate patients in respect of whether they're an inpatient or an outpatient. Simple things, so video and teleconferencing for our outpatients. And I think that innovation is here to stay, and we've been absolutely so proud of the team and what they've done to be able to provide the patient care that we have done.
We have impeccable infection prevention standards, and those standards we have fully embedded into all of our workforce. So this hospital has gone through a significant transformation. There are hand gel stations everywhere you turn in the hospital, and people are actively encouraged to use them, installing a huge number of additional hand wash basins, replacing old, tired, worn hand wash basins. So we are absolutely at the top of our game in terms of infection prevention.
Ultimately, you want what's best for the patient, and for some patients that will be perfectly fine to do via a telephone or virtually, but for some patients, for their best outcome, you will need to see them face to face and do some hands-on treatment with them. But then we're in our full masks, visors, gloves, aprons, and there's a very set system of where the patients go and their entrances and exits.
I think we all felt that we were doing something useful and worthwhile. I think everyone's risen to the challenge amazingly, and I'm really, really proud to work here.
As we come out and we start to de-escalate, exactly what we want to do is be able to bring our patients back to the hospital, those who have been waiting, those that are apprehensive, because clearly the requirement for them to have their operation hasn't gone away. So I would say to people, we have a safe environment for us to be able to deliver that quality care that they need.
Welcome to Jump Eye Auctions, the nation's favourite online auction house. In our online auctions, you can get everything you need, whether it's fashion, furniture, tech or white goods, all at a price you decide. Auction lots include a mix of ex-display, clearance, end-of-line, retail returns, insolvency stock and failed deliveries, plus fully functional lots covered by a Jump Eye warranty. Bidding online is quick and easy, so visit jumpeye.co.uk to place your bids today.
A very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge Live, and welcome to day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Now at the moment Trent Bridge is basked in sunshine. It is absolutely baking already here this morning. And if you are coming here today, then please do remember your suntan cream, and maybe if you're at home and your plan is to just sit in the garden all day, maybe get a paddling pool out, put your feet in it, drinks on tap, do make sure that you wear your suntan cream as well at home. But that is the health and safety message out of the way. Let's get back to the cricket. Like I say, today is day 3. Now that is known in the cricketing world as moving day. Now Notts currently lead Lancashire by 231 runs. They will start the day on 127 for 5 in their second innings, with Tom Moores and Lyndon James at the crease. Lyndon James is currently on 18, Tom Moores on 11. Now they are the main stats from the game so far, but let's remind you of all the action that happened yesterday, and we'll do that by watching the day 2 highlights.
Hutton 5 has Nottinghamshire in front. On the evidence of the first day of play at Trent Bridge, these two sides look pretty evenly matched. Nottinghamshire had put on a decent total without really getting away from Lancashire. The visitors hauled them back in at key intervals. But the hosts would start the day in a slightly better position, Lancs having lost 2 wickets for 28 runs. And they were only able to add 4 more to the total when Luke Fletcher struck, Balderson out for 19. Lancashire looked a little shaken up, not beating the bat on a regular basis, but the visitors held on. Bohannon and Lamb ticked the deficit below 200 despite the threatening Nottinghamshire bowling, but finally the hosts had the second wicket of the day, and a big one. No ton from Bohannon this week, out for 35, caught by Duckett off Hutton. And there was time for another cricketing cliché. 1 brought 2 for Nottinghamshire. Danny Lamb out, caught behind off Patterson for 15. Villas and Jones stuck together to see the 100 up for Lancashire. They had a bit of a rebuilding job on their hands, but they wouldn't be able to reach lunch together. Jones out for 14 to Hutton, lunch taken with the fall of his wicket. And there was more to concern the visitors after the break. The captain out for 15, LBW to Hutton as he shouldered arms, the Nottinghamshire bowler with 5 to his name now. Croft and Lavelle made sure the deficit dipped below that crucial 150-run figure, but they had a long way to go yet. The resistance would be brief. Croft bowled by Patterson for 24, Nottinghamshire taking this game by the scruff of the neck. Bailey too fell to Patterson, LBW for a 7-ball duck, and Fletcher wrapped it up. Lavelle out for 32 off 39, and Lancashire all out for 168, the deficit 104. Hutton had been Lancashire's tormentor-in-chief, figures of 5 for 62 giving his side a strong position heading into their second innings. The visitors had struggled with the bat. Bohannon top scoring once again for Lancs, but his 35, a far cry from his big ton last week. Slater and Duckett got the second Notts knock off to a decent opening, early runs taking their lead back up past 150, and then the opening partnership to 50, midway through the 15th over. Lancashire separated them soon after though, Slater bowled by Balderson for 16. North East and Duckett though ticked their way to tea, with the score 61 for 1. Lancashire hit back after tea, Duckett LBW to Lamb for 44. Clark responded by sending Lamb soaring for 6, but Lancashire were on a bit of a charge. North East out to Bailey for 13, snaffled by a diving Lavelle. Clark and James made sure that the lead moved past 200, and together put 100 on the board for Nottinghamshire. But the visitors weren't done. Joe Clark caught in the slips off Balderson for 22. Mullaney went soon after, just 1 added by the skipper, out nicking Bailey through to Lavelle. James and Moores gave Nottinghamshire the stability they'd been looking for. No more wickets for Lancashire before the close, the pair resolute in the evening sun. And they were still together when the day was brought to an end, the lead up to 231. And the hosts now had the advantage. But it's a precarious one at the moment. They'll hope to be able to add to it without too much to worry them on day 3. Lancashire know they should have done a bit better with the bat, but with a potent bowling attack, they'll be confident that the target may well be within their reach.
So they were the highlights from day 2 yesterday. So just to repeat that Notts will start the day on 127 for 5 with Lyndon James and Tom Moores at the crease. Just one thing to note that happened yesterday. Throughout sort of the second innings there, Lancashire weren't happy with the ball that they'd chosen for the second innings. They kept going up to the umpires. They wanted it changed. They spoke to Nick Cook several times, asking it to be changed. First of all, no, it's fine. But then After 37 overs, Lancashire changed the ball. Now, at that stage, Notts were 101 for 3. And at present they're 127 for 5. So that does show you that there is still something in that pitch. And definitely with the sun baking down today, we'll see what effect that has on the pitch as we head into day 3. Now, yesterday I spoke to Brett Hutton. It was all about that man, but also 2 other men that are now known as Nottinghamshire Titanic Trio. They bowled out Lancashire for 168. But let's just look at the 3 figures from those boys indeed. Let's start obviously with Brett Hutton. His second 5-wicket haul this season, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 62 runs and those 5 wickets. If we look at Dane Patterson next, and don't forget, one of his overs went for 13 as well. But look at that, 39 runs in his 16 overs, 3 wickets. But look at that runs per over, just 2.44. And like I say, he had 1 over that went for 13 in there. And obviously Luke Fletcher making up that Titanic trio. 2 wickets for Fletch from 14.3 overs. He finished the innings there for Lancashire as they had 168. Now, very quickly, what I want to show you is the table. Division 1, because it is very, very close. The top 3 at the start of all the fixtures in this round were separated by 5 points. Now, if you look at the table, you will see that Warwickshire were on top, Lancashire second, Notts third. Now, there has been a result. Yorkshire have beaten Somerset, and with their bonus points, they will go on top. 38.5 points they will have. Now, just to remind you of the bonus points so far in this game, Notts currently will take 5 points, Lancashire 3 points. So what will we have in store for today? Well, we are just over 5 minutes away from play. The umpires will make their way out very shortly. We will soon see Lyndon James and Tom Moores. Just to remind you, Lyndon James on 18, Tom Moores on 11, Notts 127 for 5. But now I will hand you over to the match coverage team, and the voice you will hear first of all is that of Dave Bracegirdle.
Hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge in Nottingham for day 3 of this county championship match between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Beautiful, beautiful sunny skies overhead. Clear blue skies. We're in for an absolute scorcher of a day weather-wise, and hopefully the cricket will be equally good. Riveting stage of the match, halfway through this contest in Division 1 of the County Championship, and Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 127 for 5, leading Lancashire by 231. Lots of little subplots, lots to look forward to. This game could still go in one of many directions. To share it with me from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire, Scott Reed, and also today joining us, it's a very warm welcome back to Trent Bridge. In fact, I think he's been here more times than me this summer. Kevin Howells, good morning.
Dave, I can't believe that's the truth. Yes, I've blown in from the coast, and talking of blowing, Yorkshire blew away Somerset inside 2 days, which means it's all set up very interesting if you're bearing in mind the way that the table looked, the title race table, Division 1, where it looks as if there was quite a sizable gap between Warwickshire, the points they carried forward, and Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire. But results have suggested we could be in for a very tight finish over the next few weeks in the race to be county champions for 2021. So that Yorkshire victory over Somerset means that as things stand this morning, we like to call it the live table. As things stand this morning in the title race, Yorkshire 2.5 points above Warwickshire. But of course, by the close of play today, tomorrow, whatever, certainly at the end of this round, at least one team will be above them. Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire have a chance to do that with a victory. Actually, a victory for Hampshire, if they were to beat Warwickshire, would mean they'll be level on points with Yorkshire. But as I say, it just would make things ever so tight. We'll be keeping a very close eye here on 5 Live Sports Extra for those listening on Sports Extra, but also it has such an impact on teams involved with the game here at Trent Bridge anyway. Everybody will be fascinated to know what's going on there in Birmingham. The game between Warwickshire and Hampshire, and if you do at any point want to listen to that, if you're listening on Sports Extra, and all of every game can be found on the BBC Sport website, of course. But Hampshire 260 for 8, and lead Warwickshire by 233 runs. Quite remarkable, I think, if you take a look at the Hampshire first innings of 89 all out, and then Warwickshire 116. And then Hampshire with this 260 for 8 now, including some pretty important late order runs for Keith Barker, who is, I think, a truly gifted cricketer. You just wonder why he hasn't quite been able to go on to a higher level in some ways. Terrific bowler, and against his former county, he's just been performing time and time again, really. But he's got himself a 49 there, so they'll be resuming any time now. So interesting game there. It was a fascinating game at Scarborough. I know, of course, Nottinghamshire beat Somerset emphatically last week. It's quite alarming, I think, if you're a Somerset supporter, how things have fallen away. But they'll try and get themselves back on the horse, so to speak, for the last couple of rounds. But truly a remarkable game at Scarborough in many ways. And it sets up what I think is going to be a captivating day today. Whether these matches will trickle into a fourth day, we'll wait and find out. But it's been a good round, this round. I've really enjoyed it. Plenty to look at and plenty to keep you interested. Plenty of intriguing cricket.
Lovely weather, so there should be lots of cricket up and down the country. As Kevin said, you can hopefully stay with us here at Trent Bridge for the Nottinghamshire Lancashire game, but also keep an eye on what's unfolding in the other matches. Division 2 and Division 3. One match, of course, started yesterday down at Hove. Middlesex racking up the runs there. It was a tough day for the young Sussex side. But let's focus on matters at hand. The two umpires on their way out to the middle. Two of our most experienced guardians, Nick Cook and Peter Hartley, are leading the procession of white-clad cricketers out to the middle. Of course, Lancashire in the field. They're a man light. Saqib Mahmood. We've been updating Kevin on events here over the first couple of days, but Saqib Mahmood, it appeared as he sort of walked round the boundary with his gear and his tracksuit and whatever, sort of waving farewell to his players, that he was heading off maybe back to Lancashire to get some treatment. But we just sort of speculated, what if he has left Nottingham and it really does come right down, maybe later today or tomorrow, that Lancashire hanging on, or they need just a handful of runs to win the match. He batted in the first innings. It wasn't really required. He was at the non-striker's end, but he did come out with a runner. Just wonder if they get in that sort of situation. Maybe, just maybe, he hasn't gone back to Lancashire and he's lurking in his hotel room just in case he's required to bat at the end of the game. But that's all in the future. Nottinghamshire have got some work to do with the bat first. They're certainly not out of sight yet. They lead by 231 runs. In their second innings, they are 5 down, 127 for 5, and the problem that we've been alluding to over the last day or so is that the three Lancashire bowlers, Tom Bailey, Danny Lamb and George Balderson, heroes to a man, have all now tucked away more than 40 overs in this innings, and I understand the word from one of them last night was absolutely shattered. Now that was at the end of a long hot day, but they've certainly got to pick themselves up this morning and do it again, and if Notts can just keep them out there for a while, then we're going to have to see more bowlers. We're going to get underway. We'll bring Kevin in just a second. Bailey bowls to Tom Moores. The first ball of the morning goes through to the keeper. Tom Moores is 11 not out. Lyndon James, very watchful, 18 not out. And Notts would love to get certainly top side of 250. And, well, the dream, I guess, would be to go on and get a lead of more than 300. But it's going to be difficult, but their chances will be enhanced if they can just keep these three bowlers out there, because they're going to wilt a little bit under the heat after the workload over the first 2 days. And this one, well wide of the off stump, goes through to Lavelle.
The context also of the workload upon these bowlers is a pretty torrid time last week at Manchester, because they really had to work hard for their wickets, and they did work hard. I really applauded both sets of bowling attacks, the Warwickshire and the Lancashire one, because there wasn't a lot there for them after the new ball that got just a little bit old. It was hard work. So put that in the context of this, they will be tired.
Bailey in again from the pavilion end, again well wide of the off stump, not troubling Tom Moores, who won't mind this. Nice chance to have a little sighter at the bowlers before starting to accumulate. So Notts are down to 6 and 7 on the card. Liam Patterson-White, who scored a maiden first-class century at Taunton last week, due in at 8, and then the 3 bowlers, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Notts will just want to winkle out every single run they can. And Moores has played this one involuntarily, I think, off the shoulder of the bat. I'm not sure how that's taken off. And that's, well, entirely different to anything we've seen on the first 2 days. That just popped on Tom Moore's shoulder of the bat and flew high over the slip cordon and a couple of bounces and away for 4. Quite extraordinary.
He's showing everybody where it is. It's almost as if he's pointing at the bottom of the handle of the bat, that high on the bat. Is he having to wait? I was thinking maybe it's actually damaged the bat, but no, it's okay.
Nick Cook's turned his back on him. Nick Cook usually likes to chat with everybody, but he wasn't going to engage with Tom Moores there about the state of his bat handle. It's extraordinary.
It was.
2 balls left in the over. Here comes Tom Bailey again, round the wicket to the lefty. That's a better line. There's lots and lots of ways you can get in touch with us today if you're out and about or at home or in the office or whatever. The usual places for the audio listening through the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra for much of the day. Obviously, those of you that have followed the cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra will know if there's a dramatic moment somewhere, Kevin and the team might well just whisk you off to hear the tail end of a hat-trick or a maiden century or whatever, as Moores plays the final ball of this over out to deep backward square, gets a single, so he'll keep strike at the start of the new over. 5 runs from that over, 132 for 5. Those of you, I know there are many that like to have a look at the pictures. We're available via the link on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website and the Lancashire County Cricket Club website. So whichever way you choose to follow the game, hope you enjoy the coverage and whichever flag you're waving, hope you have a good day following the cricket.
Dave, you can carry on with the commentary. I know Scott will be joining you very shortly. What I should also point out is that at 5 o'clock today on 5 Live Sports Extra it'll be time for US Open tennis, so stick with Sports Extra if that's where you're listening to us now. Please do throughout the day, but if it does come to around about 5 o'clock, we'll be directing you to other places, as Dave has just done. So many places and ways to watch and listen to the cricket today.
Danny Lamb, who deserves a great big medal on his chest for the way he's running throughout this game, and he batted nicely as night watchman, bowls the first ball of his morning's work to Tom Moores, who pushes this up to mid-off. Last night in the car, I was here for quite a while after the end of play, and Scott and I just had a little catch-up at the end of the day and a little refreshment. And just as I was on my way home or nearing home on 5 Live Sports Extra, in fact it was on 5 Live, I think, Emma Raducanu's match started in the US Open as Danny Lamb bowls, and this is edged away, I think with an open face deliberately by Moores, and he gets another boundary down towards the third man area. His wagon wheel at the moment will show 9 runs to him this morning, and 8 of them down to third man, 1 involuntarily, and that one I think very deliberately played, 136 for 5. And by the time I'd got home, Emma Raducanu had lost the first 2 games against a seasoned opponent, a really strong player in Shelby Rogers, the American. First time for Emma Raducanu on Arthur Ashe Court, the great big court there at the US Open. And later on last night I saw she'd demolished a 6-2, 6-1. What a talent. Next ball is pushed into the offside, 136 for 5. The most talented 18-year-old since Kevin Howells emerged on the scene.
Can't argue with that, Dave. Although I am starting to wonder, is she sort of taken over in your affections, your number 1 player?
Well, Joe doesn't play anymore. I mean, I was always a big bang the drum for Joe Conter. But I mean, she does play, but she's either always out injured or disappearing early in competitions, as Danny Lamb right on song this time, attacking that off stump, and Tom Moores keeps it out. But it's good for British tennis, I think, to have a young star to follow, and she's done very well. 136 for 5.
But the big test is when it comes to your chance to have your selfie with Emma, just like you did with Joe.
Oh, you saw that, did you?
Everybody saw it. Where was it? Nottingham?
Yes, the Nottingham Open a couple of years ago. Round the wicket comes Danny Lamb, and Tom Moores is behind this. Moores is on 20, Lyndon James is on 18. I keep looking at Kevin, who's just heading off to do some bits and pieces for 5 Live this morning. Just make sure he's okay. We'll tell you the story this morning now. There's been a domestic in the commentary box with Scott Reed saving one of his scones from yesterday for a snack this morning, and Kevin came in and gobbled it. I hope I'm not betraying any confidences, but gobbled it up. It's caused a rift, I can tell you folks, as Moores chops this to backward point. Fielded by Jack Blatherwick, the substitute fielder. And after 2 overs this morning, it's 136 for 5. Tom Moores has faced all 12 balls, adding 9 runs. He's on to 20. Lyndon James is on 18. Knott's lead is exactly 240. And it's absolutely sweltering out there. And indeed, it's absolutely sweltering in here in the commentary box. If between the 3 of us there was anybody with any technical knowledge, we might even try and fire up the old air conditioning if that can be done. But it's going to be a swelterer, that's for certain today here in this part of Nottingham. 136 for 5. Tom Bailey to bowl the 3rd over of the morning from the pavilion end. He'll come in past umpire Hartley and bowl to Lyndon James, and his first ball of the morning is sweetly timed. Don't know how many runs he'll score today, Lyndon James, obviously, but crikey, that will be a memory. First ball tucked away off the hips for 4. He was very watchful yesterday, happy to leave alone and make sure Notts didn't really get into trouble last night after losing those 5 wickets. He played very nicely, and he's got off the mark with a glorious shot, the likes of which we saw him play in the first innings when he stroked 5 elegant boundaries and then was out for 21. A little bit of surprise when he got out. Bailey into Lyndon James. He's going to get a single here, just dabbing it out to square leg. And a run, 141 for 5. We've talked about him quite a little bit. Let's bring him in. Very good morning,
Hello.
Scott Reed.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. What a beauty. The weather is magnificent. And if we have a similar day to 1 and 2, then we're in for a good day's cricket as well, aren't we? I think it's been a really interesting game so far. Nottinghamshire obviously in a strong position here, but it's kind of ebbed and flowed quite nicely across the 2 days.
It has. Tom Moore's back on strike on 20. There's Bailey bowling, and this goes through to the keeper. I know you've been doing updates for listeners on the radio in the northwest. I presume you saw that ball from Bailey that just took off.
I did, yes.
Struck the bat handle, and Tom Moores wanted to let everybody know that he'd come off the bat handle. He even walked out to try and show umpire square leg Nick Cook. Extraordinary, wasn't it, how it took off?
It was, and I don't think that will give Lancashire too much encouragement.
No, Luke Fletcher just perked up a little bit,
Yeah.
I would imagine, in the seats at the far end. Bailey round the wicket, bowls. Moores, absolutely glorious extra cover drive. 4 runs to Tom Moores, 24 without loss. They've come out in a positive vein this morning. It was very watchful last night. I think they were pretty nervous, pretty aware that Notts hadn't got enough runs, and having lost 5 wickets relatively cheaply, 107 for 5 they were. They didn't have that much of a lead. But this morning they've played some fine shots, and we're only in the 3rd over of the day. Moores leaves this alone, and it goes through to the keeper. We have mentioned Sconegate. What a rotter, eh, to come in and cobble up your scone.
Well, I worry a little bit about how it's going to affect him. I mean, it's been there overnight. I mean, it's 20 odd degrees.
Was it fresh cream?
Well, I hope not. Otherwise, he's in trouble, isn't he?
Next ball around the wicket is dropped on the leg side. Jack Blatherwick does the fielding, and they take a single. Moore's busy, 25 not out, and again he's done it to Lyndon James, taking a single from the final ball. 146 for 5. We had a little catch up and rehydrated after work last night. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yes, in the little pub or bar, I don't know whichever you describe it.
Hostelry.
How about
that?
Larwood and Voice. Yeah.
Bill Vose.
Sorry, Vose. Larwood and Vose.
Other pubs are available.
Well, indeed, just not within the grounds of Trent Bridge. It was lovely. Yeah, very nice. I've never been there before. I mean, I don't know how long it's been there, but you going to come out the ground and turn left.
200 years.
Towards the city centre. I've never been that way. It's Lamb around the wicket ball. That's nudged away by Moores. And into the onside, there's no run.
Although it was one of those where if you come out the gate and turn right, it's 100 yards away, but no, Scott turned left and went 1,500 metres or yards to get to it.
Got my steps in, didn't I?
You got your steps in.
Couldn't get out the gate. To walk around the ground.
Some people can't get in Trent Bridge, and Scott can never get out.
Couldn't get out. 2 slips awaiting. Here's Lamb. A swing and a miss from Moores. And through to the keeper, and there's no run.
But did you have a chat with George Balderson, was it, you were talking to last night?
Yeah.
Quietly, I think the mood was we're all shattered, but we'll be ready to go again tomorrow.
Well, of course, Lancashire are a bowler light. I don't know whether Kevin, I'm sure you've mentioned it, but Saqib Mahmood he's not going to bowl again. He might be able to come out and bat if needed. Lamb bowls, it's worked off the pads by Moores, out towards Balderson at square leg, and they shuffle through for 1. And moves to 26, 147 for 5.
I mean, when he left the ground, it did seem as if he was, perhaps saying goodbye and heading off to back to Manchester to recuperate. But as we pointed out, could get down to the stage where they need him to bat for a wee while.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's here again. I
Right.
think I saw him in the little team huddle before the play started. So whether he was going off to have a scan and just go back to the room, I'm not quite sure. I'm over the wicket, just back of a length to James. It's pushed up to mid-on for no run. So yeah, they've had to kind of make up for his overs really. So between the 3 of them, Bailey, Balderson and Lamb are also bowling the overs from Saqib Mahmood as well. It's a little bit of Josh Bohannon just to give the bowlers a bit of a breather yesterday. Not said anything from kind of the part-time spin options, Luke Wells, Stephen Croft. Lamb in bowls fallen off stump and driven by Lyndon James, but to Bohannon at mid-on, and there's no run.
The lead has leaked over 250 now, 251. They've had 20 runs quite quickly this morning.
Well, I think they'd be hoping to cash in on the way that they played last night. I thought that these two were terrific last night. Lyndon James and Tom Moores, they just pulled in all their kind of scoring shots, didn't they? They just withdrew everything and made sure that they were there for the morning. I'm in. Forward goes James, pretty solidly onto the front foot in defence, and it bounces out towards Villas, and there's no run.
I don't know. Look at him. Tom Moore just keeps showing Nick Cook his bat handle. There must be a mark on there. Perhaps a red mark. He's got a white grip on his bat handle. He just keeps showing him where that one clearly clipped as it took off from Tom Bailey in the first over of the day. Got the old snooker maximum on the board. A 147 is up there. 147 for 5. Nottinghamshire. They lead by 251, and this could have a huge bearing on whether either of these sides are able to go on and challenge for the title, or indeed get through to the Bob Willis Trophy final. The outcome of this one, as Bailey starts a new over outside the off stump, and it goes through to wicket-keeper George Lavelle. Those who have been following other games over the first two matches, Notts went into this one unchanged. Ben Slater, Ben Duckett, Sam Northeast, Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. It's the side that beat Somerset by an innings last week, or in the last round of matches. This one's short and wide, and Moores mistimes his attempted cut, just bottom edges it down into the ground. Lancashire bring back Alex Davis. He didn't play against Warwickshire last week, the county that he's going to join in the close season, so he's back into the side. And there was some to-in and fro-in, both with the teams we were given, the team that was put up on the board at 10:30 or 10:15 or so on the first morning, but in the end Matt Parkinson didn't play either, and Liam Livingston, we understand he had a little bit of a reaction to his second COVID jab, so we hope Liam's okay as well, as this one's pushed into the offside. So Lancashire, George Balderson, Alex Davis, Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, skipper Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, George Lavelle the wicket-keeper, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey and Saqib Mahmood. And of those players, Saqib Mahmood in Nottinghamshire's first innings left the action midway through an over, clutching his side, and as we've heard, unlikely to play any any further part unless it means he's got to come out essentially and bat to save the match or even try and win the match. Next one past the outside edge. It remains 147 for 5, and I think we're only in about the third over of the match on the first morning when an edge flew into the slip cord, and Stephen Croft put down the chance and immediately left the field, and he was off the field virtually all day, wasn't he, the first day. Then he did come back on with a huge, it was almost like one of those cartoon bandages on his left thumb. He bowled an over, went for 5 runs, and then went off the field again. Quite bizarre. This is pushed into the offside. It was almost as if they sent him out as a little bit of a trial to see what he could do. He did bat, but he didn't get too many runs. But clearly will be around if required. In fact, he's down here, isn't he? Down at long leg below us, and you can still see that a huge bandage on his left thumb. Right-handed, of course, so if he is required to bowl a few overs of spin, it shouldn't inconvenience him too much, and likewise with his batting. Just have to be careful he doesn't get struck again, but you presume there wasn't a dislocation or a break, just a very sore thumb. 147 for 5. A deliberate delay here whilst square leg was dropped out onto the fence for the final ball of this Bailey over to the left-handed Moores, and he drives down the ground for 4. Crisp straight drive in the V, just to the onside of straight for Tom Moores, and he's gone very nicely, very quickly on to 30. 151 for 5, and the lead is now 255 over Lancashire, who desperately need a breakthrough here. They know they'll certainly be second favourites, won't they, when it becomes their turn to chase down whatever Nottinghamshire leave them. They certainly won't want it getting up towards or beyond 300.
Such a good shot, wasn't it, by Moores? I think I say these two will be feeling as though they've got the right to try and benefit and score a little freely and play a few shots because of the way that they were able to get through last night. They were so cautious. They pulled in all their scoring shots, and they were disciplined, and they made sure they got through it. This delivery from Lamy left by James. Oh, and it's not picked up cleanly by the keeper, and they sneak through for a bye. Which won't help the mood of the Lancashire seamers on a hot day. 152 for 5, it's a lead of 256.
Lyndon James hasn't faced much of the bowling, and I just wondered if it was circumstance this morning, but I'm just starting to wonder if the plan here is to give Tom Moores really licence to go after them this morning, because he's playing attacking shots. He's 2 or 3 times he's taken a single from the last ball of the over, and he was quick to get down there then.
Around the wicket comes Lamb, just bowls back of a length to Moores, gets up onto his toes and eases the ball behind square on the leg side for a single. 31 now, 153 for 5.
1 or 2 people getting in touch on the old Twitter at Brace Cricket. Just a 50-year-old has sent a picture of the cricket. I'm in paradise for the day, he says here at Trent Bridge. Come on, Notts. It's a strange Twitter handle, isn't it? Just a 50-year-old, he calls himself.
James waits, Lamb balls, that's pushed away safely just off the back foot by Lyndon James to extra cover, and there's no run.
I say he calls himself. I suppose it could be a young lady, but just a 50-year-old is here with us, and we have a lovely day. You want the old slip slop slap on, don't you, today out there? It's sweltering. Mike Brown is listening from Guernsey. I always say beautiful Guernsey, but I've never been. I've been to Jersey, but I've never been to Guernsey. Have you?
I haven't, no. Lamb to James, plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
Mike in Guernsey, this could be an exciting day. The match is very much on a knife edge. Notts will need to score lots more runs before I'm able to relax, listening whilst basking in the Guernsey sun.
Nice.
You know, I've only been to Jersey once, must have been about 14 or 15 years ago, and I'd sort of got it built up from watching old episodes of Bergerac.
Lamb over the wicket to James, who drives, and the ball squirts up towards mid-on. He was aiming for kind of mid-off, but gathered by Bohannon, no run.
Wasn't quite like that. There wasn't lots of intrigue and mystery and millionaires being robbed on every corner and sports cars whizzing up and down the street and everybody wandering around saying, "Bonjour, monsieur." Wasn't quite like that.
Bergerac, I've got kind of vague memories of this.
John
It's a
Nettles, Bergerac?
detective programme, wasn't it? 2 slips away as James defends. That may have just kept a wee bit low on James, but he keeps the ball out. That's the end of the latest Danny Lamb over. Lead of 257 for Nottinghamshire at 153 for 5.
At Brace Cricket then, if you want to get in touch and pass anything on, you are on, and we'll get it right, at BBC Lancs Cricket.
That's the one.
There we are, at BBC Lancs Cricket. And Kevin Howells is with us as well. If you want to drop him a message, at Kevin Howells 1616. And from time to time Kevin will pop in to join us. 153 for 5 at very sunny Trent Bridge. There's a gentleman walking, not quite behind the arm, but certainly in the eye line of Tom Moore's. Tom Bailey's bowling round. Sit down, sir. Sit down. He's got a nice blue summery shirt on and a white floppy sun hat, but he's right in Tom Moore's eye line, and I think his family and friends over there now told him to sit down. Moores defends the first ball back to Tom Bailey, who's starting his 23rd over.
Yes, it'll have been aching a bit last night. Tom Bailey had a busy day.
They've all had around about 40 overs apiece, haven't they, the 3 quicks? Of course, it's sort of been making a little bit of, how tough it is, but Notts have actually gone in with just 3 frontline seamers, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. They've got the spin of Liam Patterson-White and Stephen Mullaney there if required, but principally the last couple of matches they've just been using the 3 seamers. Here's Bailey. This one is just left alone, goes through to George Lavelle, who's had a very impressive game as wicketkeeper, scored good runs, but he's also kept reasonably tidily and taken some smart catches.
I thought the 3 of them bowled superbly yesterday. Yeah. Fletcher, Hutton and Patterson, they were great. I thought set up really well by the way that Hutton started.
Mike Brown's been back in touch and says Guernsey is where Bergerac used to go for his holidays. Bailey bowls past the outside edge and through to the keeper. There's lots of places, I guess, round the British Isles that ought to make time to go and see before the old days run out. Never been to any sort of Scottish islands, your Orkneys and your Shetlands and what have you, your Mulls and Skies. And
are your days running out?
No, I just
don't be saying that.
I just said before your days run out. I mean, I don't know. Never been to the Isle of Man. It was only a couple of years ago when Notts played at on the Isle of Wight. That was the first time I'd been there. This one is defended into the offside, and there's no run. Been to lots of far-flung places, but again, there's quite a lot closer to home that I've never really been to. I sort of went extensively around Northern Ireland. I think I've only been to Dublin in the Republic of Ireland. Just really to the major cities and the golf courses and 1 or 2 football grounds in Scotland. Like I say, not been to the islands. Some wonderful scenery and wildlife to see. Next one's pushed by Moores, missed times this one up to mid-off. 153 for 5. Of course, Tom Moores, we mentioned it yesterday, actually played for Lancashire right at the start of his career. He was on loan from Notts, got in a number of first class and white ball games back in 2016, made his debut against Durham at Southport, and of course father Peter Moores, he led Lancashire to their last championship win in 2011. This one is defended. In fact, Moores senior, of course, there's a lot of work to do. I'm certainly not counting any chickens or indeed expecting it to happen. A little bit of hope there, but certainly not expectancy. But I think he'd be in a unique position, wouldn't he, if Notts were to go on and win this, having won the title with Sussex and Lancashire. I can't imagine there's been anybody associated with 3 championship winning sides over the years. 153 for 5. Lily's with us. Good morning, Lily. This game is on a knife edge. I'm listening after my county, Yorkshire, got a 2-day Scarborough win over Somerset. Yes, I didn't hear about that, Lily. I did by Jonathan Doidge, Anthony Gibson and Kevin Howells as a new over starts. Lamb bowling. I'll bring Scott in. Sorry, Scott, in just a second.
you're right.
They turned that one round very quickly, didn't they? I bought Jonathan Doidge, Anthony Gibson and Kevin Howells at chocolate ice cream with a flake in it yesterday at Scarborough. Mr. Howells hasn't mentioned that, has he?
So it's ice cream yesterday and scones already this morning. Dearie me, Kevin. Not Mrs. H isn't listening.
Well, she has to. It's the only way of keeping up where he is.
Here's Lamb to James. It's flicked away through the onside. Moores wanted another quick single, but Lyndon James sent him back. And it was picked up at mid-wicket.
Apparently his choices today were here or down to Hove for Sussex Middlesex game. That's a long old drive from Scarborough to Hove, isn't it? No wonder he's chosen to come here.
1-5-3 for 5. Lamb in, balls. Forward goes James in defence, pushing it up to Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, at extra cover. And there's no run. Lead is 2-5-7.
That match at Scarborough that Lily referred to is the only one in this round of matches that's been concluded, but you'd imagine there'd perhaps be one or two more that would finish today. We'll have to see.
It's put Yorkshire top, hasn't it, for the time being? Here's Lamb to James, goes off the back foot and drives to mid-off where Bailey fields, and there's no run.
The only other Division 1 game, of course, is at Edgbaston, a real topsy-turvy affair there, where Hampshire had all sorts of problems on the first morning with regards to their side selection. There was a little bit of an illness issue in the camp. They had to alter their intended starting lineup at the last minute and were bowled out for 89.
And from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls back of a length, carved away for 4 runs. Just a little short and wide, and James onto it in a flash. There's a man lurking on that deep cover boundary, but that rattled its way towards the rope. Bang, hit that one pretty powerfully for 4. Good shot from James.
Was indeed, yeah. Hampshire fought back in that game, though. They dismissed Warwickshire also on the first day for 116, so not too much in it at the end of the first day. And Hampshire yesterday batted nicely. 269 for 8 is the current score, so they'll lead by 2-4-2 over the Bears.
It's been a quirky game, hasn't it?
It has, isn't it?
Final ball of this over, lead of 261 here. And a short ball from Lamb, and James drops his hands, leans back, and through to the keeper. And there's no runs. That completes the over. 157 for 5 through the first half an hour of day 3. I think it looks like it's time for a sanitising break.
It is indeed. I was busy looking at the other scores just to see if there's anything dramatically changed. Scott, did you mention that was the 50 partnership? I've just seen he's shaking his head because he's off out the door. He's doing a fandango along the corridor to speak to listeners in the northwest. Give them an update. You're not missing any cricket. Those of you following on the live stream will see that they're all having a hand sanitising break, and the 2 Nottinghamshire batsmen have also taken the opportunity to take off their helmets, get the towel, and just wipe the face and have a little drink. It's going to be warm under those helmets. I'm sure we've all seen cricketers on hot days around the globe take the helmet off or lift the helmet up, and beads of sweat will go running down. 50 partnership has been brought up. There it is, announced from 102 balls. They were very watchful last night. They've got on with things this morning. Lyndon James has now moved on to 27. Tom Moores is on 31, and it's Moores on strike, and Bailey gets the play underway, and this has been angled down towards long leg. Stephen Croft comes round and fields down below us, keeps them to a single. That bandage on his left thumb, very, very visible. He knew instantly, as you would, seconds after the chance had gone down. He obviously told his skipper and the umpires, and he was off. He'd gone. He knew he'd damaged it. Not sure whether it was a cut or a dislocation that had to be put back, but hopefully he's okay. Lyndon James on strike. This one nips back and strikes him amidships. 158 for 5. I'll run round some scores the rest of the country in a moment, but I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. We're into the 11 o'clock news. Do like 10:30 starts. Would like to see them right across the summer, but don't think it's going to happen. 1:58 for 5 as Lyndon James pushes this up to mid-off. 2 slips, Luke Wells at first, Rob Jones at second. And then there's a tempting gap there between second slip and the subfielder Jack Blatherwick at point. Anything offering width, chance to run it away down to third man. Knott's lead is 2.62 as Bailey comes past umpire Hartley. And Lyndon James clips it to mid-wicket. Here is that radio update. Absolutely glorious here at Trent Bridge this morning in terms of the weather. It really is swelteringly hot already, and those that are inside the ground have already seen a promising start made by these 2 young Nottinghamshire batsmen. Tom Moores, it was taken a little bit by surprise in the first over, one that popped sharply and struck the bat handle, ran away for 4, but since then he's played some delightful shots. He's quickly moved on to 32 with him. Lyndon James also put a couple of boundaries away on 27. The match situation, Nottinghamshire lead by 262, this day 3 of 4. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 158 for 5. So there an update if you're following with without the pictures. Latest delivery's just been pushed away without a run scored by Lyndon James. That's the 61st over of the innings, and James does run it down towards third man. In fact, Stephen Croft's down here below us. We've got some advertising boards been put in front of the gantry here on the 3rd floor. It's the end of the over, 159 for 5, so I can't quite see. Used to be able to see the rope down below us, but can't quite see the rope, and there has admittedly been 1 or 2 in this game where we've sort of left it to the reaction of the crowd as to whether it's gone for 4 or whether it's been cut off by the fielder. But on that occasion, Stephen Croft clearly made the stop. 159 for 5. It wasn't away more than an instant, and Scott's back with me.
Yes, and Lancashire looking at the ball again, as indeed is umpire Nick Cook. This is a really good first half an hour, this for Nottinghamshire. Nice and positive. We're able to benefit from the disciplined approach of yesterday morning. Tom Moores looks like he needs a bit of treatment as well. I don't know whether something's come on from him spraying something around his Tom Moores.
He's been very excited about showing everybody his bat handle,
yeah.
hasn't he? I did say, Scott, while you were out of the room, I'd quickly refresh people's memory on the games elsewhere and the current scores. At Derby, well, talk about a one-sided game there so far. Leicestershire 528, Derbyshire in reply 57 for 5. At Chesterley Street, similarly, Glamorgan in their second innings 95 for 2. They're still more than 300 behind Durham. That clash of the Royal London finalists.
Here's Lamb around the wicket, and just dropped into the onside by James, picked up at mid-wicket by the Lancashire captain.
First win of the day, May, I say May, come at Chelmsford, where Gloucestershire in their second innings now 8 down, 136 for 8. They're still trailing Essex by 64, so they've only got 2 wickets left, otherwise they're heading for an innings defeat. That one might finish sometime soon.
James waits and just guides his ball, which is again banged in a little short and wide from Lamb, just drops it into the offside for no run.
It's a similar story at Canterbury. Worcestershire in their second innings just staving off defeat. They're 124 for 7 against Kent. They still trail the home county by 136. At Wantage Road, Surrey in their second innings 120 for 6, lead Northants by 201.
And we had that wonderful sight yesterday, didn't we, of first Alex Stewart and then David Ripley doing square leg umpiring duties.
Then Martin Saggers took over, didn't he? Russell Warren taken poorly. I think Mark Newell was the other umpire, so they had 5 umpires in that game.
Speaking of which, umpire Hartley goes from square leg to point. Lambs in and balls, another short ball, and Lyndon James ignores it, just crouches down, drops his hands, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
That must be a sightseeing thing, because there's nobody at square leg or short leg. Clearly it must be the sun, and Peter Hartley can't see on that side. This morning in that match at Hove, it's only day 2, Sam Robson has completed his double century, his 216 not out. Middlesex 4-3-4 for 2.
Lamb to James, another short ball. Better directed this time from Lamb, but still James gets out the way, through to the keeper, no run.
And the only other one, we have talked about it this morning, but Hampshire still 8 down at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, 273 for 8, leading by 2-4-6. So all the scores available on the BBC Sport website.
Lamb to James, just works it off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Takes him to 29, Nottinghamshire to 160 for 5, and the lead to 264.
I don't know what your definition of perfection is, but Anthony asks that. Morning, Dave. What's the definition of perfection? This morning for me, it's breakfast in a sunny garden, scrambled eggs and black pudding on toast, fresh orange, tea and nuts on my tablet. It's very hard to beat. And he sent himself a photo.
Balls. That's a good ball that brings Moores just forward a little and just shapes away from Moores into the gloves of Lavelle. And it leaves Moores staring back down the pitch. End of Lamb's latest over. Nottinghamshire 160 for 5, 264 runs in front.
I should say he sent me a photo of himself tucking into his scrambled eggs and black pudding. Nice, 160 for 5. It is very much an individual thing, I think, scrambled egg, isn't it? Certainly in our house, I like it on the slightly on the sloppy side, and my good lady likes it much firmer. You can almost go out the bathroom how she likes a scrambled egg. It is always one of those. If we're ever together in a hotel and it's one of those buffet serving, what's the scrambled egg like?
Quite sure what to say to that, Dave.
Well, you must have a preference. I don't think
sloppy or firm?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who as it comes with the scrambled egg. We're waiting for Josh Bohannon to get himself ready. The university professor, as I've been calling him, is a very studious looking Josh Bohannon in the big photos they put up on the screens here of him, but he's played very, very well.
In and balls to James. And that's through to the keeper, there's no run.
I didn't quite finish. He's played very, very well this season. He was on course yesterday, I thought. He got to 35 off the back of a big century last week in the match against Warwickshire, and I was sort of fearing the worst from the Nottinghamshire perspective, that he was set en route for another long innings, but he was one of Brett Hutton's 5 victims yesterday.
In from the pavilion end, and balls that's played uppishly through mid-wicket by James. There is a man short in at mid-wicket, but to the right of him and out towards deep mid-wicket, so James gets one, kind of just shovelled away off the hip. Rob Jones it was lurking around at short mid-wicket. Alex Davis comes up from the deep mid-wicket boundary to complete the fielding. So James to 30 now, Nottinghamshire to 161 for 5. Lead 265. Brings Moores back on strike. One slip in place. Fine leg, short mid-wicket, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg. That's muscled out through the onside for 4 runs by Tom Moores. Just rocks back a fraction, slaps it over mid-wicket out towards the Smith-Cooper stand, and it's picked up on the edge of the boundary rope, and that's 4 runs for Moores.
Notts in their first innings scored 272. That's obviously the highest score of the game so far. If these 5 wickets now fall for nothing, Lancashire are going to require 270. So it does seem as if they're going to have to, in all probability, chase the highest score of the match to win.
And then around the wicket to Tom Moores. He leaves this next ball through into the gloves of the keeper, George Lavelle. No run.
First match of the season way back in early April, first innings of the season, Tom Moores 96 not out. He was left stranded high and dry as the last couple of wickets went down. He's not had a 3-figure score this season, only 2 in his career. That remains his highest score, 96 not out.
Bohannon in to Moores, just dabbed back along the ground for no run. I think by a signal of no ball then. I think he kind of stuck out his right arm. It wasn't a massively clear signal, but I think he did.
I think he has as well. I think you're absolutely right. That's a good spot, because it did say on the board 62.5 overs have been bowled, and now it's just gone back to 62.4. Good spot.
Bannon shuffles his way back in, and Moores gets in behind and defends to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's slightly confusing, because the umpires are turning around and signaling to the scoreboard, but the scorers are in the stand that we're in. But,
and of course they do. Particularly Nick Cook is fairly extravagant and flamboyant in his gestures on occasions when he just wants to flap his arms around, and they always signal to each other, don't they, when there's 2 balls left in the over or 1 ball.
Bannon to Moores, that's pushed up to mid-on for no run. He's content with the work he's done in the over, because that no ball's also pushed the lead over 271 runs in front now, Nottinghamshire, and of course he had that 4 which he played off the back foot, just muscled out through mid-wicket. So decent over that again for Nottinghamshire. It's been a good start to the day for the home side. 167 for 5, 271 runs in front, and there's a good partnership there between James and Moores.
Yeah, they've added 60 from 121 balls, the largest of this second innings. Going to be Danny Lamb to keep going. 23 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 57. Yeah, looking at Tom Moores, he had 96 not out, as I say, in the first game of the season. Since then, 62 at Worcester. The last match at Taunton last week, I thought he really did bat nicely for 46. He was a partner for a long time of Liam Patterson-White. And this one's just gone over the left shoulder of Lyndon James as a new over begins, the 64th over of the innings. I'm sure Lancashire wouldn't have factored in anything to do with the second new ball, but it might just be crossing Dane Vilas's thoughts now as to what's he going to do, how's he going to be able to rest them, and then, if necessary, take the second new ball and have the bowlers fit and healthy and refreshed in order to make use of it. This one's a bouncer, a slow loopy bouncer, left alone by Lyndon James, and George Lavelle, the keeper, takes it low down. He had to reach forward, otherwise it wouldn't have reached him.
They're bowling this line to James. There is a leg slip. There's a deep square leg and a long leg and short mid-wicket. And Lamb, for the last few deliveries to James, has tried to get in and around the rib cage.
Lamb in again to Lyndon James. Again, he ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Lavelle. I mentioned Tom Moore's highest score of the season, 96 not out. That was in the first innings of the first match against Durham. In the second innings, Lyndon James, who he's batting with at the moment, he made 79 not out, and that remains his highest score of the season. And I've mentioned it a few times. They shook hands, I thought, a little early, Scott Borthwick and Stephen Mullaney, on that last day. I know it was probably heading for a draw, but they shook hands a little early, and you know, had they gone on for the last whatever there was, 5 or 6 overs, Lyndon might well have been able to go on and get from 79 to 100. He blocks this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. Guess we'll never know. 167 for 5 the score. Lovely day, for once the traffic fairly light on the Loughborough Road just outside the ground. Again, it's a little hazy looking over towards the power station and East Midlands Airport beyond that. It's yesterday morning we wondered if it was a threat of rain, as Lyndon James just gets up. He's a nice tall fella, plays it down into the ground and takes a single. I've often made reference to him in his stance at the crease. If it was a shadow rather than an actual human being, if it was a hologram like the ABBA hologram, you can see a little bit, or I can see a little bit. Obviously, I've watched him from his early age and all through his career. There's a huge resemblance in physical appearance with the young Alex Hales at the crease. He's not Alex Hales, and Alex Hales isn't Lyndon James, but now and again I can certainly see the resemblance. Short, and Moores pulls this away crisply for 4 more. He's certainly not missed out this morning on anything that has allowed him to free his arms and really hit the ball. And gets another boundary, 172 for 5. Tom Moore's on to 40. The lead is 276. Was that Danny Lamb trying something out, or was that a sign of Danny Lamb feeling a little weary? He's already running hard for 45 minutes, and that was it was a long hop, but he was probably trying to get it up there and test Tom Moore's, but the batsman won that little duel.
He did. He's played some good shots this morning, hasn't he, Moores?
I haven't mentioned my coffee incident this morning.
Oh, no, you had a moment.
Well, you weren't here for me to go and fetch you a nice cup of tea or coffee, but I fetched Kevin Howell's one. I brought mine in here and put it down on the desk and went next door and was chatting to Kevin for 10 or 15 minutes. When I came back, mine had all seeped out the bottom of the cup all over the desk.
Bohannon over the wicket, balls driven into the offside by James, and there's no run.
I hate these. Are they paper? Are they card? Whatever it is, the takeaway coffee cup. But mine had clearly got a leak and we had a right old moppage issue. Had to go and get another one.
Dear. Sloppy start to the morning for you.
So I've double cupped. You'll see I've double cupped.
I've
double cupped with my second one.
It's a good technique. James plays forward in defence. And it's cut off by Dane Villas, saving the legs of his bowler Danny Lamb, sprinting across from short extra cover. And there's no run.
If you've just stumbled across us on 5 Live Sports Extra, welcome. You're listening to County Cricket from Trent Bridge, day 3 of Nottinghamshire versus Lancashire. Kevin Howells, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you on what is, it can only be described as a glorious day.
Bohannon from the pavilion end, balls left through to Lavelle. No run. Certainly a day you want to be batting, isn't it, really? Not going to spend too long in the dirt on a hot day, but Nottinghamshire will be, well, they're in no rush.
No.
Blimey, 80 overs today, full day tomorrow. Just keep going, just bat Lancashire well out the game. Tired minds and tired bodies when Lancashire come and bat second time round. James off the front foot, trying to push it out into the offside. Villas fields again, no run.
And now the 276 in front, they'll be hoping to see sharp signs of deterioration in the wicket, won't they?
Yep.
Still a little bit of a greenish tinge to it, and did mention on the first morning that Dane Villas might just have been taken in by the green look to the strip.
Yes, Bohannon. James drives again, bounces in front of Villas at extra cover, and there's no run.
I think he was dismissed in that manner, wasn't he, in the first innings? I've got him caught Bohannon, bowled Bailey, if I remember correctly. It was the last ball of the session, wasn't
Yes,
it?
Was.
On the
just before tea. Yep.
Just before tea on the first day, the very last ball, the 6th ball of the final over, drove uppishly into the covers.
Just turns his next delivery, which is angled into him from Bohannon, just up towards mid-on for no run. He's 31 not out, and Moore's on 40, and Nottinghamshire 172 for 5 in lead by 276.
It was a surprise because he'd been leaving the ball nicely and he put away 5 boundaries in his 21, and last over before tea he'd played it correctly and just get to the interval and then kick on again. Last ball before tea it was probably a half volley outside off stump, and he just went after it, drove it uppishly to cover, and that did start a bit of a tumble because either side of tea from that wicket, and Notts lost 5 wickets for 30 runs. First sign this morning of George Balderson in the bowling attack. He's going to replace Danny Lamb. Balderson with 2 wickets that have fallen in this innings. 12 overs, 2 for 29. I think we've got some scorecards here somewhere, Scott. What did he get in the first innings with the ball? 1 for 72 from best part of 21 overs. I think he bowled better than that, didn't he? Repeatedly at times beat the batsman, but didn't get the look. 172 for 5. Opening batsman as well for Lancashire, left-hander, scored 19 in the first innings. Here he comes, bowls wide of the off peg to Tom Moore's, who's on 40. Let's just go through to the keepers. Only one slip there now as well.
Yes, it's it's a difficult balancing act, isn't it, for a captain? When you want to take wickets, but you've got to be obviously conscious of the runs that have been added. But then I suppose if you look at how the wickets have fallen, there's been plenty of catches in front of square. You mentioned that Lyndon James one, for example, in the first innings, but yeah, just the one slip.
Next ball is on the thigh pad of Tom Moore's, and ball runs away on the leg side. I was just going to say, because we've got used to it in this game, there goes, and I do know the difference, folks, there goes Jake Ball again with the fitness and conditioning coach and one or two others round the boundary edge off to the gym. And then I thought, that's not Jake Ball, it's Stuart Broad. Don't know if the cameras are able to pick him up, but Stuart on the boundary edge, clearly on his way to the gym for a bit of fitness work. This one is short of a length from Balderson, and struck Tom Moore's in the stomach area somewhere. I think he's okay. Yeah, there's. I think that's probably one or two of the ECB fitness guys as well with him. Don't know if you're able to pick him up, guys, but yeah, good to see Stuart Broad back on the ground in training gear. 172 for 5. Next ball goes through to the wicket-keeper, George Lavelle. That's a good line, isn't it? Bowled by Balderson, who at first glimpse you'd think he's only just a medium-paced trundler, but he does push it through. Bowls nicely.
He's probably bowled more in the game than he would have expected. Chipped in with 20 overs in the first innings. He's already up to 13 in the second. 2 for 29 second time round. 1 for 72, as you mentioned, in the first leg.
Moores has 40. Not been able to deal with Balderson in this over. Drops this on the leg side. So we've got Josh Bohannon on from the pavilion end. Balderson from this Radcliffe Road end. Saw a little bit of Luke Wells. What did he have? 2 or 3 overs. Stephen Croft 1 over in the first innings. I think that was just an experimental over, just to see how it would go with his hand injury. This one's run to backward point, although of course Scott points out that it's a damaged left hand and he bowls right arm, but just came on and bowled the 1 over and then went back off again. It was very strange. 172 for 5. I think with an external injury they are allowed to pretty much do that, aren't they? It's if it's I don't know. End of the over. There's some sort of regulations where you've got to be on the field for as long as you were off it, isn't it, before you could bowl, but clearly didn't apply.
Wicket in the game between Surrey and Northamptonshire. Ricky Clark, a man out, Cope behind of the bowling of Taylor. So what are Surrey now? 125 for 7, so they lead by 206 runs.
Not physio, James Pipes coming on. Lyndon James.
Bless you.
Excuse me, a sneeze came from nowhere. Well, he walked out there and wasn't required. I don't know what that was. Don't know what that was about. James Pipe always loves to get on the field when he can. He's always there at the beck and call of all the players, but it did seem as if Lyndon needed him for a moment, and then he wasn't. James Pipe, former Worcestershire and Derbyshire wicketkeeper, he's a fine player, but I will say he's an absolutely top-notch physio. Doesn't waste long in getting out there to attend to the players when he's required. Here's Bohannon, here's Scott Reed.
Yeah, I think he's sat again, isn't he, just in front of the pavilion in the sunshine, waiting for his next chance to come on. As James plays from the back foot, just pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. And 72 for 5. So Bohannon from the pavilion end, just that one slip. There's Luke Wells at first slip with his hands on his hips next to the keeper George Lavelle. There's a mid-on and a mid-off. Short cover, mid-wicket, backward point. Punch to mid-off for no run. There's a deep extra cover and a deep backward square leg. James on 31, 172 for 5.
I'm sure it'll be sorted out in the fullness of time, but I'll just mention at this point Lancashire's over rate is -1, so they have got to attend to that, as well as the more important matter, I guess, of getting rid of these last 5 Nottinghamshire batsmen. sure we will have a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff at some stage, which will sort that out.
Brandon to James, again leans into it and defends out to mid-wicket. Rob Jones scoops up the ball, and there's no run.
One or two people have got in touch. Apologies, you take your eye off the messages for a second, and then in they come. We'll get to them when we can.
Halfway into Bohannon's 6th over. Again, James up onto his toes, striking it to mid-off, and there's no run.
Derek Daniels says, Dave, you've just asked about the definition of perfection. Well, the answer is being born in Yorkshire, being blessed to follow Yorkshire County Cricket Club. I'm looking forward to visiting Trent Bridge in a couple of weeks. Trent Bridge is a beautiful ground, almost on a par with Scarbados. Trent Bridge, the place we claimed another county championship title. Enjoy the cricket, gents. Thanks very much, Derek. Looking forward to having you back here.
And Bohannon to James, just wafts the bat at this outside the off stump, and it sneaks through to the keeper.
Yes, a fortnight from now here on this ground will be Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire. I wonder if either Nottinghamshire or Yorkshire, or indeed both, will have a chance of playing for the title in that game. Maybe, may not. Depends obviously on what happens against the Yorkshire next week and what happens to Nottinghamshire in the rest of this game and their match at the Ageas Bowl next week.
Final ball of the 67th over. Josh Bohannon for Lancashire. There's a run here for James. Just turns it through the onside in front of square for a single. Keeps the strike as well. 32 to him, 173 for 5. Nottinghamshire lead by 277 runs.
Good morning to Steve Rowe, who's with us. Good morning, gents, from the city centre. I've got the live stream on the telly today as I can't make it to Trent Bridge. The doors are open. I'm waiting for a late breakfast in the glorious sunshine. Another great performance. Thank you very much, Steve. Mark, back with us. Morning again, gents, listening in from the shores of Rutland Water. Nice and cool. I'm in the bird spotting hides today. Keep the noise down. The bird spotting hides. My dad used to do all that. I don't know. 173 for 5. We're waiting for Balderson to bowl. Andrew Parker, any news on Warwickshire having a poor wicket? 20 wickets fell in a day. I wouldn't have thought so, Andrew, at all, because Hampshire batted all day yesterday and well, they only lost 6 or 7 wickets, didn't they, in the day? Just a 50-year-old has sent a picture of Stuart Broad walking round the boundary edge there. Thank you very much, sir. Or madam. It goes through to the keeper. I'll just retweet that for you. And here it's 173 for 5. Wish Stuart Broad well in his recovery. Mark's been in touch again. What's he sent me now? I don't know. A picture of the Linden Visitor Centre and Nature Reserve at Rutland. That's where he is, he says. Thank you very much. Balderson bowls. Lyndon James forces it into the offside at Brace Cricket. If you want to get in touch, at BBC Lancs Cricket or at Kevin Howells 16, we'll be happy to give you a shout out. And there's a lot of people, I'm sure, with us on 5 Live Sports Extra in their cars up and down the country, stuck in the queues, stuck in the traffic jams. My journey here in the morning from the Kingdom of Newark, I've only got to come through about 5 or 6 traffic lights, but everyone this morning on red. Really didn't time it well today. 173 for 5 as Balderson bowls and Lyndon James again helps it into the offside, and there's no run. And then I got here another coffee cup disaster, so I just wondered if it was going to be one of those days, but you really can't complain about the fare we've got on offer here and the conditions. I don't know what's going on here. Nick Cook's chatting to 2 or 3 players. Tom Moores is waving and signalling to the dressing room. Seems like there's an awful lot of nothing going on. Balderson bowls. That's a good delivery, terrific delivery. Jags back sharply off the seam, comes into Lyndon James. Umpire Cook, full teapot. He can't believe what he's just seen. And those of you watching the stream will know what I mean with Nick Cook. Great bit of bowling from Balderson, well taken by George Lavelle, who had to throw himself to his left, and Lyndon James has done pretty well not to nick that. Nick Cook, always happy to chat to the fielders, and It's almost as if he was saying, how did you do that? There's a radio update. Single taken. Terrific hour for a couple of Nottinghamshire young boys here, Tom Moores and Lyndon James. Overnight, Nottinghamshire had an overall lead of 231. It's now 278, so they've added 47 runs. Not been in too much difficulty, really, since the first over, when one ball popped absolutely alarmingly, took the back handle of Tom Moores and flew away for 4. Notts bowlers won't be too sorry to see that. James is on 33, Moores on 40. Notts, as I say, with that overall lead of 278 in their second innings. They're 174 for 5. That's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. An over has come to its conclusion, and the players, it looks as if they're going to have a proper drinks break as well as a hand sanitising break. Morning to Rachel, who's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Morning, Dave. Haven't got quite the view I had for days 1 and 2. Or the beer either, sadly, she says. I'd much rather be there, but the stream in my peripheral whilst I work will have to do for now. And it's the best streaming out of all the counties by far. I'm not just biased, that's fact, she says. That's very nice indeed of you to say so, Rachel, and we'll pass that on to Kirsty and Aaron, Stoneart Media, doing the live streams here at Trent Bridge. No, I agree with Rach. There's a little bit of varying quality up and down the counties, but absolutely love it on a rare day off if there's cricket going on elsewhere, and you can flick from game to game to game and watch the pictures from around the country and just follow the fortunes of all the other matches. 174 for 5. The drinks break has come just about to an end. The Lancashire players just a little wearily dragging themselves away from the cold water that they're just imbibing, and making their way back to the fielding positions, and they'll be hoping for a stronger second hour of this morning session than the first hour, which has by and large seen Lyndon James and Tom Moores have things their own way. Partnership of 67. Going to be Josh Bohannon to continue. He's given precious little away. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 to Josh Bohannon. He's bowling with just 1 slip there, Luke Wells. And here he comes to the tall Lyndon James, who edges it to that 1 slip, and it's just short of Luke Wells. Neither bowler nor fielder could have done any more there. Lovely delivery, catches the outside edge, and it just fell. It was almost half volley as it came to Luke Wells, who has he's got the look of a very disappointed young man. I've not seen a replay. Don't think it carried. The opinion was it was just short of him. Pushed out onto the offside, and he's still got his hands up to his face. I don't know if we're able to catch on the live stream a replay of that. 174 for 5. Looked to be a genuine edge. The feeling was it was short. Nobody else made too much of it, but Luke Wells, you thought somebody had stolen his dinner money. Next one's pushed into the offside, and Dane Velas does the fielding, the Lancashire captain. Andrew Duffield, morning Dave, loving the live stream and the sunshine. I'm at, oh crikey, we've got the sun on my screen here now. What does that say? I'm in Waikerie, South Australia. I've probably pronounced that wrong, Andrew, but clearly you're not too close to Nottingham, and it's lovely to have you with us, and glad you've found us. Next one from Lyndon James up to mid-on. You've heard the unqualified opinion of this idiot. We'll bring a specialist in, Scott Wells. Did that carry to Scott Reed? Did that carry to Luke Wells?
I thought it just dropped a little short.
I did, but then I said in commentary, he's got the look of a man who's lost his school dinner money. He really did look distraught, Luke Wells. Nobody else did, but I thought it was short. Next ball from Bohannon. Clipped nicely for 4. It's more than a clip. It was a nice drive through mid-wicket for 4 by Lyndon James. And if it was 15 love at the start of the over to the Lancashire bowler, it's certainly 15 all now, because we were talking about tennis earlier on. If you wonder where that reference had come from. Nice looking shot and away for 4.
Was a lovely shot. Played that shot quite well, did he, in the first innings? That kind of little clip away through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. I mean, he was so patient last night, wasn't he? He just reined in all his kind of free-flowing attacking shots and got to 9 off about 30 or 40 deliveries, and trying to cash in today.
178 for 5. Here's Bohannon bowls, and this is pushed up to a wideish mid-off, and there's no run. I think we might be having Kevin pop in and join Scott in a second, so be prepared.
I'm always prepared
for the great man. Just quickly, Andrew has been in touch. Spot on, Dave, says Andrew. You nailed it. I am in Waikerie, South Australia. Lovely to hear from you. And Laney's been in touch as well. Seriously multitasking this morning, working, listening to you lot on the radio, and keeping an eye on Yorkshire's seconds game against Glamorgan. There we are. Lovely to hear from you, Laney. It will be Scott Reed, and he'll be joined in a moment by Kevin Howells.
Thanks, Dave. I don't quite know what the delay is here. Oh, I think we're checking the ball again. Yeah. So umpire Peter Hartley is at square leg. He's got his metal discs out to see if the ball will fit through, and it's okay. So George Bolderson to continue. Radcliffe Road End, 178 for 5. Ball's over the wicket to Tom Moores. Just flicked off his pads down to fine leg for a single. Moores moves up to 41 and the score to 179 for 5, and Nottinghamshire's lead is 283. An hour and 10 minutes of the third day has been and gone. Lancashire still striving for their first breakthrough. It's a hot day in the East Midlands. It's a tough day in the field for Lancashire, and Nottinghamshire have enjoyed the morning so far. Balderson comes over the wicket and brings James forward. He just pushes away and it beats him into the gloves of George Lavelle, and there's no run. Just that one slip in place, but plenty of catches in front of the batsman. Short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, deep point, deep square leg, fine leg and backward point for Balderson. For Lancashire, that gets handed the ball by Tom Bailey. With some beating down, he sets in again. He's left this time by James, and it's through to Lavelle, and there's no run. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Scott. Last time we were together, which was only last week in case you'd forgotten, you tend to do that, we were talking about hard-working Lancashire bowlers on an unresponsive pitch, new ball pitch and all that sort of stuff, and here I turn up on the third day. Different narrative, different sort of backdrop, if you like, to the story, but it's the same again, isn't it? They're having to put the hard yards in, aren't they?
Balderson to James, pushes away and it beats him through to the keeper, no run.
Minus Saki Mahmood, who was, I thought, terrific last week, in, especially the conditions and everything, and he really was putting his back into it, all that sort of stuff. Side strain, it's not looking good, is that right?
Yes, he went off halfway through his 15th over. 14.3 overs went off, side strain, pain in his left side. So he's been assessed. James off the back foot drives to mid-off, but for no run. So he did leave the ground temporarily yesterday. I don't know whether that was just to return back to the hotel or to get a scan. I've no idea, but he was back with the players this morning, so he's still in and around the team. Of course, he might well be required to bat. He did bat in the first innings. He came out with a runner. Let's hope it's not as bad as it could be for Mahmood. Final ball of this over. James just strikes the ball away through the offside, bounces out towards Alex Davis on the point boundary. James gets one, keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. He's 38, Moores is on 41. Lead now edging towards the 300 mark at 284 runs in front at 180 for 5.
And it's all looking just a bit ominous, isn't it, from a Lancashire point of view. Nottinghamshire's story this season has just been quite incredible, really, in red ball cricket. I recall, I think, my first visit to the Bridge was back early in the season when they thought they were still on that run then without wins, and they were taking on Warwickshire, and I think they thought they were in position, and they were to maybe break that run then against Warwickshire. It didn't work out for them. Following week at Derby, it did. They got that win. And, you know, the Luke Fletcher plus other stories has just been phenomenal, really, this season, and this one is just pushed off a delivery from Bohannon and pushed by James onto the onside, so there'll be no run. So 180 for 5, 284 runs in front, with James and Moores going along this morning, seemingly untroubled, really. And that seems so unfair to say that because of the effort that's been put in by Lancashire. There have been one or two moments. I mean, that was quite a remarkable incident. First over off the bat handle, I think, never mind the top of the bat itself from Moores, which flew over the slips. But Bohannon in and pushed back to Bohannon, who was one of the stars last week, wasn't he, with the big runs? Josh Bohannon. But here he's trying his arm with the ball. He's into his 8th over of this innings. And problems piling up in the title race. I mean, the thing you've got to remember, I mean, everybody wants to win the championship. You've given yourself the best opportunity by going in the top 6 of the country, okay? So, you know, the season's been a good season to get into Division 1. Next ball bowled, Bohannon driven, nice and firm, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. But having got yourself there, you want to make best of it. And from a Lancashire point of view, I felt a bit for them last week because that pitch was not an easy pitch to win a match on, was it, at all? And then they come here and Saki is injured, that sort of thing happens. Liam Livingston, I believe, second jab and a bit of side effects.
Yeah.
But for Nottinghamshire, you know, it's all falling into place. Talented bunch of cricketers, and it's worked again onto the onside, and there'll be no run. Of which, that was the big puzzle, really, for everybody, wasn't it? I mean, the talented, skillful bunch of lads who couldn't win a game of red ball cricket. It had everybody scratching their heads, to be perfectly frank. And then one or two things fall into place. They'll be wondering quite how it happened, but you know, and players from their own academies coming through. It's all looking a lot brighter here. But James is on 38 and works onto the onside and oohs and ahs. But that's all that Lancashire can muster really here this morning. And you know, the weather is just fantastic for sitting and watching the game. It's also pretty decent if you're batting. It's not so great when you are looking at a deficit of 284 runs, is it? And you're down by a bowler.
No.
Look, how miserable am I in Lancashire? But I just feel for them a bit here. As Bohannon comes in and bowls, and again it's worked by James onto the onside, and there'll be no run. But the flip side of that story is Nottinghamshire, who are in a very strong position and going along nicely with their batting pair of James on 38 and Moores on 41. Because the last time I was here, I talk about the first time I was here this season, the last time I was here was for a game they do want to forget, which was the Blast, which they probably even know that I say they probably can't work out what went wrong. They don't want to think about it. That game against Hampshire. So having not got through to finals today, they want this big push to see if they can claim the title, which would be a great achievement. And they're certainly in a good position in the game, and therefore with just 2 more rounds to go, they'll be in a very good position as well in terms of that title race.
Oh, without doubt, yeah. With it being such a short second half of this championship, driven to mid-on by Moores underneath the body of Balderson and partially stopped by Bailey, and they scamper through for a single. 181 for 5. Win for Yorkshire, putting Yorkshire top of Division 1 with 38.5 points. As it stands, Warwickshire is second, 36. Nottinghamshire are third, 33. And Lancashire are fourth with 31.5. And then Somerset fifth, 23.5. And Hampshire at the bottom, 22.5. That's an edge down to third man from James. For 4 runs, looking to drive. It came off a thick edge down towards the third man boundary for 4 more runs. So he moves to 42. It's 185 for 5. Lead of 289. But a win's significant here, isn't it? Because a win for Nottinghamshire would put them, I think, up to 49 points.
It's good maths from you, that, Scott.
Well, I can't take credit for it.
Oh.
Thanks to Ken for the email.
I was setting you up there, mate.
With all the projected points in the current game on it, as Balderson's in, it's driven through the offside out towards the point boundary, and it's 4 more, just behind square on the offside, in fact. And James eyeing up a half century now. He's 46. That lead up to 293, and still with 5 wickets remaining. Successive boundaries, 1 down to third man, 1 to deep backward point.
In that situation where yesterday when I was watching from a distance and the wickets were falling early on, I think that's the easiest and maybe best way for Notts, because there's still a lot of cricket to be played here. What sort of a target are you going to set if Lancashire can't get you out?
Well,
on this, I mean, it's a fairly set. It's not as if we're to way to one side, is it?
No.
Boundary wise.
Balderson to James, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I agree. If Nottinghamshire is thinking we'll just bat Lancashire out of the match, make sure Lancashire can't win the game, still plenty of time left. And it's I guess a little bit of a double edge, isn't it? Because the more you put on, the more you bat Lancashire out the match, the more they're out there on a hot day fielding, and you get tired minds and tired bodies. And how often do you see a side lose wickets when they've been out in the field for so long? Left by James through to Lavelle. And there's no run.
And the situation down at Birmingham with Keith Barker, Blackburn's Keith Barker, 74 not out of 190 balls. Brad Wheels on 30 not out from 128. A lead of 272 now for Hampshire. Make that 300 for 8, so it's a lead of 273.
There's Balderson over the wicket. Forward goes James. Solid front foot defensive push to extra cover. No run. End of the over. 189 for 5. Lead of 293 for Nottinghamshire.
So the way it is that Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire have a chance of going above Yorkshire with a win. For Hampshire, I think it would pull them level on points at least with Yorkshire. However, the Hampshire win, if it were to come to that, gosh, it's going to be so tight. It's going to be like a tight, whatever a tight thing is, as tight as a tight thing can be. I did think up an analogy, but I thought better save my career.
I wonder where you were going with it.
Exactly. I knew where I was going with it, and I thought I must stop. It's as tight as a tight thing. And I mean, look, it's for me to tell you what's going on, not for me to wish anything. But if that's a Hampshire win at Birmingham, gosh, that's going to make it close.
Makes it tight, as a tight thing can be.
Moores is on 42, 189 for 5. It's a lead of 293 runs. And Bohannon, start of his 9th over, around the wicket, in the bowls, and play down to Gully, and there'll be no run. It's been a long season, Scott.
It has. Yeah.
Seriously, I'm thinking about, injuries happen throughout, but I'm thinking about Saqib, and I think about some of the other. But the bowlers are really struggling. There's been a lot of cricket. There has been, and I know you can throw in the context of how grateful we should be for that, and I am, bearing in mind last year, an awful year last year. But there's been a lot of cricket played. Bohannon around the wicket, bowls, and past the off stump through to the keeper. So the lead at 293. And as I say, injuries will happen, and especially to bowlers, I suppose. However, I do wonder what sort of toll it's taken on them, some of them, and especially with the banging on again about last week. But they really worked hard. They worked so hard.
He did say last week, Mahmood, that bowling 6 ball overs is quite hard work.
He was good fun, wasn't he? Good lad. I like that line. One of my favourites of the year. That Bohannon around the wicket, and again left by Moores. But for all the fact that this pair will know they're up against a tiring bowling attack, they've played it very sensibly, haven't they? From what I've seen this morning, I only arrived this morning, a little blow in on day 3, but James and Moores, I think they've played it very well this morning.
I think it was set up last night. I think the way that they kind of reined all their attacking instincts in last night, they got through that final hour or so, and be able to benefit today, hopefully for them.
Behind and round the wickets, driven hard and firm, but straight to the fielder, a tumbling stop. I could look it up myself, but I'll just ask you the same. Remind me of the run-in after this for Lancashire. Liverpool last week against
Hampshire, and then next week Taunton.
Trip down to some. Oh gosh, they look blown, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Two
dear.
heavy defeats now for Somerset. But back on home turf, they'll be cheered on by their passionate support. They'll try and lift themselves next week, of course. Bohannon in bowls and perhaps him on the pads there, Moores, or was it someone more painful? There was his knee, just above the pad there, just the top of the knee, so he goes down. As if to offer praise to his batting partner at the other end, but it isn't. He's in some agony. That struck him on that awkward bit just above the knee. You just want to have a closer look. That's a bit harsh, wouldn't you? To see what pain and grief he's in.
Look to see if he's okay.
Yeah, he's going to be all right.
Good.
He is going to be all right, but he's going to take a little while to gather himself.
Bit like me this morning.
Yeah, a bit worried, to be honest. Morse is on 42 round the wicket in bowls and passed the off stump through to the keeper, but a lovely haircut, Scott. Lovely haircut.
Thank you.
If I could have a haircut, that's the sort of haircut I would like. 189 for 5, James on 46, Morse on 42, a lead of 293 runs. That's teamwork from me, that. Boosting you and your self-esteem. And that beard, though. When did you start growing a beard?
That's just laziness. It'll be coming off tonight.
That's a lot of growth, though. How quick's that come on?
Oh, that's 2 weeks worth.
Is it?
Yeah.
So that was like that last week and I totally missed it?
It just wasn't quite
as bushy.
As bushy. Well, it's not like bushy now, is it really?
It's getting there. Yeah, I'll half expect you to come with the guitar strung along across your back tomorrow. Singing Peace to the World. We've got the whole world in our hands. All those lovely numbers.
The barber's just across the road from Trent Bridge.
He could have done you a shave as well.
Well, it was taking forever. I was a bit worried about missing the start of play. Balderson over the wicket. It's fallen off stump and driven back down the ground by James, and there's no run. He was quite chatty.
Oh yes. It's the thing I miss most about not going to the barbers was the chat.
You missed the chat?
I missed the chat. Well, I gave myself more time than you would have done this morning. It used to be good, and it used to be sports chat as well. Exciting sports chat. There were a couple of top blokes, and they liked the cricket, and I miss that. I should just pop in for a coffee now.
You should, yeah. Balderson from the Radcliffe Road end, that's driven down the ground. He's done well there, Balderson. Hit firmly by James, probably thinking that was 4 for a 50, but he did well off his own bowling, got both hands on that, low down to his left. And well appreciated too by the Nottinghamshire supporters. 89 for 5. He moves to 46. Partnership is worth 82.
Over rates of -1. Have you seen that?
Well, Brace mentioned it, yeah. One slip in place. He plays forward. Is he edged? Well, it wasn't an entirely convincing appeal from Lancashire.
I'm sorry.
It was a little bit more in desperation, really.
To do better than that, I'm afraid. I mean, there has to be a noise with the raising of the arms, doesn't there?
Kind of a silent appeal, or maybe that's a new invention.
And I'll tell you for why I think there might have been. I think there might have been a bit of a noise. It could have been the bat on the ground, and certainly there was some movement away.
Yes.
So the raise of the arms was sort of, gosh, it's hard work, and thinking something made the ball move there, but I think it might just be natural movement, nothing off the batter or the bat itself.
189 for 5. Forward again goes James. Solid front foot defence. Played it back down the pitch, and Balderson fields, and there's no run. Lead of 293.
For those listening on 5 Live Sports Extra today, we're going to hear something they did on TMS, so you might want to hear again, or if you missed it first time, here for the first time. It's all about the 70th birthday of Sir Richard Hadley. He famous of these parts, of course.
Balderson, full of ball, whipped out through the onside by James. Now, will this reach the boundary? Will this be 4 for his 50? No, it'll be cut off, actually. Croft swings round from long leg to deep square. And Lyndon James comes back for 2, so he moves to 48, 191 for 5.
Mick Newell, sort of head man here, if you like, overseer here is Mick Newell. And Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, all with Jonathan Agnew talking about Sir Richard.
Final ball of the Balderson over. Again, another resolute forward defensive from Lyndon James. It's been immaculate so far in this innings, and where shots have been available for him to play, he's played them nicely as well. It's been an impressive knock. 48 from 145 balls faced. Partnership worth 84, a lead of 295. Lancashire wicketless through the first hour and a half of the third day. Blisteringly hot day as well. Bright blue sky, sun high in the sky, beating down. It's been a good morning again for Nottinghamshire, in a healthy looking position. Tom Moore's on 42. Let's see Josh Bannon continue, and the second new ball becomes available for Lancashire in 6 overs time, so looks like Lamb and Bailey are going to be held back for that. Around the wicket to Moore, that's driven for 4. Little over pitch from Bohannon and put away with great authority from Tom Moores. He moves to 46, and it's now 299, the lead for Nottinghamshire, 195 for 5. Good looking shot for Moores.
So Lancashire will need 300. Always sounds a lot more than 299, doesn't it? But there might be a few more in the tank yet. He's on to 46. Lyndon James on to 38. Thanks to Scott for now. He's going to update listeners to the northwest, and we'll have a little 5-minute breather. Next ball cut away by Moores. Takes him on to 47. So that is the 300-run lead. And there is the accompanying smattering of applause. So a little bit of news I just picked up whilst I've been off mic. It's been announced in Australia, and the player himself has just commented on it. Ben Duckett, been announced this morning, will be playing for Brisbane Heat in this winter's Big Bash League. So nice work if you can get it. Congratulations to Ben, who's becoming very much a hot property around the world in these competitions, as Bohannon bowls and Lyndon James pushes to mid-off. A little bit of a race on here to get to 50. Lyndon James 48, Tom Moore's 47, 196 for 5. Scott's having a little breather, as I say. Kevin has stayed in the commentary box beside me, and we're halfway through the 75th over. Going to be a real old challenge here for Lancashire and for Dane Velas. What will he do with that second new ball as James pushes this up to mid-off? Whilst I was off mic, I went and had a little look. I don't know if Scott mentioned it, but I did see the slow motion replay of that Lyndon James nick around about half an hour ago, and it did just fall short of Luke Wells at slip. But poor old Luke, it looked as if he'd famously dropped the World Cup. I think that was a quote, wasn't it? Back in the day. 196 for 5. He was very distraught, but didn't quite carry to him. Almost on the half volley, but just a little short of that. Next ball is pushed back to Josh Bohannon. I'm sure there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Last time I looked as well, Hampshire had lost a wicket. They were 9 down at Edgbaston. We'll bring you up to speed as and when we can. Just get these radio updates out of the way. This pair have prospered this morning. Partnership now worth 89. James on strike on 48. Bohannon in his 10th over, and this is run down to third man, and it's going to beat the dive of the fielder, the sub-fielder Jack Blatherwick, and that goes away for 4 runs. And there is a very happy young man, Lyndon James, as he raises his bat all the way around Trent Bridge. Nice to see that. 149 deliveries for Lyndon James, 9 fours in his 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's his 5th time in passing 50 this season. Top score of 79 not out, so I'll be hoping to go on. It's the end of the over, and it also brings the 200 up, so double whammy in terms of the applause. The Lancashire players are going to have a little hand sanitising gel. James Pipe, the physio, rushes on, and both Nottinghamshire batsmen are also going to take a little bit of a breather here. They've taken the helmets off and are just toweling down and getting a drink. 200 for 5, Lyndon James on to 52, Tom Moore's on 47, and still just waiting for the cue to speak to local radio listeners in the East Midlands area. I think this is the longest we've gone without a wicket. 90 minutes this morning, and certainly the largest partnership of what's a relatively low-scoring contest up to this point, but not so now, in a position where they can very much dictate terms. A lead of over 300 can certainly not win the game in this innings, but then give themselves a huge chance here by making it harder and harder for Lancashire. Players in the middle just taking a little well-deserved drinks break. Certainly the Nottinghamshire batsmen very, very happy with the situation they're in, because the two youngsters, Lyndon James and Tom Moores, who began the morning together, have now added 93 for this 6th wicket. Lyndon James has just reached his 5th half-century of the season. He's 52 not out. Tom Moore's not far away either. He's on 47, and it really has been hard work for Lancashire under a very hot sun. The overall situation, Nottinghamshire lead by 304. Not lost any wickets this morning. They're 200 for 5. George Balderson starts a new over. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me, Kevin Howells.
Got the England squad announced for the 5th test, which we'll run through at the end of this over. Does include the headline, really, I suppose, from a Lancashire point of view, especially, is Josh Buttler. He's in the squad. 16, gosh, there's quite a few they're having to bus in. And next over starts, and that's a lovely shot from Moores. Run it down the back. That's going to be 4 runs there for Moores, and it brings up his 50 now onto 51 not out. What a glorious shot that was. Just read it beautifully, and it just seemed to me, I'd like to see it on the replay, almost if it ran down the bat before it flew off to the boundary. Down in that 3rd man area, 129 minutes, 87 balls, 10 fours. Terrific knock from Tom Moores as well. And Nottinghamshire continue to take a grip on this game, and a formidable looking lead. She's over 300 at 308 runs. Moores on 51, James 52, 204 for 5. And it's Balderson in his 18th over. 2 for 47 so far. There's a slip in there, and this one is driven into the offside and stopped, and there will be no run. So the squad for the 5th test for England is Joe Root, Moeen Ali, James Anderson, Jonathan Bairstow, Rory Burns, Josh Buttler, Sam Curran, Hasib Mead of Nottinghamshire, of course, Dan Lawrence, Jack Leach, Dawid Malan, Craig Overton, Ollie Pope, Ollie Robinson, Chris Wokes and Mark Wood. So it's a return for Josh Buttler, who's away for family reasons following the birth of his daughter during the 4th test, and this next ball's bowled around the wicket and just fended and defended back by Moores to the bowler for no run. Jack Leach has been added to the squad. Sam Billings, who was included in the 4th test squad, has returned to Kent. So that's all lined up for the test in Manchester coming up at the end of the week.
You wonder how things can get any worse for Somerset. They've now lost Jack Leach as well then.
Yeah. They were hoping to have Craig Overton back, but I mean, he's been named in that squad. Did I name him in that squad? He took a bit of a blow yesterday, didn't he? This one is a little uppish, but safe enough in the end on the leg side. Yeah, it's they're a good team. You know, Somerset have been there and challenging bad. And as I said, Dave, when you were off, you know, whilst we're talking about this title race, we've got to remember we are talking about the top 6 teams in the country. So to get to Division 1 is a great achievement by all the teams. But for Somerset, it's really unravelled really quickly with, and I think the big blow, and I think this has affected them perhaps in the mind as well as anywhere else, as well as Lewis Gregory and that injury. I think that's a big blow to them. This one's pushed into the offside by Moores for no run. And that can get into your heads. And then, of course, they're still a relatively young bunch of batsmen, aren't they?
Yeah.
Aside from Abel and Hildreth. So, yeah, it's all unravelled there, but they'll try and put it back on course against Lancashire maybe next week. Who knows? End of the over, Nottinghamshire 204 for 5, James on 52, Moores 51. And we were talking earlier, Dave, Scott and myself, yesterday, it's a lead of 308, and talking yesterday, those wickets were falling from a distance. I was thinking to myself, that could be good news, take a natural course. It takes away the pressure of when you're going to pull out. But you've seen cricket here, the way this square plays, perhaps, and pitches play. What do you think Nottinghamshire might be thinking about?
Well,
it's a tricky one, I know, very tricky.
I think they've got to be very tired, this Lancashire side. They're really being made to toil. We are going to get the first introduction of spin today. Luke Wells, who, well, 2 or maybe even 3 overs in the first innings, is going to get his first twirl of the second innings. You were here earlier in the season. I mean, it was a fantastic cricket match. It really was, although it did go against Notts when Warwickshire chased down 3-3-3. So scores can be made in the fourth innings here, but Lancashire are going to need one of their big players, aren't they? Dane Vilas, maybe a big 100, or Alex Davis, an explosive start. We know he's a quick scorer and can make big scores. Here's Wells then with his part-time but very respectable leg spinners, bowling to Lyndon James. From here, given the forecast and how much time is left, Nottinghamshire should win this game, but Lancashire, they're not out of it, but there's still 5 wickets to be taken as Lyndon James pushes this gently into the offside, and there's no run. Big blow missing Saqib Mahmood.
Oh, definitely.
Bowled with no little pace in the first innings. He really did. Made 1 or 2 of the Nottinghamshire batsmen hop around.
Yeah.
Lyndon James on strike, drives elegantly into the offside, but there's no run. Yes, obviously Nottinghamshire in this game off the back of the win at Taunton in the last match, and Kevin just talking about Somerset, and it really was very evident how the mood dissipated down there very quickly from the optimism of the first day as Lyndon James blocks this next ball from Luke Wells. But he's right, much was made of the fact they hadn't got Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton in their side, but Nottinghamshire without Jake Ball, remember, injured. Nice looking drive here, well stopped by the bowler. I don't know if you noticed Stuart Broad walking around the boundary edge a little earlier, clearly on his way to the gym, so Notts won't see him this year, but he's on his way back to fitness. They hope in time for the Ashes, assuming it goes ahead.
Yeah.
204 for 5. Wells bowls, and Lyndon James has played very nicely. Turns this away, just deflects it on the leg side for an easy single. So he's on to 53. Tom Moore's on 51. 205 for 5, and the partnership now worth 98.
They tried to replace, Jamie Overton with Marchand de Lange, didn't they? Now, de Lange can make things happen. He's a terrific cricketer to watch. But he doesn't really offer the sort of consistency that Jamie did. I mean, Craig, arguably perhaps more consistent than Jamie of the Overton twins, but they've not really replaced Jamie Overton, have they, for me? So you take away Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory from the attack, and you've still got a wonderful, skillful bowler in Josh Davey. Here, we've got James on 53, plays at that one, but passed the bat through to the keeper off the bowling of Balderson, now into his 19th over. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on, because they've got a wonderful crop of young bowlers coming through. Casey Aldridge, Sonny Baker, but they surely are a year or 2 away, so they've got to find something for the next couple of years, I would suggest, bowling-wise, that offers Josh Davey some support, because it's not looking a good picture for Lewis Gregory at the moment, I'm afraid. But back here, 205 for 5, Nottinghamshire, next ball bowled, fall, and into the offside, and there'll be no run on that occasion. But Dave, tell me, and there's no subject, we joke about it, but it's been a terrific story for Luke this year, Luke Fletcher. Tell me about the Nottinghamshire bowlers, the way they've come on, because it really has been a terrific story, hasn't it, for Notts?
It really has, and you just wonder where the story will end, how much of a fairy tale it will be for Luke Fletcher. I noticed this week, for the first time he's the top of the PCA rankings, the MVP in the country.
James facing again, glorious shot through extra cover off the bowling of Balderson. I'm not too sure if it's going to get to the boundary. He'll be pulled back in. Oh, that is agony. Just tried to pull that ball back in, got down to it really well. Is that young Alex Davis down there? Yeah, I feel for him. Worked so hard and sort of pulled it back over the rope, and it brings up this partnership of 100 for the 6th wicket from James and Moores. Just got down to it and just pulled it over the rope in that final fling. But anyway, congratulations to this pair as well. Terrific from James and Moores. 102 runs gathered for this partnership from 208 deliveries. 209 for 5 is the score, 313 in front, and James, that boundary has moved to 57. Next ball bowled and defended back to the bowler, and there will be no run.
I'll come back to the Nottingham Seamers in a moment, Kev, if I will, because the messages are coming in. Outlaw Chris, hello to Chris Morley, who can't be on the ground today, he says. Did ask for Tom Moores when he got to his 50 to raise his bat for me to his usual seat, and he did. So thanks to Tom, well battered, my man, he says.
James facing again, more of an edge this time, but falls short of backward point, no run.
Chris Morley describes himself as Tom Moore's mentor. So a proud man this morning. Sarah Goslin says, I managed to jig my diary so I could be here at Trent Bridge this morning. It's been an absolutely fabulous session, but it'll be back to the live stream and braces and co after lunch with my spirits well and truly boosted. It's been a terrific couple of days listening in, mind. Thanks very much to Sarah. Next ball's gone through to the keeper, and then Sarah again after the multitude of little milestones, the 250s for the batsman, the lead going over 300 and Notts reaching 200. Sarah says absolutely superb, but it was terrific to hear the warmth of the applause which has greeted the Nottinghamshire players today. Makes a nice change, obviously. It's glorious to be watching cricket at Trent Bridge on this fabulous September day. Thank you very much, Sarah. 209 for 5. Yeah, I mean, Luke's not done it all on his own, but he's the leading wicket taker in the country, first to 50 wickets, having the best year of his career. Dane Patterson under the radar. I don't know how much you've seen of him, or if you've seen him on a really good day, but he's one of the unsung heroes. I really think he is. And Brett Houghton, who missed a huge chunk of cricket in the sort of middle part of the season, 5 wickets in the first innings here. He's playing a major role as well.
Wells bowls to Moores onto the onside. Well, I have seen the day, but obviously not as much as you, and it is impressive. But what we've just talked about there down the road in Taunton is the fact that if you get injured players, what have you got coming in? Wells bowls into the offside and no run. And therefore, what you're talking about there is you've got players who you can turn to. They will take their turns. There's not a rotation policy, I don't think, or is there? Gosh, that's good. No. But there are players who are ready to step up and step in. Next ball bowled and played away. Cut. Well, I thought I was looking for that to go behind square on the offside. It goes in front for a single for Moores. He moves to 52. And the Nottinghamshire score to 210 for 5.
See, Notts are having to make do without Lyndon James. He bowled in the first 10 the county championship matches, but in the Royal London, bit of a side strain, able to bat as we can see, and bat well, but he's not been able to bowl either at Taunton or here, so they're a man light. Joey Everson played in the match at Durham and got a 5 before the break for the Blast, so he's another one.
Wells bowls again, used to the feet and along the ground. They'll have to be quick, but they will be quick, making their ground, and another single. Good running in the heat here. At Trent Bridge, 211 for 5.
So they've managed to get the job done. I know you were very busy. I don't know if you caught any news of the England under-19 side yesterday. 1 or 2 young players that perhaps we didn't know too much about at the start of the year, but through the Royal London have done really well.
Wells bowls and behind square for no run, just a little dab really.
I know you were at Durham and saw the Somerset youngster. Is it James Root? Jonathan Root? James Root, isn't it?
James Root.
He played for England under-19. They beat the West Indies yesterday by 1 wicket. And there's some names there. Jacob Bethel skippering the side from Warwickshire. Tom Prest, who played for Hampshire, did well here in the quarter-final. He's in there. Ahmed, the young Leicestershire leg spinner.
Wells bowls again. Oh, that's... The spinner got up a bit. Bit of bounce off that one, but Moores keeps it down well. Played it well, actually. On the onside, a single. Moves to 53.
And
212 for 5.
And here we're very proud of the 17-year-old Fatty Singh, who was there at the end. I wrongly credited him with hitting the winning runs, but apparently the West Indies had a bit of a nightmare, or one of the bowlers did. There were 24 wides in all, and the match was right on a knife edge, and 2 wides actually won it for England. So the West Indies bowling coach will no doubt be putting them through their paces today in practice before the 3rd and final 50-over match tomorrow down at Beckenham, and I think then they've got 3 T20s at Canterbury. But do like following the fortune of England under-19s. On occasions more than the first team, but yeah, one or two youngsters who we've got to know through the Royal London, who've got their first team opportunity, doing well together there. Here's Georgie B. George Balderson bowling to Tom Moores, and he pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. We've got used to sessions in this game, Kevin, of 4, 5 and 6 wickets going down. This really is a stark contrast to everything we've seen on the first 2 days, and it might be the session that's finally really taken it away from Lancashire.
Well, indeed, although Lancashire's batters will be looking at it and thinking, we can do this. We can bat as well as this.
Moores 53 on strike. Balderson bowls to him, and this is run away on the offside. Rob Jones doing the fielding. So Balderson now in his 20th over. He had 20 in the first innings, so he joins the 40-over club along with Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey. So they've all put a shift in, and they've all put a shift in for 3 days in a row. They've been bowling on and off, and since Saqib Mahmood left the action, it's been a tough old toil.
That could be the difference, of course.
Here is Balderson, and Moores defends, and of course Balderson will be opening the batting. So you often talk about, like last week at Taunton, we talked about Steve Davis opening the batting down there after a long time in the field, and both innings dismissed in the first over. And I noticed Somerset dropped him down into the middle order at Scarborough, but still didn't work for Steve, who's a very fine player.
Didn't work for any of them.
No. This, by the way, is the 80th over, so we'll keep an eye on Dane Velas and the umpires at the end of this over. Down the leg side, tickled away by Moores for another single, moves him on to 54. 2-1-3 for 5.
I think I saw him having a conversation with Luke Wells, Villas, there during this over. Perhaps he was saying, do you fancy having, keep going? Does he feel there was anything there for him? He did that one which sort of turned and bounced. So, can I just say that Hampshire 322 all out now, by the way, so it means that Warwickshire will need 296 to win that game. Keith Barker 75, Wheel was not out 46.
There's Balderson. It's bowl to Lyndon James. He blocks this up to mid-on. Edgbaston doesn't usually break up, does it? I know we as in Nottinghamshire were spun to defeat by Danny Briggs on the last day of their match there back in June or whenever it was, but not certainly helped themselves. They've been set 300 and went after it. A lot of them got out playing shots. Warwickshire chased down 300 here, and I think Notts thought they would be able to do the same. And as it turns out, if they just battered through the day for a draw, how different the table would look now with those points off Warwickshire and on Notts. This one's pushed back to Balderson at the end of the over. So that is 80 overs completed. Notts have been ticking along at 2.66 and over. The board tells me that. It's 213 for 5.
It's a glorious September day.
It is.
This is the sort of week that I used to enjoy back in the day, being my first week of my holiday, of course. The season might have finished and you'd get this sort of weather. And you'd be off thinking we could be playing cricket in this. And nowadays we are playing cricket in it, which is great.
Chris Smalley says, Kevin's just asked Dave about improvement this year, and said a lot of credit should go to Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. Obviously, he works a lot with them on a day-to-day basis and all through the winter as well. Just one or two fine adjustments here and there, and obviously collectively we've seen the results. Don't think he's taken the second near ball, has he?
No, Moores is on 54, and it's Wells who's continuing to bowl. See, I thought I saw that conversation, so it may all rest on Luke Wells and how he fancies things at this end at the moment. So he's bowling from the pavilion end, 213 for 5. Moore's on 54, around the wicket again, in the bowls, and he pulls that one, almost takes Nick Cook out, but it doesn't, thankfully. It is going to be a 4 though, played it brilliantly. It's 4 through square on the onside, Moores to 58. Just swung and just timed it beautifully. As I say, umpire Cook just had to just move just slightly to one side to make sure he didn't get knocked over. Partnership of 110. Both the batsmen now on 58. 217 for 5. We got the ball back yet? We have.
I think we have.
Croft has retrieved it and it's now back in the hands of the bowler. So Wells around the wicket again. In and forward defensively from Moores. And no run.
I think that's 90 runs scored this morning, 90 for none. Andy Eastham says, talking to the fast bowlers as you were, Dave, don't forget Zach Chappell. Just had a look. He only played 3 games, 6 wickets, but yeah, he had a roll.
Around the wicket again, and he fair flourish of the bat that, but it's hammered down into the ground to the offside, no run.
Again, a lot of injury problems for Zach. I know he had a foot injury, had to have a little bit of surgery. Saw him at Grantham in the Royal London. He's been on the boundary edge a time or two in this game, I think, working with the physios.
Wells hammered hard and firm, and it beats the fielder. Didn't get down to it quickly enough there at extra cover, and that's going to be 4 runs. They all look at each other because it more or less went straight to him, but that was racing along and really low. That had been, it was almost too close to him, if that makes any sense, because he drove it hard, firm, and fast, and it sort of just went round. Would have done as well, or he would have hurt to just stuck the boot out to that one. Very low to his left-hand side. 4 runs, 221 for 5. Moores is on to 62. Next ball bowled and defended again into the offside. And what I've enjoyed about this innings from what I've seen this morning is that both James and Moores, they've had those shots. They've played some lovely time shots, but the next ball, they haven't got carried away. Now, I have seen Nottinghamshire do that in the past. I'm not seeing that here this morning, and I think that has been a bit of a difference as well about their cricket. 221 for 5, James on 58, Moores 62, and its leader 325 runs.
You've got another result that you'll be able to tell your 5 Live listeners.
You tell them, Dave. You tell them.
Essex have defeated Gloucestershire. I think that was on the card, wasn't it? But second big win in what they're calling Division 2 for Essex, but they've defeated Gloucestershire by an innings and 3 runs at Chelmsford.
They failed to get into Division 1. They're the holders, of course, title defenders, and they're racing away with the second division. But it's not what they wanted.
No. Stephen Croft is going to come on to bowl. Thanks to Kevin Howells for the time being, and we'll no doubt catch up with Kevin during the lunch interval. Those of you listening to us on 5 Live Sports Extra. It is going to be Stephen Croft. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes to go until the lunch break. Lancashire desperate for a breakthrough. Hasn't come too late in the session. If it comes at all, Lyndon James is going to get runs here. Going to get at least 2. In fact, it might go for 4. It runs away. It does. Towards the well, it almost would have gone down the gully between the Hound Road stand and the Larwood and Vose stand at Backward Point. Nigel Spate's been in touch. Excellent to see Notts continuing their rich vein of form in red ball cricket, despite the big disappointment of the unfulfilled business in the T20 this year. The red ball form has shown what strength in depth we have, and we've seen some very promising young talent emerging. Yes, absolutely, Nigel, as Croft bowls, and next one is pushed away by James. This time the ball is stopped by Dane Velas. Pint to the marker. Lyndon James 62, Tom Moores 62. Next ball will be cut away by Lyndon James for a single, so he moves on to 63. Scott's back alongside me. Do you say that when the 2 batsmen are on the it's the old darts saying, you know, a pint for the marker. If in a darts score you both ended up on whatever, both needing 155 or whatever it might be. Pint for the market.
I'm not aware of that.
Tradition in some old pubs.
Okay.
I know we're not at an old pub right now. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Nice and sunny. Beer garden. Croft bowls. Moores will join Lyndon James on 63. So do you know what that is? That's pint for the marker.
It's always an education with you, Brace.
Have you managed to pop outside in your 20 minutes off mic and savour the atmosphere as it's pushed down the ground, or have you had your head under the table, not daring to look?
I went down to get some water and then popped outside for a bit. Yeah, it's lovely. It's hot, isn't it?
It is.
Blimey, it's a hot day today.
It is. Sorry, gentlemen on the concourse, can't stand it. He's like a sauna out there. So Lyndon James drives into the offside. Again, he's gone one ahead, 64 to James, 63 to Moore. So that Stephen Croft over went for 7 runs. Didn't necessarily deliver what Lancashire were looking for. It was neither thrifty in that it conceded 7 runs, nor profitable in that they got a breakthrough. Second new ball's not been taken, Scott. We've had 82 overs now, and we've got the 2 spinners on. I think we've got about 4 minutes to go until the lunch break. Will Lancashire drag it? Will Lancashire drag it out? We usually see the batsman dragging it out, don't we? Will Lancashire drag it out and make sure there's only one more over? We'll have to see.
Elsewhere, a 50th County Championship wicket of the season for Chris Rushworth. As Wells bowls, that's a nice delivery. Forward goes James. Through to the keeper, no run.
He's closing in on Fletcher. I think Luke Fletcher's 56 now.
Okay.
He'll be looking to bag 1 or 2, I'm sure, in Lancashire's second innings.
That's the 6th time he's picked up 50 wickets in a season, Chris Rushworth.
Tremendous player. Tremendous. Nothing but respect for Chris Rushworth.
As Wells slip in place. James goes back. Just eased safely away through the offside for a single. He moves to 65. Score to 229 for 5.
Not entirely sure what I was expecting this morning, but with all due respect to both players, it wasn't this. They've scored more than 100 together now this morning. 102 runs they've added.
It's an outstanding partnership, isn't it? But I thought it was set up last night.
Yep.
I thought the pair of them have battered brilliantly. Moores gets forward in defence and there's no run. It's a contrasting kind of approach, isn't it? What we saw last night from Moores and James, and what we've seen this morning. They've kind of reaped the rewards of the way they were careful and cautious last night. Very impressive. He's driven this cries of catch because Moores tries to drive and just squirted off a little edge. It looped down in front of Gully, bouncing in front of George Balderson.
The first runs of the morning, if you remember, that 4 from Moores off his bat handle, and I thought, oh crikey, it's going to be a minefield. Sort of the only ball that's misbehaved all morning.
2 balls left for Luke Wells. A little yelp from Wells as he releases the ball, and Moores goes back and plays it safely to the onside for no run.
Don't think he's managed to ensure this would be the final over. I make it this about 2 minutes to go, and there's only 1 ball left.
Get 1 more in from Croft. And Moore's going back and across and just playing it safely away and into the offside for no run. So another one negotiated nicely by Moores and by James. They'll look forward to batting this afternoon, these two for Nottinghamshire. 229 for 5. Lead of 333 runs. It's 12:29, so time to squeeze 1 more over him.
Not lead by 333. That's what Warwickshire chased down here to win right at the start of the season, way back in April. The last day run chase, successful one for the Bears. Does seem as if, well, Lancashire are going to need more already. Obviously they would need 334 if there's no more runs added, but every possibility that there'll be a few added. 229 for 5 is the score. Final over of the session. Can't remember how many overs we were on at the start of the morning, so I've momentarily forgotten how many overs we will have had in this session, but it'll be round about the 30 over mark, I'm sure, as usual. Lyndon James gets a single here, driving into the offside. And Nottinghamshire, who began the morning on 2-3-1 in front, and now 334 in front. Moores blocks this one, his second highest score of the season. 63 not out, made 62 at New Road. Halfway through the final over. Next one's worked away on the leg side. It may well be that I'm going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second, but if you can stay tuned, those of you following on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, because Kevin Howells will pick up during the interval. If you want to listen to his lunchtime and you're following on the BBC Sport website and app, Kevin Howells is here at Trent Bridge, as you will have heard. 2:30 for 5. So I am going to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second, and then I'll update this session in a moment. Croft bowling, and this is steered into the offside. And that is the session. So very quickly, those of you listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, I'll hand back to Kevin Howells. And those of you listening on the BBC Sport website and app, thanks for your company this morning. Nottinghamshire 230 for 5. Nottinghamshire leading by 334. Normally we run through the wickets that have fallen in the session, but crikey, what a session for Notts. No wickets have fallen. 230 for 5. It was 127 for 5. Here is that radio update. I'm expecting a huge round of applause in just a second, because the two Nottinghamshire not-out batsmen just making their way towards the pavilion. They've battered through the session here together. Here is that round of applause. As I say, Lyndon James is 66 not out, Tom Moore's 63 not out. If there was a defining session in this match, we might just have seen it, because Nottinghamshire now lead by 334 overall. They're 230 for 5. This match has still got all day tomorrow and 2 full sessions here to run. Notts in such a strong position, leading by 334, thanks largely to these two youngsters making their 50s this morning and still together. At lunch, Nottinghamshire lead by 334, 230 for 5. So Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle here from BBC Radio Nottingham, welcoming you to the second session of this third day of the LV County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire here at Trent Bridge. What a morning for Nottinghamshire. The two overnight batsmen, Lyndon James and Tom Moores, are still together, undefeated. A session for Nottinghamshire which produced 103 runs, yet no wickets at all for the visiting side, Lancashire. That means Notts, with a lunchtime score of 230 for 5 overall in the game, lead by 334. I guess the bad news for Notts is that the wicket seems to be playing pretty well, and they know obviously to win this game they're going to have to bowl Lancashire out. I'm guessing this will be the 2-hour session, assuming wickets don't go clatter, clatter, clatter. This will be the 2-hour session where Notts look to try and up the ante, get to more than a 400-run lead, and then start to have a bowl at Lancashire. They know they'll need a little bit of time to bowl them out. They've got plenty of time, really. Full day tomorrow and what's left of today once the end of the innings comes. But this session, I think we'll just see by the end of it. I expect to say I'll be surprised if Lancashire aren't batting, and then becomes the real challenge for the visitors as to whether they're going to be able to build a substantial stand at the top of the order, get one or two set batsmen and potentially pull off what right now would seem to be an unlikely victory, or whether they're able to bat through maybe 4 and a bit sessions and get the draw. We'll have to see. A lot of cricket ahead of us. 5 Live Sports Extra were with us all through the morning session. I understand Kevin Howells is just going to flip it round a little bit over the first part of the afternoon session and take in 1 or 2 other games. So that leaves myself and the young man, hopefully suitably refreshed, to my right, with what I think was described as a bushy beard earlier when I was off commentary.
Yeah,
it's Scott Reed.
It's not that bushy, is it?
No,
Really?
well,
it's about the.
I was at the back of the box. I had a little look at my photograph that I'd taken of you from the front of the box. Is that bushy?
It's about as bushy as I can get it, anyway.
Go on, crack on then with the afternoon session.
Luke Wells in and bowling, and forward goes James, and that just goes past the outside edge and through to George Lavelle.
Nice lunch, long queue.
No, it was quite short today. Oh. And I was chatting to a Nottinghamshire member who was up in the top tier to our right for the morning session. As Wells is in and bowls to James. It's pushed out into the offside. Ooh. And burst through the fingers of Rob Jones. So it's 1 run, the first one of the afternoon session at 2:31 for 5 now. And she was looking forward to a little bit of respite from the sun.
Yeah.
She's been a Nottinghamshire member for 40 years, she said. She's been coming here for that long, and even longer than that, before she was a fully fledged member. And she came down looking forward to a little bit of lunch and going to find somewhere in the shade this afternoon. Wells plays forward again. Moores, it beats the edge and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, I popped for a little comfort break during the interval, and my word, those cold water taps were getting a bit of a hammering. People washing their face, some beads on the forehead of a number.
Watts goes back and defends out into the offside, no run.
Very hot day out there, and as I say, lots were gulping down the cold water and washing their face and just generally trying to cool off.
Well, the Nottinghamshire supporters will have enjoyed the morning. The weather might have been a little bit too hot for them, but they've enjoyed what they've seen from their team and from these two. As Moores gets forward again, the ball just squirts off an edge. Nicely stopped by George Bobson in the gully, and there's no run.
I've not left my station hardly during the luncheon interval, and as such I was able to watch Luke Wood on the edge of the square with Graham Onions and Glenn Chappell out there, and he almost looked, to my eyes, good to go.
Wells to Moores, that's a forward push back towards the Lancashire bowler, and that is the end of the first over of the afternoon session. 2:31 for 5. Nottinghamshire lead by 335 runs.
Yes, that'd be good for Lancashire supporters if Luke Wood is fit to play a part, if required, between now and the end of the season. There's also another left armour bowling as well, who I didn't know who he was, but Obviously, I knew Luke Ward, and he was certainly sprinting in, having a bit of a bowl, like I say, and with the mitts on, Graham Onions and Glenn Chappell. But from this distance, looked to be firing nicely.
Well, that's encouraging news, isn't it, for Lancashire if he's close to a return to full fitness?
It's going to be Stephen Croft, so an all-spin approach from the visiting side after lunch. Croft bowls and Lyndon James lets it go through to the keeper. A reminder, we've had beyond 80 overs. This is the start of the 86th over, but the second new ball hasn't been taken. So still bowling with the old thing that the dogs chewed. This is pushed back to Stephen Croft, who makes a right meal of stopping that. He ended up on his back like a tortoise, frantically trying to turn over for a second. Stopped the ball, which is the main thing, but very inelegantly in doing it. Balls now, and a little bit of a flail from Lyndon James outside the off stump. It goes through to Lavelle, who whips off the bails, and there'll be a little hold up whilst they're replaced. Peter Hartley, the square leg umpire, comes in, and he's got 3/4 of the way there, and then, as always happens, gets so far to make the token effort, and then by that stage the wicketkeepers pop them back on, so he walks back again. So it's pushed back to the bowler. Is it Peter Hartley, I think it is, who Darren Gough calls Daisy from when he was a player? Some days he did it, and some days he didn't. As a bowler, 231 for 5, which is a good one. This is dropped on the leg side. It's almost up there with Fitz Hall, isn't it? The footballer. His nickname was One Size. You remember him?
I don't, but I quite like the nickname.
One Size Fits All.
Yeah, I quite like that.
You get that?
Yeah, I do. Even I get that.
Stephen Croft bowls, and Lyndon James defends. 86 overs have gone. James 67, Moores 63, and Nottinghamshire's overall lead is 3-3-5. Thanks to Peter. I think it's Peter Sargent. Yes, it was Peter Sargent, thank you, who told me that at the start of the day's play 52 overs in the innings had been bowled. Couldn't remember just before lunch. I was trying to work out how many overs we'd had. Lancashire's over rate is now +1, by the way. Heaven knows how you get to that, but there we are.
In comes Wells, and Moores goes back, pulls the ball out through mid-wicket. And Stephen Croft lurking out in the deep. Score moves on to 232 for 5. Moores to 64, the lead of 336 runs. I suppose there's been a bit of Wells and Croft, hasn't there, which might eat up a little bit of time.
Well-known firm of solicitors.
Yes. Here is Wells. And James will just push the ball up towards mid-on and jog through for a single.
Big court case on Corrie at the minute, isn't there?
Is there? Right.
I mean, is there? Doesn't everybody in your part of the world religiously watch?
I can honestly say, it must. I mean, I might have watched it as a kid with my parents.
They watch it every day.
Surprisingly not. No.
Big court case going on.
Right, okay.
Wells and Croft are defending.
Forward goes Moores in defence, and there's no run. 233 for 5.
We don't watch the London one. Well, I'm not that fussed. I certainly wouldn't tape it or catch up or whatever. But my good lady watches the Manchester one and the one on the farm.
Oh, this is a slash away by Moores beyond the reach of slip. Down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Dane Villas at first slip there on his back, slowly picking himself up, and the score moves on to 237 for 5. The lead of 341 runs.
You know what that is with them both on 68?
Oh, if it's a drink for the score or something? I can't remember now. What was it?
Well, yes, effectively. Pint for the marker.
Pint for the marker. That was it.
That's what they'd say if they were scoring a darts match in the old pub leagues. Pint for the marker.
Both on 68. Wells over the wicket. Left this time by Moores. Gathered by Lavelle. No run.
A couple of results this morning, weren't there, that just snuck in just before the lunch interval. Essex have defeated Gloucestershire, Kent have defeated Worcestershire.
Final ball for Wells. Stopped by Balderson rather at gully. And Moore just tried to rock back and slice the ball down towards third man. Stands there and rehearses that shot 2 or 3 times as well. End of the over 2-3-7 for 5.
What was on the menu today then? Did you reveal that?
Well, yes, it was a choice of, you could have a pasty of some description.
Oh,
I think it was meat and potato. There was fish again. I had fish yesterday. And then there was the two options of a chili con carne.
Oh yeah, I like a chili.
Or a vegetable chili con carne.
No, I like a chili.
Very nice.
Nothing. Oh, that's what you had then.
I went for the veggie one.
Did you?
I did. Yeah. A little bit of rice. And that the lady I was speaking to, she was a little concerned if it was too hot, the chili. So she had to just check with the chef, make sure it wasn't
just what you need.
Spicy one
on a 30-degree day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stephen Croft bowling. This one's tickled down to long leg for a single. 2-3-8 for 5. You might as well burn your throat as well as your forehead and your nose and your arms.
Nothing says 30 degrees like a chili con carne. It was very nice. It was lovely. I sat outside and ate it.
Did you?
I did. I went into the little seats here to the right.
Come in here, taking liberties.
It's outrageous, isn't it?
Moores is on strike. Croft round the wicket. He almost stops, doesn't he, at the crease, and then goes through with the shoulder and releases the ball. But there is a moment where he's almost suspended in animation. Another single taken. Point for the marker. 69 each. They're not exactly going neck and neck, although they have got 69 runs each, because Tom Moores has faced 125 balls, and this will be Lyndon James' 184th, and he defends that one. He was in obviously some time before Tom Moores, and last night he was very, very cautious, rightfully so. Did a smashing job. Notts just couldn't afford to lose any more wickets when this pair got together. 107 for 5, and he did put a high value on his wicket. Comes down the track and lofts this one away. Sick of being just tied down by Stephen Croft, and hits him for 4. He actually dragged that more towards deep mid-wicket than straight down the ground, when it would have been an emphatic blow, probably gone all the way. Dragged it a little bit, but gets 4 to go into the 70s. 73 not out, and it's closing in on first class best of 79 not out, so not far away.
Well, no, and he'd be eyeing up something a little bit better than that.
Don't.
Blimey, he's played well here.
Crikey, don't. Next ball short and worked away on the leg side, fielded by Balderson, and I'm sure Mum Julie is, if she's not here in the ground, will be watching the stream and listening to us. 243 for 5. If you can bear watch, even from this far away. He defends this one. 243 for 5 means the lead is 347. In the modern game, it does seem captains are sometimes a little bit extra cautious, don't they? But I wouldn't have thought you'd knock it on the head yet. You'd want to get to 400, wouldn't you? With this long left in the game.
Well, you would, and you want to give these two a chance to try and get 100.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Mullaney quite rightfully always says the teams come first. I can remember him declaring with Joe Clark 97 not out.
Stephen, outrageous.
It was overnight, as it turned out. Yorkshire batted through the final day, big centuries from Joe Root and Gary Ballance, and that was it. And he said, should have declared earlier perhaps, but there we are.
Stephen Mullaney, outrageous. Little nudge away by Tom Moores down towards backwards square leg for 1 run. He moves to 70. 244 for 5. A lead of 348.
But it is the way, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
348 is probably enough, but you want to make certain. And I think there's enough time left to bat most of this session, but maybe have 7 or 8 overs at Lancashire before tea, and sort of have two tilts at it with the new ball. It obviously depends how easily and quickly the runs come this afternoon.
Luke Wells with his leg spin. Forward goes James in defence. Smothers the ball out into the onside. Danny Lamb at mid-wicket fields, no run.
No, they may well go wicket, and suddenly it's not an issue. But if it is in Nottinghamshire's hands, I'm sure they'd want to have a little go before tea.
Goes back this time, plays it safely away through the offside to Rob Jones at extra cover. Scoops the ball up lobs it back to Wells. Wells off half a dozen paces, shuffles his way back in. A bit of loop this time, and James sweeps nicely down towards the boundary. Might get 4 for it. I think Bailey's chasing after it. We look towards the umpire. We can see the pictures on the live stream. It's been scooped up by Bailey, and they've in the end come back for. They run 2 in the end there. 2 to 75 to James. It's exactly 350 lead now. Wells in, plays forward, gets another run, just squirts down through backward square leg. Bailey jogs up. And James moves to 76. Brings Tom Moores on strike. Slowly, those watching on the stream will see Dane Villas reappear. There he is, in that first slip. Wells in. Perhaps a little extra bounce there. Moores plays it out into the offside, and there's no runs. That completes the over. 247 for 5 lead. 350 runs for Nottinghamshire. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture, and it's a balmy sunny day, and look at that lead. 351 runs.
Wonder what the Lancashire think tank are thinking, if we include the coaching staff and Dane Vilas during lunch. Clearly they've decided to come out, delay the taking of the second near ball. We'll bowl with the spinners, but I wonder just how long we'll go on like this, with the batsmen seemingly just, they're almost scoring at a steady enough rate without having to take too many risks, are they? Whether we will get to the stage where they decide, well, we better have a go at trying to get them out with the new ball, but we'll have to see. Oh, there's going to be a single taken, and Lyndon James on to 77, pushing it to mid-on. 248 for 5. So you know what, it just seems, I don't know. They've not looked particularly threatening, have they? Let's put it that way, as Croft bowls as yet. Of course, as soon as I say that, there'll be a wicket, but Moores helps this out for a single on the offside. 249 for 5. He's on to 71. Lyndon James 77, 353. Partnership of 142. Croft bowls, and James again happy to just defend. Kevin Howell's made a good point before lunch. They've not really looked to go hard at it, and if they have hit a boundary, they've quickly got back into watchful defensive mode a ball or two afterwards and made sure that they've kept their wickets intact. 249 for 5. Croft bowls, James deep in his crease, gets his 78th run, so within one of a best, and that's the 250 up. That's the ripple of applause. The lead is 354. It's almost one of those that they do clap, but not for any meaningful reason. Just a nodding acquaintance to 250. Of course, there's no bonus points in the second innings. Croft bowls, and Tom Moores gets a single as well. That was an over pretty much just where they took a single almost every ball, didn't they? And it was a little easy. I don't know, 251 for 5, 355. Perhaps the bowlers have given their all, the three seamers, and they've decided enough is enough. But you can't go on like this, I don't think, for an hour and a half and just let Notts take 4 or 5 and over without any real pressure. Or can you?
Well, I'm not quite sure what more Lancashire can do. I thought they bowled superbly to get themselves back into it yesterday. But these two batted superbly in the morning session. I think you just got to take your cap off to Moores and to James. There's Wells into Moores. Just turn that into the onside, just behind square for 1 run.
Well, quite some way, in case you're interested, from a record 6th wicket partnership for Notts against Lancashire. The holders of that are David Hussey and Mark Elam here at Trent Bridge in 2006. They put 226 on together. Good players, them two, aren't they? Hossey and Elam.
James gets forward and defends. It's fizzed in by Luke Wells. And there's no run. It's picked up at mid-wicket by Danny Lamb.
Lyndon James on strike, on 78. Lets this go unhindered into the gloves of wicket-keeper Lavelle. Richard asking the question I've just been mulling over there. What do you think Stephen Mullaney will set as a target? Pitch looks flat as. This is defended by James. Yeah, what do you think they'll go? 400 question mark, declare at T question mark. I was just mulling it, Richard. Depends how quickly they score, obviously, and where they are. I think they want top side of 400 if circumstances allow. Lyndon pushes this into the offside. Lyndon James, no run. But certainly if they were, and it's a way off, but if they were 420 in front, with a position they could bowl 7 or 8 overs at Lancashire before tea, then that would do for me. But we all read it differently. Lyndon Wells bowls, and like I say, Lancashire might have a say yet. Might just be able to knock over 2 or 3 quickly here. That's a decent enough over from Luke Wells. That's tightened things up. Lyndon James 78 not out. Tom Moore 73 not out. The lead 3-5-6. We've now had 91 overs. Dane Velas, the Lancashire captain, just there on the live stream, passing the time of day with Nick Cook. Square, very dry. That'll be grateful for a good old long drink over the days that follow this game. Next ball pushed down the ground for a single. I think this period of late summer only likely to last for another day or so, and they say there might be a bit of rain about towards the back end of the week. I don't know if that applies to all the country. Full toss hit away by Tom Moores. Got hold of that one on the leg side. I've lost the flight, but got a good connection on that. In fact, it's signalled as a 4, so that's why I lost the flight of it. It clearly didn't go as high as maybe I thought or Tom Moores intended. But he made sure it was a full toss coming at Stephen Croft and hitting it away deep mid-wicket for the left-hander. That's down towards the larger of the 2 screens here at Trent Bridge. 256 for 5. Moore's one behind. He's on 77. Here's Croft. Bowls again, and this is just blocked on the leg side. The lead 360. It was 2-3-1 at the start of the day, so they've not offered much today for Lancashire. Moores plays this on the leg side. Velas doing the fielding. No run. One more match here, of course. The last match of the season in a fortnight's time, Notts against Yorkshire. How crucial will that be for one or both the sides? Time it's defended. 256 for 5. Next week, Notts are at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire. Lancashire at Taunton. And it will be Yorkshire playing Warwickshire at Headingley. Next ball hit down the ground for 4 by Moores. That's the 150 partnership, and again he got to it on the full. 2 boundaries in the over, and the 2 batsmen touch gloves. They know it's the 150 partnership. 153 from 295 balls. Tom Moore's on to 80 or 81 out of this partnership. Lyndon James 69 out of this partnership. And for Nottinghamshire cricket lovers, I know that's probably only half of our audience, but for Nottinghamshire cricket lovers, this has been a partnership to absolutely savour a late birthday present for Tom Moores, who was 25 the day before the game started. Lyndon James 22 not out. Going to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. We've got a little bit of Girls Aloud and Love Machine in our ears. Obviously very, very sad news this week, the news of Sarah Harding. Very, very sad. 260 for 5. Luke Wells to bowl, bring Scott in a second. Once we've done this, a little push and run. Well, normally we enjoy watching runs and wickets when we come to the cricket, but Nottinghamshire supporters won't bemoan the fact they've not seen a single wicket go down all day today because Tom Moores and Lyndon James are still together at the crease. 261 for 5 is the Nottinghamshire score in the second innings, so that's an overall lead over Lancashire here of 365. At some point, Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, has got to think about how many he wants, how long will he need to bowl Lancashire out. This game, of course, finishes tomorrow, so lots of time left in the game. But special credit at the moment to Tom Moores, who's 81 not out, and Lyndon James, who currently sits on his career best score of 79 not out. Notts 261 for 5, leading by 365.
Thank you, Dave. Now it's time for part 3 of the meal deal. We spoke to this lady earlier in the years.
Here's Wells around the wicket to Moores. Just ease down through gully, but for no run. 81 now for Tom Moores. 365 in front. Nottinghamshire hold all the cards here as to how they see this afternoon progressing. Wells in again. Just flicked away through backwards square leg for a single. 82 to Tom Moores. 262 for 5.
What's your favourite card game? Play cards?
Not really, no.
It's never really been a major part of my life either. Gone away on a holiday, the missus always takes a deck of cards. You play cards? What should we play? I don't know. What do you know? I don't know.
Wells to James, and that's play back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. 262 for 5.
Should we play trumps? What's trumps? I don't know, but other people play trumps. Why can't you be like normal people and know what card game? I don't know. I've never played cards really. 262 for 5.
I've played rummy a little bit.
Yeah,
I've played that a few times.
You know, back in the Air Force as a late teenager, early 20s, a gang of lads in the barracks together or whatever, you'd have the odd game. But I can't remember what we played. They'd have all sorts of fancy names, and there'd be pennies in a pot, and to get a little silly, and somebody would bet a lot of money, and then everybody say, well, I'm not playing anymore. And it just, I don't know. It's never really been a major part of the Bracegirdle life. As Croft bowls all runs, 4 of them for Tom Moores. A little fortunate. Had there been a second slip there, might have been bringing him into the picture, but there wasn't, and it's been flashed away past Luke Wells, who's the only slip there. He had no chance, and Moores on to 86, just running away from Lyndon a little bit now. He's got a lead of 7 over his batting partner, and 266 for 5, a lead of 370. Next ball worked away behind square by Tom Moores on the leg side for a single. 267 for 5.
They can be quite competitive, can't they, within cricket teams? The card score.
Yes, yeah. Back of the coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's other ways of losing your money than on whether it's an ace or a 2. It's just pushed down the ground. 267 for 5. Nigel says let these two get their centuries and then declare. Well, if they did, 21-34, yeah, the lead would be just over 400. Down the leg side, and that's going to be helped away, and Lyndon James now goes on to his career best. He's into the 80s for the first time in first-class cricket, and Julie, if you are listening, go and have a walk around the block, and we'll catch up when you come back. Because this is going to be, for all followers of Lyndon James, all those that have supported him this far in his career, is this going to be the day? 83 not out, 271 for 5. That was down the leg side, whether Croft was trying to bowl for a stumping or whatever. In fact, he had more chance from that one because Lavelle took it and whipped off the bails. 271 for 5. 83 to Lyndon James, 87 to Tom Moores. Partnership of 164 and the lead 375. Next ball is defended. Certainly I don't think it's the end of the over. I don't think Notts are all that interested in bowling in the middle of a session. They wouldn't want, you know, the bowlers to be out for an hour or so and then the tea break and then have to do it again. They just want a short, sharp burst, you'd imagine, before tea of 7, 8, 9 overs maybe. If that's, you know, the captain's thinking, that's sort of what I'd be sort of aiming at if they have got over 400, and then then they'd be able to do it again after tea, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Sort of two tilts at it. But we'll see.
We will. It's Stephen Mullane, the skipper there. He wants to give these two the best possible chance, especially, of course, Lyndon James, who's not had a ton before. This is up and over gully and down towards the wide third man boundary. It's a bit of a slash, really, from Moores, but he gets 4 for it. And he moves into the 90s. 91 not out. 275 for 5. Still 53 overs left today and a full day tomorrow. There's no concerns with the weather. The forecast is like it is today. Another belting day. So there's no issues with kind of weather concerns or anything like that. So plenty of time left. And Nottinghamshire captain knows that he can afford to give these two some time to reach their individual landmarks. Ball's been sanitised. Back in the hand of Luke Wells. Over number 10 for him. To Moores, who plays a little forward press. Just that one slip. Hands on his knees there, Dane Vellas, the Lancashire captain. Past umpire Hartley and forward in defence. And there's no run. Barely unmoved, Villas. He's still just leaning over, hands on his knees. Not getting upright in between deliveries. Well, I'm down here, I might as well stay.
Yeah.
Forward goes Moores.
Bit weary, the old lad. Saving his strength for his batting effort, Dane Villas.
I guess you're going to need a bit of a monumental effort with the bat today and tomorrow. Slash to extra cover for 4. Walks away towards square leg. Collar tucked up just underneath his helmet. Moores driving through the offside for 4 runs. Takes him to 95. Not out. 279 for 5. It's the final ball of the 95th over. Wells says I'm going to go around the wicket instead to over the wicket instead to Moores. Just gets on the front foot and he'll be on strike as well. 4 runs away from his ton. He's 96 not out, and it's 280 for 5, and the lead is 384 runs.
So he's equalled his season's best. He was 96 not out against Durham. First match of the season when the last 2 wickets went down at the other end, so denied the opportunity of a century then. Thought he looked good. I made several references to it down at Taunton. Thought he played very nicely down there, but it was overshadowed a little bit by at the other end. Liam Patterson-White was batting like Brian Lara. It really was a terrific knock from Patterson-White, who's doing next. Tom Moore sort of went under the radar a little bit in that lengthy partnership down there, but his 46 was useful, but just a precursor to this one. He's just putting on a little bit of spray, I think. In fact, no, he's putting it on his hands. I was going to say he's putting a bit of spray on his arms against the sun, but no, he's putting it on his hands. So I don't know what that does. He's popping his inners on and then his batting gloves. So I don't know what sort of spray you put on your hands. No idea. But let's hope it's the sort of spray that brings him 4 more runs. 280 for 5 is the score, a lead of 384. Tom Moores has 2 first-class centuries under his belt. Lyndon James is already in uncharted territory, 83 not out. Tom Moores with a ton at Taunton in 2018 when he made 103, and here in 2020 against Yorkshire he made 106. Crumb of comfort for Lancashire. Both his previous centuries have come in losing matches, so there we are. You know, players tell me it doesn't mean the same. Your first one obviously is always special, but it doesn't mean the same if you score 100 in a losing cause. I'm sure they always tell you that as well in interview.
It's all about the team.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a proper knock, and from both of them, and it's a great partnership. This,
yeah.
I just think the way they played last night was just as impressive, if not more impressive, than the way they've played today. What they did last night has allowed them to do this today. I think they've been terrific.
Came together at the end of the 43rd over. We've now had 95. It's going to be Stephen Croft bowling to Tom Moores, and in the last over twice Moores got forward to make it a full toss from Stephen Croft and punched them both away for fours. So a little bit of protection being posted by Stephen Croft. Here is the Lancashire bowler, 2 Moores, and he's going to get there in ones. He tickles it away on the leg side for a single to move to 97. And why wouldn't you? If
can't give it away now.
No, if there are boundary riders out there, don't be silly and hit it up in the air to give one of them a chance, bring them into play. What does it matter if it takes you another 10 minutes and 3 singles? He's on to 97, and the same with Lyndon James, who's on at 83. Here's Croft bowling to Lyndon, and that's it. He's happy to block as well.
And because of the sizable first innings lead that Nottinghamshire are able to have 104 runs, it just takes the time pressure away from these two. There's not that urgency to get to 100.
Next ball outside the off stump, a bit of a loose cut from Lyndon. It's fairly wide of the off peg, could so easily have feathered it through to Lavelle, but didn't. Lancashire's best period in the game, I guess, was when they reduced Notts from 211 for 3 to 230 for 8. They really came roaring back in the first useful runs, and with Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson, single taken by Lyndon James, moves him to 84, 282 for 5, and this might be the opportunity. But again, he doesn't have any great urgency or need to have any great urgency. 3 singles might do it, Tom. There's Stephen Croft bowling 2 Moores, drives into the offside. I guess when he made his Lancashire debut, Tom Moores, would Stephen Croft have been his skipper? Probably would have been that 2016 season. I think that was the reason they brought him in, wasn't it? Because Croft was doing about 5 jobs. Next one's put. Well, he was skippering and batting and bowling and doing everything, the lad. It's the end of the over, 282 for 5. 96 overs have gone in the innings, so a full 16 overs have elapsed since Lancashire decided not to take the second new ball, and they still haven't taken it. 282 for 5. Luke Wells to continue. This pair of spinners have operated together since the afternoon session began.
Just check. I think he was captain. Yeah, I think he was. There's Wells to James. Oh, a little step down the pitch and goes for a big shot over mid wicket. He gets 1 run for it, but if his mum's watching the stream, the heart might have skipped a beat for a second there. The lad dancing down the pitch on 84 not out, moves to 85. He gets 1 for it.
I thought he'd properly got hold of that, but again he dragged it on the leg side. When he tried to dance down the track to Croft 3 or 4 overs ago, he dragged 1 to the mid-wicket boundary. So his straight hitting's not been as clean as he would like at this time. So Moores on 97 works this one to mid-wicket, no run. 283 for 5. Thought as well, I'm sure, for Peter Moores watching here, still be a proud father, and I'm sure Karen, his mum, will be watching on the live stream. Big supporter of Tom and what he's done in his career. Works this to square leg. Dane Vilas doing the fielding. Again, if you're a keen follower and supporter of Tom Moores, you'll be encouraging him to get over the line. I know Chris Morley's a huge Tom Moores fan. He'll be watching on, and he's come down the track and he's hit this one out onto the leg side and he's gone. He's been caught in the deep for 97. Oh dear, what a shame. To a fine innings. Stephen Croft with the diving catch low down off Luke Wells, and Tom Moores throws his head back in disappointment. What an innings he's played, a really good innings, but I'm afraid he's not going to reach three figures for the third time in his career. He's lofted it out onto the deep mid-wicket fence, and Stephen Croft judged it nicely and has taken the catch. And Luke Wells with the wicket. Faced 154 balls, hit 18 fours, getting a great ovation. But he'll obviously be disappointed, but at the same time, when he reflects on it, he'll be very, very proud for playing alongside Lyndon James as part in a partnership which might just help Notts get to their second win in this end of season group stage. Raising his bat aloft, and so he should. Be proud, Tom. That was a fine innings.
Yes, it was. It was a brilliant knock from Tom Moores. It's a shame for him to fall 3 runs short of a deserved century, but he's played his part in an excellent partnership between himself and Lyndon James. And certainly wouldn't have begrudged Tom Moores going on to get 3 figures. It was a very little celebration, obviously, from Stephen Croft, who, as you mentioned, skippered Tom Moores when he was at Lancashire. It was an excellent 97. Shame he couldn't go on and convert it to 3 figures. It would have been richly deserved, but a very, very well accomplished, well put together innings. Started last night, batting sensibly, reined all his kind of attacking instincts in, played the occasion, played the situation last night, got Nottinghamshire to the close of play. There was a sense that Lancs had done well to kind of bowl themselves back into the game to a degree last night. And those two knew that, well, without another wicket to concede last night, come back tomorrow, hot day, bat well, and all that sense that Lancashire are back in the game quickly evaporates, and Moores played his part brilliantly in that, in doing that.
Well, talking of centuries, there's a man who completed his first last week, and that really was a superb effort down at Taunton. Liam Patterson-White didn't last long in the first innings in this match. In and out fairly quickly. What did he make? Just 6. Danny Lamb dismissing him. A catch by Rob Jones. Could do with him just steadying the ship and seeing Lyndon through to whatever milestone might come his way. He defends this one. A wicket for Luke Wells. Not been too many of those for Luke Wells. It's not his first for Lancashire, is it?
No.
283 for. In fact, he got one in the first innings, didn't he? Next ball worked away on the leg side for a single. End of the over, a successful one. Luke Wells, 11 overs, 1 for 37.
Yes, he got Tom Moores LBW for 12 in the first innings.
Got him twice in the game. Crikey. Mandy Clark actually was telling me not to tempt fate, so I presume it was me. Oh, anyway. Anthony says, talking of Yorkshire earlier, who will be available for them for their last fixture against Notts? Well, we don't know, but Root, Bairstow, Milan might come into it. And also, what about Jake Ball? Any chance he might be available for Notts? Not as I understand it. I don't think Jake will be available again this season, sadly.
And Stephen Croft to Lyndon James. All eyes on James now, as he moves up to 86 not out, and scored to 284 for 6. A lead of 388 runs.
What's the partnership? 176? Something of that order, yeah. 176 for the 6th wicket.
Croft around the wicket, worked off the pads by Patterson-White, through square leg for a single.
.176 they put on in 53.4 overs, whatever that is. They were watchful last night. They played with an increased tempo today.
The run here for Lyndon James, just worked away across the pads through mid wicket for 1 run.
87 not out.
Middlesex at Hove, 563 for 4. Sam Robson out today for 253. Good grief.
Croft in for Lancashire balls. Clipped up to mid-on, but for no run.
It's bordering on cruelty, isn't it? 563 for 4.
It is a little. Been a bit of a brutal couple of days for the young Sussex bowlers. Stephen Croft fizzes one in to Patterson White off the back foot and forcing away through the offside for no run. Just looking at the partnerships in this Nottinghamshire second innings, Slater and Duckett 51 for the first wicket. Duckett North East 20, North East and Clark 14, Clark and James 17, James and Mulaney 5, and then that big partnership between James and Moores. Is this an edge? It is. It's beyond the reach of slip. Went to his right. Luke Wells at first slip and down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, went between the keeper and first slip. That's not ideal, is it? Neither of them got their hand on it. Lavelle didn't go for it, and by the time Wells dived, I don't really think he had any chance just looking at the replay. He was just a little wider than where a conventional first slip position would be, and it was flashed past the keeper. No real chance. Close in there. 290 for 6. Liam Patterson White underway with his first boundary. He's on to 5. Lyndon James 87. 290 for 6. Had 98 overs in this innings. The lead 394. Here is Luke Wells bowling to Lyndon James, and that's come off the keeper's gloves and flipped off a bail. I don't think it was a stumping, was it? I think it bounced off Lavelle onto the stumps, and cheekily asked if there was a possibility that Lyndon James had raised his back foot, but he hadn't. Next ball is defended on the leg side. I wonder if that would have been a stumping or a run out, because as I saw it, he didn't actually whip off a bail. It rebounded off the keeper onto the stumps. Would that have been a
run out? Maybe, yeah, because he's not gone into it with his gloves with the ball in.
I'm sure somebody will tell me we're wrong, but that's just our interpretation. 290 for 6. I think every day is a learning day, but every day there's one. Well, I'm not entirely sure about. I wonder if that's it. We always have those issues, don't we? We're not entirely certain. It's usually with regards to the over 8. This is pushed back to the bowler Luke Wells, who's into his 12th over now. No maidens, 1 for 37. Giacomo Agostini roaring past the ground on his new Harley Davidson. Other motorbikes are available. Crikey.
Who's he? Jackie?
Next one is Cut Away. A long time ago, he was a famous motorcyclist, wasn't he? Giacomo Agostini. 290 for 6. Wells only off a couple of paces. Tall man, bowls, and it'll drop onto the leg side. Lyndon James was looking for a single, can't get it. Might have been Luke Wells' first maiden. Let's just have a look. Yeah, one just drops into the column under the big letter M. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37 for Luke Wells.
I used to always enjoy Ask the Umpire. Remember that on TMS when they used to get John Holder in, didn't they? And you could ask questions, weird and wonderful cricketing quirks. And they always have an answer for a bizarre cricketing moment, an explanation. Here's Patterson White playing forward to cross. First delivery. Played into the offside for no run.
Alan, clearly a Lancashire fan, saying he didn't see a replay there. He said a little bit more that it's very Notts-centric in what they show on the replays.
This is flicked up to mid-on for no run. 290 for 6.
don't necessarily think that's the case, Alan. I've watched lots of Notts replays on the live stream. I wasn't looking for a replay.
Forward goes Patterson White, defends, no run.
Not always easy to pick up the catches on the boundary, are they? I'm sure they'll have played it, and if they haven't, I'm sure it will feature at some stage, because all the highlights get put into various packages by both clubs. But yeah, you'll see Notts wickets. I've watched lots of them and moaned and groaned as they've tumbled. Single taken by Liam Patterson-White. Of course, Lancashire haven't managed to split up the right-hand, left-hand combination by dismissing Tom Moores, because they've got another lefty out there. 291 for 6, but I'll pass that info on, Alan.
Well, it's an excellent streaming service that Nottinghamshire provide. Shame about the quality of the commentary, but the pictures look terrific. Croft to James, just tries to sweep the ball. Has he got a little something on it? Oh, he has, yeah. It's come off the bat. He gets a run. Oh, no, he hasn't. Is that a late signal for a bye? It was. Blimey, Nick Cook, he left that one late.
Yeah, I think Stephen Croft had to sort of say, did he hit that on?
292 for 6. Croft again. It's pushed up to mid-on. Bailey Fields. And there's no run. Is that the end of the over? It is. We've had exactly 100 overs now. Well, the Nottinghamshire second innings. So 48 left in the day's play. Be half an eye on that for Stephen Mullaney. Full day tomorrow. The forecast is great, but he's got his talented young batsman out there on 87, and you want to give him the best chance to try and get another 13 runs for be a first century for him.
Of course, when we did the commentary for the Blast game at Old Trafford this year, we actually sat in the same room as the production crew, and my word, it was like being at Mission Control in Houston. There were screens everywhere. Really don't realise and appreciate people cutting replays and feeding it and directing the camera crews and what have you. It really is a top-notch job these production crews do up around the country to bring you the county cricket coverage. 292 for 6. We're not in the same room here. Basically, Kirsty wouldn't have me in the same room as this one's hit down the ground. And there's a single. No, there isn't. Luke Wells stops it. 292 for 6. Lyndon James down on 87. That's an unlucky number in Australia, isn't it? That's their 13, bizarrely, for those down under. I think 13 short of 100 is an unlucky number. I've not got my head around that one either. Chops this one into the offside, and we'll get a single out to villain of the piece, Stephen Croft, because he caught Tom Moores on the boundary. Did well. 293 for 6. Liam Patterson-White is on strike, so still to come, or just to come now. We've got Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, the three bowlers. In an ideal scenario, I don't think Stephen Mullaney would want his three bowlers out there herring up and down, pinching singles and running twos and threes before the shift that they've got ahead of them, with the onus on those three to bowl Lancashire out. Leg spinner edged past the slip again. Second time Liam Patterson-White has done this, and he's now on 10. 2 edges past first slip for 4. 297 for 6, and the lead is beyond 400. First one was from the bowling of Stephen Croft past Luke Wells, and now Luke Wells, the unlucky bowler, it's edged past. In fact, we've got Tom Bailey in there at slip. It went quickly past him and ran away for 4. Lead over 400. They're going to swap their slip cord, and I think Tom Bailey's just said, hang on, what am I doing here at first slip? And Dane Vilas said, yeah, what are you doing at first slip? You come and swap with me. So the captain's in there catching. Wells bowls. Patterson-White cuts it off his stumps. Went to cut it, he's ended up playing it up to mid-off. There's an update for local radio. Heartbreak for Tom Moores. He's just been dismissed for 97. A partnership between him and Lyndon James of 176 was broken when Moores, going to reach the landmark in one hit, holed out to Stephen Croft on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a really disappointed young man marched off 3 short of what would have been his 3rd century. Notts are in a strong position here, very strong position. In fact, they're 405 in front. Lyndon James, he's 88 not out, so he's closing in on what would be a maiden century. Notts currently 301 for 6. Nice reverse hit, a switch hit for Liam Patterson-White. His 3rd boundary, I think his most conventional, even though it was a switch hit. It's the first one that's gone, I think, where he intended it to go. 2 nicks through slip for 4, and then a reverse for 4. 301 on the board. Wells bowls, he'll push this into the offside, and there's no run. 405 is the lead. We're just past the halfway stage in this 3rd day in terms of overs. There's 47 overs remaining, so 96 tomorrow. 143 overs remain in the match. We've had 101 overs in this innings, and we've had 21 more than this particular cricket ball might have been expecting. Not that a cricket ball can be expecting a period of duty. In fact, I think it's been changed 2 or 3 times during the course of the innings. The ball has been changed, but certainly Lancashire, at least for the time being, not wanting a brand new ball to bowl at Nottinghamshire. 301 for 6. Here is Lyndon James, and he defends this one. Just maybe if and when they get down to the bowlers, if that comes about quickly, he might just, this is Dane Velas I'm talking about, he might just take the 2nd new ball just to see if they can knock over Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher, Dane Patterson quickly with the 2nd new ball. We'll have to see. Croft bowls, and this one's defended by Lyndon James. 88 not out. He's scoring first-class cricket for Lyndon. Faced 223 deliveries. Next ball works it away. This will be his 89th run, a single on the leg side. Came in at number 5 in the order in the 28th over when Sam Northeast was dismissed. It was 85 for 3 then. 302 for 6 now. Patterson-White back on strike. 5 fielders on the offside, including a slip. Bowles, and Patterson-White drives handsomely through extra cover. Going to be a little bit of work to do out on the ropes for Josh Bohannon, and 2 more runs to LPW. Liam Patterson-White. 304 for 6, leader 408.
Quite like an abbreviation like that, especially for a long name.
It's when you get LPW out, LBW.
Oh, that's going to be very confusing.
Next ball from Croft. Clips this down the ground, and I've dropped my pen. We'll find it. There it is. Oh dear.
That's a long way down for you, wasn't it?
Oh dear, old age. There was some creaking done there.
It was. Surprised you got back up.
304 for 6. I've ricked my back. Just bending down to pick the pen up. Croft around the wicket and bowls, and it's worked on the leg side. And they'll take a single now. I think they thought Dane Velas was going to cut it off. I thought Dane Velas thought he was going to cut it off, but he didn't, and they just effectively walked through for a single, and it was pushed beyond the Lancashire skipper. So LPW will keep strike. 305 for 6. During lunch, I've thrown away about. And this has been a great loss for me this summer. We've not had scorecards here. We've got scorecards for this match. We've actually had that many that during lunch I've actually thrown away about 27 that we've got partially written on, and obviously on the first day names added and crossed out and whatever. So if for a token of your week at Nottingham, Scott, you want any, they're all in the bin now. all those scorecards over the first 3 days that we've all partially written on and then discarded for a fresher one.
I quite like every morning we arrive and there's a freshly printed one that's bang up to date. It's worked away off the hip by Patterson White for one run out through square leg.
Yeah, they're rarely seen, the scorecard fairy. They come in the middle of the night.
It's magically appear from nowhere. 306 for 6. James, 89 not out. Luke Wells on from the pavilion end. He has bowled unchanged since lunch, and indeed that spell leading up to lunch. Comes down the pitch to him this time, just a half a step. Plays it safely along the ground towards mid-on for a single.
Oh dear. Don't think I should say anything at all now about Lyndon James.
No, maybe we should just both remain quiet. Aside from the fact he's batted beautifully for his 90 so far.
Oh, there you are, you've said it.
Oh. This is jabbed away by Patterson White out to extra cover for no run. 411 is the lead that Nottinghamshire have got. Wells twirls in. Oh, that's a swing from Patterson White. It deflects down towards third man. And a throw comes in and it's gone for a bye, so nothing on that. So we'll just move on by the addition of one run. 308 for 6. Patterson White remains on 18. It brings Lyndon James on strike once more. Wells over the wicket to James, who's playing and missing with the keeper just asking the question as to whether there was a little thin edge as he went forward to try and drive the ball away, but umpire Peter Hartley not interested.
You'd think he'd know, wouldn't you, George Lavelle? I mean, he's very close to the action, the wicket-keeper there.
There was one in the test match the other day, wasn't there? Once it's in, that's played into the offside for no run. It's the end of the over, 308 for 6. It may have been Pujara who was given out caught behind, and he was amazed he'd hit it.
Oh yeah.
And I think England reviewed it,
yeah,
and they found the little snick on the bat, but you could tell that had he been given out on the field, he would have reviewed it himself. He was that convinced he'd not hit it.
I think it was a right-hander.
Was it? Okay.
I don't know about that.
You could be right. I can't.
Yeah.
But you know which one I'm referring to. Yeah, it was a.
Might have been Rowett in the first. Anyway,
It was off Jimmy, wasn't it? It was Jimmy was bowling.
I think it was a right-hander. Anyhow, no reviews here. Crikey, will the day ever come when we have reviews in county cricket? I don't know. 308 for 6. Often pose the question: will we ever have free hits in the county championship? This is steered into the offside, and there's no run. Liam Patterson White on strike. I just think it's almost gone on too long that bowlers, particularly spinners, still bowl no balls. It's crazy. It's crackers down the leg side. Now, did Patterson White get a tickle on this, or is this going to be byes or leg byes or what could be anything? In fact, it's signalled as run, so a little tickle down the leg side. Yeah, we see spinners up and down the country coming off 3 paces and no ball. Now, how on earth can you overstep but punish them by a free hit as well? And like in white ball cricket, it might be totally eradicated one day. 312 for 6. That's not me canvassing for it. It's certainly me canvassing though for bowlers to stay behind the line. That's why the line's there. Don't give the opposition an extra ball and 2 runs. This one's defended by Patterson White. Mandy says, please don't say anything at all about Lyndon James. Do not tempt fate. Stephen Croft bowling to Patterson White down the leg side, and well, another run for Nottinghamshire behind the keeper. This time it is a bye. Tried to sweep that on the full and missed it, and so did George Lavelle. 313 for 6. You know, despite all that, I looked up there. With it being a bye, expecting to see the extras be about 30 odd, because it just seemed as if there'd been quite a number of leg byes certainly, and other extras, a few byes now totalling up as the right-hander for Nottinghamshire gets another run. but only 8 extras in the innings. So well done, Lancashire. Disciplined performance in that regard. 314 for 6. Although sometimes you can't do an awful lot about the leg byes, can you? 91 and 22, the 2 batsmen respectively, and Patterson White back on strike. Next ball sees him push it back to the bowler, and a little bit of spin on that as it made its way back to Stephen Croft. End of the 104th over, 44 to go in the day.
It's with Dave Fulton on commentary for the Kent-Lancashire match earlier this season, and there were 2 Lancashire players edging towards centuries, Luke Wood and Danny Lamb. One of the 2 Lancashire supporters were saying something similar, don't talk about it too much. And I've got to agree with Dave Fulton, who said on air, what we say in the commentary box has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on outside. There is no tempting fate or anything like that with what we say.
Well, that's Emerson's stance as well.
Oh, is it? Is he on that view?
Emerson.
Right, okay.
No such thing as a commentator's curse.
Yes, that's it, yeah. Well, that's what Dave Fulton was saying as well.
As is me there with my feet up off the ground on 2-2-2 or whatever it may be. He knows nothing. He knows nothing. There was a wicket on 111 in this game. Ask Rob Jones. Ask Lancashire's Rob Jones about the commentator's curse. He was out with a score on 111 in this innings. He'll tell you. That's the only reason he got out when he did. Not missing any cricket. A hand sanitising break. Where are we in terms of time? We've had just over an hour of the afternoon session. Notts have lost a wicket today. They began the day 127 for 5. And that was a lead of just 2-3-1. Wondered perhaps if Lancashire had a good opening half an hour, 45 minutes, if they might only be chasing 250, 260. But wow, Nottinghamshire supporters certainly couldn't have dreamed how well the day had gone up to this point. Lead by 4-1-8. Richard Eggleston said young Tommy had a bit of a rush of blood, looked very assured up until then. Kevin Hand tweeting. He's the BBC London commentator who must have been a bad lad in a previous life because he has to follow Middlesex about. He's down at Hove, Sussex, and he just tweeted an ice cream that the media team, can you get this? The media team at Sussex have just brought Kevin Hand and Adrian Harms a nice ice cream to enjoy in the commentary box as it's such a hot day. That's the media team down at Sussex bringing the commentators an ice cream. Did you hear me say that? That's the media team. 314 for 6.
We got scones yesterday.
You had one scone.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want one and made it clear from the start I didn't want one. And your second one was gobbled up this morning.
It was actually, yeah. Not seen Kevin for a while. I hope he's feeling okay.
Not seen an ice cream for a while. Or the media team, to be fair. Are the two connected?
There's Luke Wells to Lyndon James. His back tries to pull the ball, but doesn't make contact with it. Just deflects a yard or two back down the pitch. George Lavelle comes from behind the stumps to field. And there's no run. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover, backward point, one slip. Luke Wells for Lancashire, over the wicket, balls. Down the pitch he comes, hits it over mid-off. Does he clear mid-off? He might be caught here. He is. And he's out for 91. It's a fabulous innings, but he doesn't reach 3 figures. He's been caught at wide mid-off. And Lyndon James departs, caught by Bohannon off the bowling of Wells. And Nottinghamshire lose their 7th wicket, 314 for 7. Well battered, Lyndon James. You played your part in a wonderful partnership with Tom Moores, who also fell in the 90s. It's not to be a century today for you. I'm certain there's one just around the corner. Wonderful knock. 91 off 230 deliveries, 13 fours. He batted for 291 minutes.
Perhaps as well I wasn't on commentary saying how well he was going, or I'd be feeling absolutely awful. Well battered, Lyndon. Terrific stuff from the young man. It will come, it will happen, and it'll be all the sweeter when it does happen. Played his part here in getting Nottinghamshire into a very, very strong position. Faced 230 balls, 13 fours at the crease for 291 minutes, so that's what, 9 minutes short of 5 hours. 3-1-4 for 7. It's certainly not enough for Stephen Mullaney, obviously, because Brett Hutton is on his way out to the middle.
Yeah, well, I suppose that if you're going to send out some of the bowlers now, Patterson White's there, Hutton's there, perhaps come out, got licence to give it a bit of a thrash, try and see if they can smack the ball around, get Lancashire chasing after it a little bit more, keep them out there for a bit longer in the sun, delay the inevitable of them having to come out and try and bat through and save a match. I can understand the thinking behind that. Plenty of overs left, full day tomorrow. Can't imagine these two coming out and playing cautiously and carefully. They might as well just come out and say, get Lancashire chasing around the field a little bit and keep them up there just for a little bit longer. So you kind of understand the logic in that from Stephen Mullaney.
Luke Wells, 2 for 48. Got rid of both the set batsmen. Tom Moores for 97, Lyndon James now for 91. We're in the 105th over of the innings. First ball is slapped to mid-off by Brett Hutton, and Josh Bohannon at the second time of asking makes the stop. 3-1-4 for 7. So not quite down to the last knockings. We've got 11 and a half overs to go until tea. Now then, Brett Hutton high up in the air. This might be 2 in the over. Fielder underneath it, and that's been dropped. It swirled around there. 2 fielders going for it initially, and who was it left for? Is that the skipper? Who's run round there and got his hands to it above his head and has put it down. It might be the captain that spilt that one, and Brett Hutton off the mark with 1, and that's all it'll say in the scorebook. It was
Balderson
swirling high, and it's gone down. George Balderson. Welcome back to 5 Live Sports Extra. 315 for 7, Nottinghamshire here. 419 ahead. Luke Wells has picked up both wickets that have fallen since you were away and could have had another one there. Liam Patterson White pushes this into the offside. Brett Hutton fresh to the crease. His first run, he skied the ball high, and 2 or 3 fielders were interested in catching for it. In the end, it was left for George Balderson, and a swirling effort above his head running back. Both hands to it, had it in for a while, couldn't get hold of it, and this one slammed back to Luke Wells, and he's got a hand to it. He saved 4 there rather than it being a drop, but I suppose technically that was in and out as well. An eventful over, 315 for 7 for 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Tom Moores has fallen for 97, agonisingly short of what would have been his 3rd first-class century, caught in the deep by Stephen Croft off Luke Wells, who then, to rub salt into the Nottinghamshire wound, dismissed Lyndon James, who was 9 short of what would have been his maiden first-class century, out for 91, caught by Josh Bohannon. Notts lead by 419. Lancashire need 420. Scott, the end must be in sight, surely.
Well, it must be, but as we just touched on before, I think you can kind of understand the logic in sending out the batsmen here, or the bowlers, to come out and bat if they do what they've done so far, which is try and smack it about and just try and get Lancashire running around in the field a little bit more. You keep Lancashire out there in the heat. You delay the inevitable of Lancashire having to come out and try and bat through at least 4 sessions to save the match. You can understand it if these two come out and smash it about.
And just tell me what's going on here.
I think it's Tom Bailey with a bit of off spin, I think. As Hutton down on 1D tries to slog sweep it, but on the bottom edge he's picked up inside the kind of 30-metre circle in one-day terms. It's short fine leg and there's no run.
So Stephen Croft's come out the attack, bowling right arm off spin off 3 paces, and Tom Bailey is doing the same.
Yes, he's just horning his off-spinning skills. Clobbered out through the onside. Who's underneath it? Blatherwick's underneath it, and he takes the catch. And Hutton departs for 1, and Nottinghamshire lose their 8th wicket, 315 for 8.
Have you seen Tom Bailey bowl off spin before?
He's done it this season, yes. Yeah, he did it. I can't remember which game it was, but he has done it this season. previously.
2 balls, that's all he needed. Brett Hutton, who was dropped from his second ball, that was the only run he scored, scampered through for a single, went for another big hit, and this time Jack Blatherwick, formerly of this parish, former Nottinghamshire player, now with Lancashire on the field as a sub for the injured Saqib Mahmood, takes the catch down in front of the patrons on the lower deck of the Radcliffe Road stand. 315 for 8, and Stephen Mullaney clearly hasn't got enough yet. Because
I don't think it's that, is it? I don't think it's in the runs really here. I think it's just the idea of keeping Lancashire out for me. Just keep them waiting, see if Fletcher can come out and smash it about, get them running around in the outfield. I think it's just all part of that.
There's only 10 overs to go until tea. I would have personally, lead of 420, I'd have liked 2 goes with the new ball. As I said earlier, 7 or 8 overs before tea, and then whichever combination of Fletcher, Hutton and Patterson able to continue after tea, still with the new ball, because as we saw with that lengthy partnership between Lyndon James and Tom Moores, if a batsman's in on here, it's difficult to dislodge, or so it seems, but it's a long time for Lancashire to go, but Nottinghamshire are going to have to work hard for the wickets, and they've got to make the most of this new ball.
That partnership that Dave refers to, Lyndon James and Tom Moores, 176 runs. It was a terrific partnership, and the pair of them were excellent. Moores 97, James 91. So James just falling short of his maiden first-class century, but it'll come, because that was a mighty impressive innings from the Nottinghamshire batsman. Just unable to convert it into 3 figures, but what a talent he looks. Here is Bailey again with his off spin around the wicket. Up and over extra cover from Patterson White. 1 bounce out towards the rope. Blatherwick will try and get round to cut it off. It's 4 runs. What a glorious shot.
Had a lot of those at Taunton last week. It looked $1 million. Just watching an aeroplane descending into East Midlands Airport. Don't they look so graceful as they drop in the sky gently, finding the end of the runway away to our right.
Oh, it's a horrible full toss from Tom Bailey, who rather sheepishly spins round and puts his hands on his face, and probably says to everybody, "Oh, I'm sorry about that."
Head eye beamer, wasn't it?
What a
It's
bit.
good work from
Yeah,
Lavelle, because he
it was.
caught it and whipped a bail off.
Wasn't the finest delivery that Tom Bailey's ever sent down. Good Nick Cook just making sure that he tells Tom Bailey, you can't do that again, otherwise you're out of the attack.
Yeah.
Well, looked a little sheepish there, didn't he, Tom Bailey?
We had Samit Patel stumped by a leg side wide in the Blast quarter-final here, but that would have topped it.
Patterson White waiting, and Slog sweeping for 6 more. Well, this is what the captain would have wanted these two to do. Come out and smack it around, just kind of further take the sting and the energy and all the life out of Lancashire, keep them out there in the heat for a little bit longer and have a bit of fun with the bat, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, the top order peppered a little bit throughout the match by Tom Bailey, who's now getting his own back against Tom Bailey's off spin. Extraordinary over this one. He's got his 3rd wicket, but he's now been slapped for 6. In fact, he's been slapped for 10 in 2 balls.
He has, yeah. You're doing your figures for the season and your averages for the season, Tom. No good at all here with this. with this. At 32 from 31 for Patterson White. Down the pitch he comes. That's laced away through extra cover. It'll be picked up by Blatherwick, shuffling round from long off to field the ball. Get through for 1. So he's to 33 now. Patterson White brings Fletcher on strike. 328 for 8. The lead is 432. And Fletcher, little tap of the bat. There's Bailey, spins one in. Clobbered back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and 4. Well done, Nick Cook. Got out the way of that one nicely. Shimming away to his left-hand side. That was clubbed back towards Bailey for 4 for Fletcher. And that's the end of a pretty brutal over, really. One that I don't think Tom Bailey will reflect on with great fondness. 3-3-2 for 8. Nottinghamshire lead by 436 runs.
I think just before 5 Live Sports Extra came to us, we were alerted to the fact that in the match down at Hove, Sussex and Middlesex. The Sussex media team had bought the commentators some ice creams. I now see the Durham commentator Martin Emerson's tweeted a picture of you, Mr. Reid, eating an ice cream up at Durham earlier in the season, the one that was brought to you by the media team. 3:32 for it. Seems to be a lot of it about Nottinghamshire media team, if you're listening, on this swelteringly hot day. Luke Fletcher, number 1 ranked cricketer in the current PCA rankings. That's totally for his bowling, but he slapped a few in the first innings here, didn't he, Fletcher? Made 27, and he's 4 not out from 1 ball faced here. 3:32 for 8. Luke Wells to bowl to Liam Patterson-White, who's had a little bit of a charmed life, but my word, he's hit the ball hard on 33. Wells to bowl to him, and he's come at it again, and that is absolutely glorious. There's Danny Lamb at extra cover. He's lifted it quickly and competently over Lamb and away for 4. He used his feet to skip down the track, and that's a high quality shot from Liam Patterson-White. He's on to 37. Nottinghamshire 336 for 8. The overall match situation, they lead Lancashire now by 440, and this match will certainly be heading into day 4 tomorrow, but Notts giving themselves 4 sessions, you'd imagine, to try and bowl Lancashire out, and if they can do that, they're going to be right in the thick of things towards the top of this top division. Patterson-White comes again, and he's hit this one very firmly back towards the bowler. 336 for 8 is the score. Left-hander's made 37 from 34 balls. Now he's gone on the reverse. I think he's missed it. Might have got a little bit on it. We'll have a look at umpire Hartley. Lavella's missed it as well, and it is, in fact, it's a leg by. Swishing frantically away there is Liam Patterson-White at the non-striker's end, reversing his switch hitting, which these players practice endlessly. 337 for 8. Luke Fletcher back on strike. He's only faced 1 ball and made his intentions known. Slamming Bailey's gentle off spin back over his head for 4. Having a good look at the track as well, I'm sure, Luke Fletcher, just to see if it has deteriorated for when he has to bowl on it. Maybe the other side of tea. We don't know yet. There'll be 9 overs after this one before the tea break. There's only Dane Patterson to come, so Notts might be bowled out, even if Mullaney doesn't declare the captain. Crikey, they're all out on the boundary now for Luke Fletcher. I say they're all, plenty of them. That's got to be a wide, surely. It is. We've got a wide from Luke Wells. Don't know what the game plan there was. Presumably expecting Luke Fletcher to come forward out of his crease, but George Lavelle, well, they've nearly got to go across the point to stop that one. 338 for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side fence. Case Fletcher hits one up in the air, again wide of the off stump, very wide of the off stump, and Peter Hartley half turned, as if to say, well, that's a half wide, not quite. 4-4-2 the Nottinghamshire lead. Beat Somerset last week. Lancashire drawing with Warwickshire. Leg spinner, and Fletcher's missed this one. He was quite some way away from making contact in truth. Hit completely over the top of that, swishing away at fresh air. 1 ball left in the over. Another aeroplane goes across the horizon, other end of the ground. Fletcher gets this one down the ground, just punches it away for a single. 339 for 8. At the end of that over, the lead 4-4-3. And Fletcher walks down to the other end and then carries on. In fact, now breaks into a run. So Stephen Mullaney has declared 9 overs remain in this session. So it will be 7 overs that Lancashire have got to bat before tea, and Lancashire will require 4-4-4. Liam Patterson-White 37 not out. Luke Fletcher 5 not out, And that is the declaration that's come. Lancashire will be very, very pleased indeed. Tom Bailey 3 for 84, Luke Wells 2 for 55, the two bowlers that were in tandem. We'll give you the full bowling figures in just a second, but time to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. 97 for Tom Moores, 91 for Lyndon James. And you join me right on cue here, because Nottinghamshire have just declared Stephen Mullaney as... we're just trying to do the update for Radio Nottingham. Well, I don't know as they're going to come now. Nottinghamshire lead by 443, it says on the board. Effectively, Lancashire require 444. Tom Moore's 97. Lyndon James 91. They were the top scorers. Ben Duckett 44. Liam Patterson-White 37 not out. So there'll be 7 overs for Notts. That's in the ballpark of what I was suggesting. If I was the skipper, I would want for my bowlers to have a go before tea. We'll have a little comfort break, and then we'll be right back with the action with Lancashire. 7 overs to bat before tea, and they've been set a nominal 444 to win. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The play will be underway in a moment or two. We've got the umpires back in the middle, Peter Hartley and Nick Cook. Nick Cook, momentarily forgot. I'm looking at him, I know who he is, I've spoken to him a million times. The name wouldn't come, but it is Nick Cook, of course. He's there. The Nottinghamshire players all in a huddle there. Stephen Mullaney just going through one or two last minute words of encouragement. The Lancashire batsmen on their way out. Looks to me, Scott, as if it is going to be Alex Davis and George Balderson, the nominated two openers, the two we saw in the first innings.
Yes, yep, and Lancashire now they've got a stern test ahead of them with, I think it's 39 overs today, a minimum thereof, to be bowled in the day's play. Full day tomorrow. Forecast is good for tomorrow, so plenty of time for Nottinghamshire in a great position. They've played the better cricket. They've been a better team so far. Lancashire at times have tried to muscle their way back into it, but they've been playing catch up throughout the course of the three days so far. A lot of work to do with the bat. Actually, no, it's Balderson and Wells to open the batting. Sorry, Davis and Wells to open the batting for Lancashire, not Balderson. And Luke Wells, the left-hander, and Alex Davis, the right-hander, as 5 Live Sports Extra. A return for the start of this Lancashire second innings. 4 slips and a short leg for Notts, who are on the charge. It's going to be Luke Fletcher to get things going. Target 444 for Lancashire, but it's 39 overs today and it's a full day tomorrow. And how deep can they take it to try and see if they can get something from the match? Here we go, Fletcher in, bowls, forward goes Luke Wells and plays it back down the pitch to Fletcher, and there is no run.
I was going to say the change in the batting order just gives George Balderson a little bit of extra time, maybe.
That's a fair point, yeah.
Having bowled. But Luke Wells had quite a lengthy spell at the end, didn't he? I know he was only coming in off 2 paces, but he bowled a not too insignificant number of overs.
Yes, they've chopped and changed with their opening pairings over the course of the last couple of games. Fletcher right arm around the wicket. Oh, a bit of extra bounce and pace, and that'll get a few oohs and ahs and ways from the Nottinghamshire players as Wells tried to cut this delivery from Fletcher, but played underneath the ball. That shiny new cricket ball glimmering in this bright sunlight here at Trent Bridge into the gloves of Tom Moores, and there's no run.
Yeah, we didn't see much of Luke Fletcher with the bat. It his first ball for 5, and then it's a single, and he carried on running because the declaration had come. Looked as if he was not necessarily going to be in for a long time, but he was certainly going to be in for a fun time whilst he was there, but it was all too brief.
Sounds like a good description of Luke Fletcher, does that? Right arm around the wicket, balls, forward goes Luke Wells. In defence, no balls, signalled by umpire Nick Cook, stretching out his left arm. So the first 2 runs on the board for the Lancashire second innings. Nottinghamshire on the prowl for 10 poles to win the match. What a big win it would be for them.
Doesn't look so many now. 442 more required, it says on the base of the board. Should almost be a smiley face emoji, shouldn't they? After that, Lancashire need 442 more. Smiley face emoji.
That'd just be teasing, that wouldn't it? That'd be cruel.
It would. We've all been in this situation.
Fletcher again to Wells. That's into the front foot, leaves it through to the keeper. No run.
Just by its very presence. Obviously, it's hugely informative and fabulous for us commentators to know how many more are required, but it is almost for the batting side a little bit of scoreboard pressure, isn't it? 442 more required.
Yes, perhaps advisable to ignore the scoreboard if you're a Lancashire batsman for the time being.
Not easy with this one because there's absolutely everything on it.
And there's 2 of them.
And they're ginormous. That's a word.
Fletcher to Wells, off the back foot, strikes that one nicely and gets runs off the bat. Got a couple of them, I suspect. Sam North East, is that? Chasing down towards the...
Liam Patterson-White.
Patterson-White. They come back for 3 instead. So Wells off the mark with that. Lancashire 5 without loss. North East will be one of the slip fielders, won't he? He'll be at 4th slip, I think. Is that going to be Joe Clark at first, Ben Duckett at 2nd, Hutton at 3rd, and North East at 4th?
Seriously worried about the number of times I drop the pen during the course of a day, and I've got a desk in front of us. It never drops on the desk. It always somehow finds its way down onto the floor and then somehow manages to roll to the farthest point away from me. We'll get it at the tea interval.
You've been clumsy today, you have.
Very. Had that sort of day.
Fletcher over the wicket. Oh, he's left it. He's gone. Davis has gone. First ball duck. Not playing a shot. Umpire Nick Cook raises his finger. And Davis, with his bat still hoisted high above his head, has to make the slow walk back towards the dressing room. And for the second time in the match, Davis out for naught.
Got a pair on his return to the side. Alex Davis doesn't bowl. He has been mainly prowling on the boundary for most of the contest, so he's had a pretty miserable old return. Watched the first few deliveries from the non-strikers end, got down to the business end and decided not to play a shot, and Notts have got a really important breakthrough there right at the start of the contest, and keeps on doing it. Luke Fletcher got 2 wickets in the first innings. He's managed to snare one right at the start here. Quite extraordinary stuff. Dan White straight away is the first to say absolutely plum. He says no arguments about that one from anybody. George Balderson, well, he didn't have too long really to put his feet up, did he, Scott? George Balderson's on his way out to the middle. This first over hasn't finished. I think there's 1 ball left, so Fletcher striking nice and early after overstepping early on.
Second time in the game the Lancashire batsman's been out. LBW not playing a shot. Dane Villas out in that method in the first innings. So a great start for Nottinghamshire. A pretty grim one for Lancashire. And Balderson, having sent down the thick end of 30 odd overs in the game, is out early. Gave him a bit of a breather to say come in at 3. But he's there, and here's Fletcher. Final time of the first over into Balderson, flashed through square leg, off the pads for 4 runs, and he's off the mark. 9 for 1, an eventful first over.
Very much so. 9 runs from it. They're certainly up with the required strike rate, but yeah, all joking aside, that's a huge blow. Alex Davis, I don't know. He won't have had an awful lot of red ball cricket, will he, coming into this game? Played in the 100. And of course, he was left out last week. He's going to join Warwickshire in the close season, and as Lancashire were playing Warwickshire last week, they made the decision not to include him in the starting 11. Returned to the side here and has bagged a pair. First innings he was caught behind off Brett Hutton for naught. It was 4 for 1 when he fell. This time not playing a shot. LBW to Luke Fletcher, it's 5 for 1. It's going to be Brett Hutton, who got 5 wickets for Nottinghamshire in the first innings. He didn't last too long today with the bat. He was dropped. Second ball he faced, he got a single as the ball came to ground, and then hit another one up in the air and was caught. He bowls to the left-handed Luke Welts, who defends. 9 for 1 is the Lancashire score. We've got 5 overs and 5 balls to go until the tea interval. We've been talking about ice creams today, and the Not Crazy Cat Lady, where do these names come from, says if you want an ice cream, I'm afraid you'll have to send somebody out of the ground and off to that well-known fast food outlet. There's nowhere on the ground selling them that she can find. This is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Ben Slater. That's a shame, isn't it, Notts? Nobody here selling an ice cream. If you're in the vicinity, send 2 up.
Yeah, there's normally
or 3 up.
Like a little ice cream van in cricket grounds. That's quite often see that, but
they've perhaps packed up for the winter. Not expecting any more sunny days.
Fair enough.
Been glorious today. It really has. 9 for 1. Here's Brett Hutton. from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Bowls deflected down to long leg by Luke Wells for a single. Lyndon James doing the fielding. Well, he's advanced his highest first-class score from 79 to 91 today, but the missing 9, I guess, will be a source of great disappointment to him. Although, of course, he's another team man, pulls for everybody, pulls for all his mates, and he'll be absolutely rooting for a Notts victory here, and won't mind the fact that he's still waiting for that maiden first-class century if Notts get over the line. Hutton to Balderson. He's only faced one ball and he hit that for 4. This one he is less brutal too, pushes it into the offside, and Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, does the fielding.
With that wicket as well, that's 57th, isn't it, of the season for Luke Fletcher?
It is. And I omitted to mention, slap my wrists, it's also his 400th first-class wicket. Had that one on cue at the start of the innings and totally bypassed me as this next one goes through to wicket-keeper Tom Moores, another one who came agonisingly close to 3 figures, 10 for 1. So it's a good old effort for Luke Fletcher. 400 first-class wickets, leading wicket-taker in the country. He's top of the PCA rankings. He's having the season of his life, the lad. Chris Rushworth and Simon Harmer are not too far away now. They've had a good match in terms of wicket-taking as this one goes through to Moores to end the second over. Brett Hutton conceding 1 run there. Just a light little workout for this pair until tea, and then afterwards these two and Dane Patterson, you would imagine, will share the bulk of the bowling responsibility in the final session. Dane Patterson, those of you watching the live stream, picture on him now down in front of the Larwood and Vaux, got the floppy sun hat on. I don't think I've seen Dane with a floppy sun hat on in the field before. Warm all day, and even the South African has taken protection.
This is the day for your sun hat, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're going to pick one. Fletcher bowls, driven by Luke Wells to Stephen Mullaney, Nottinghamshire skipper at mid-on. He'll be feeling mighty pleased at the minute with how the day has gone so far. A declaration of 339 for 8, a lead of 443 runs and the wicket in the first over of the Lancashire second innings. 4 slips and a forward short leg, point mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square leg. There's Fletcher shuffling in from the Radcliffe Road end. 3 wickets in the game so far. Around the wicket, forward goes Wells, again in defence. And there is no run. Patterson White fields at mid-off. Fletcher running in from the Radcliffe Road end, 1 for 9. 57 wickets this season, 400 first-class wickets in his career. Having a year to remember, Luke Fletcher, for Nottinghamshire. Just how special a year will it be for Notts if they do go on and win the game and take 9 more wickets? That's a significant shift in terms of where the points are lying in Division 1. Fletcher to Wells. Defended out into the offside and there's no run. And Joe Clark, like that at first slip, applauding Luke Fletcher.
Of course, it might be that they need 9 wickets, but it also might be that if they get the 9th wicket down, Lancashire won't see any necessity in sending out the injured Sakib Mahmood. So it may be that they'd only need 8, but that's a long, long way into the future. Certainly expect Lancashire to be still very much alive by stumps this evening, and we're going to have to come back for day 4. Also going to have to work hard for these wickets.
Fletcher to Wells, whipped out through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. Just straight onto the pads of Luke Wells, and that was glanced nicely through that leg side. Vacant mid-wicket with such an attacking field, understandably so, with the huge advantage that Nottinghamshire have got. Wells works the ball away for 4. He moves to 8, 14 for 1.
It's the advantage of having so many runs to play with, isn't it? They can have so many attacking fielders that you are going to leak a few runs, because basically there's nobody either in the ring or on the boundary to stop them. They've got a catching cordon and a short leg there. Really are pressing to make the most with this new ball, and they'll do this up till tea and then after tea as well.
Fletcher right arm around the wicket to the left hand. That's a terrific delivery. It brings him forward. It goes past the edge of Luke Wells' bat. You can see the ball spinning into the gloves of Tom Moores. There's the sun beaming down, that brand new cricket ball glinting in the sunshine. Sent down a Jaffa and Luke Fletcher as he slowly makes his way back to his mark. It's a slow, steady walk. A little mop of the brow. Squad number 19 comes bustling his way back in again, past umpire Nick Cook. Wells waits, plays forward and defends. Ricochets out towards point, and there's no run. End of the over. 14 for 1, Lancashire.
He must actually be one of the most recognisable faces and bodies and cricketers on the county circuit. Certainly one of the most loved. And I always say one of the best quotes I've heard about him is from Paul Johnson, the former Nottinghamshire captain and coach, who very often comes and summarises with me on the T20 games, and he says Fletcher always runs like he's towing a caravan. and he does a little bit. He always makes it look hard work, doesn't he? But my word, he gets results at the other end. Here's Brett Hutton in and bowls to George Balderson, who opened the batting in the first innings, dropped to 3 in this second innings, but found himself still out there in the first over. So the rejig of that Lancashire top order, totally irrelevant. He's defended the first ball here in the fourth over of this little mini session. 3 overs to go after this one. BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Manchester. There's movement behind the arm, so couple deciding to head off for a cup of tea as we're close to the interval, but totally oblivious to the fact that George Balderson is trying to peer down to that end, and they're a bit of a distraction. Been asked to stand still now by the pavilion door. Here's Brett Hutton, bowls and pushes it away on the offside. There's no run. Yes, there is a possibility to view the pictures, if you weren't aware, on the live stream put out by the host club on this occasion, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. Lancashire, I'm sure, also will have a link to it. A couple of results earlier today: Essex beating Gloucestershire, Kent defeating Worcestershire. Both those matches won by an innings. And there's a little bit of cricket up and down the country elsewhere as Balderson drives down the ground. Certainly 3 here, maybe 4. Stephen Mullaney's after it. They've run 2 already. Mullaney is going to pull it back just before the rope, and yes, it is 3 runs. So initial thoughts just about right. 17 for 1. The other scores as we near lunch. Warwickshire's openers now have begun well. They're 52 without loss, needing 244 more to beat Hampshire. That's the other Division 1 game. Of course, yesterday Yorkshire, a 2-day win over Somerset at Scarborough. I'll tell you about a colossal score in Division 3 in just a moment, but here comes Brett Hutton. 17 for 1. Luke Wells on strike on 8. Lets it go through to the keeper. It's only day 2, of course, at Hove. Middlesex 651 for 4. Yesterday, Mark Stoneman out for 174. Sam Robson out today for 253. Robbie White is 93 not out. And Martin Anderson is 83 not out. 652 for 4. Don't get many of those on the county circuit. Again, you take your time, sir. I think he's been for my ice cream, that gentleman. Is just wandering across behind the arm at the far end. Now told to sit down. Hutton in bowls. Luke Wells leaves it alone. Other matches quickly at Wantage Road, where Northants are playing Surrey. Surrey 214 for 9 in their second innings. They seem to have been 9 down forever. Yes, Atkinson and Verdi have they've put 61 on for the last wicket. So Surrey lead Northants by 297 in that one. And just a couple more to bring you as this goes through to the keeper to end the 4th over. Brett Hutton's figures are none for 4 after 2 overs, 17 for 1. Just quickly, Derbyshire 188 for 5, just down the A52 at Derby, replying to Leicestershire's 528. Brooke Guest is 68 not out. Anuj Dal, who was formerly with Notts, he's 54 not out in that, call it the East Midlands derby. Morgan hanging on up at Chesterley Street, the match between the two Royal London One-Day Cup finalists. Second innings, they're 213 for 6, still trailing Durham by 193. Remember, Durham got over 500 runs in their first innings. So you're up to speed as we near the lunch break, beg your pardon, the tea break here at Trent Bridge. 17 for 1. But Luke Fletcher to bowl. 3 overs remain here. 18 deliveries. He comes in and bowls to Balderson, who picks this up with absolute precision timing, lifts it away a couple of bounces, square of the wicket for 4 runs on the leg side. Nice looking shot. Luke Fletcher, who aims to just clip the top of off on that occasion. Bowled 2 near the pads of Balderson, and an exquisite shot from the young left-hander. 21 for 1. Balderson on to 11 already. Fletcher with the 1 wicket to fall, that of Alex Davis out LBW, first ball he faced in the first over. Bagging a pair in this game. Fletcher again to Balderson, who just brings the bat down on it with an open face and runs it towards third man gently. Will take a couple of runs, and Fletcher, who is normally fairly miserly at the start of a bowling spell, has gone for 19 already. Just past 3 o'clock, we'll have a radio update to do in a second. 4th slip being put in now is Sam Northeast. Home debut for Northeast for Nottinghamshire. He's in there, and Balderson pushes this back to the bowler. Just stems the flow of runs a little bit with a dot ball. Lancashire 23 for 1 earlier. Nottinghamshire declaring on 339 for 8. So 444 is the nominal target from 135 overs, or a minimum of 135 overs. Fletcher in once more. Bowls to Balderson, who drives it back past him through mid-off. Again Mullaney with the chase. Going to be touch and go down below us, and Mullaney does get there, so it's just 2 runs. Nicely done by the Notts skipper. 25 for 1. Balderson, who made 19 in the first innings, is well on his way already here. He's on to 15 from just 11 deliveries faced. Here is that update, where Lancashire have been set to score 444 to defeat Nottinghamshire from a minimum of 135 overs. Notts very much in charge throughout this match, and today they advanced their second innings score to 339 for 8 before declaring. 2 cricketers out in the 90s. Tom Moores for 97, Lyndon James for 91. Luke Fletcher has already picked up a wicket in this Lancashire second innings, having Alex Davis out for naught for the second time in the match. Currently, Lancashire 25 for 1. Fletcher with ball in hand. 1 ball left in this over. Apart from that 1 wicket, he's been tapped around at the start of this innings. He'll be looking to tighten things up after tea, I'm sure. He bowls to Balderson, pushes this one into the offside, and Patterson White does the fielding. End of the 5th over of the innings, 2 to go. Here at Trent Bridge, 25 for 1 is the score. Not entirely sure how they've managed to do it, but we're just about on course, Scott, to have tea at the nominated time at this period of the year in September at 3:10. We're 6 minutes away, 5.5 minutes or so away, and we've got 2 overs to be bowled. So as I say, I'm not entirely sure how that happened. That was all those overs, I guess, of Luke Wells and Stephen Croft after lunch.
Just some unwanted details from a Lancashire point of view about players who have bagged a pair in first-class cricket. So Hutton comes in and bowls to Luke Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. That's the first time that Alex Davis has had a pair in first-class cricket. And Davis, batting at 2 in the Lancashire batting order, becomes the first player to get a pair in a first-class match at 2 since Stephen Moore, playing against Yorkshire at Headingley back in 2011. And the last time that happened is balls to Wells, his left and through to the keeper. There's no run, so the last time it happened before Stephen Moore in that championship winning year of 2011 was back in 1963. Robert Entwistle against Glamorgan.
I've half a mind that Stephen Moore may have been in 2011. Led Lancashire to a successful run chase on this ground. So certainly I thought he was a very fine player. Played for Worcestershire as well, of course. Good player.
It's Hutton around the wicket to Wells. That's played forward. And he defends and there's no run.
A little peep if it instantly pops up in 2011, but yeah, I can certainly remember him scoring a century here. Pretty sure it was in a match-winning cause.
I think he got runs in that game in 2010 when Hales was out in the 90s twice. I think he got runs in that match.
Yeah, been then.
Hutton to Wells. He just defends, dabs the ball down through to Gully and gathered by Patterson White. Still with us, 4 slips in place.
I stand myself at times. 2011 here, second innings, Stephen Moore 124 not out. Lancashire set to score 240. They got home by 6 wickets. As I say, Moore 124 not out. In the first innings of that match, Paul Horton was out for 99. Disappointment for him. But yeah, 2011, 10 years ago, obviously. No, time flies.
Hutton from the pavilion end. Wells turns the ball through the square leg. There is a short forward short leg in position there. Ben Slater just flashed away to his left hand side and ran along the route towards the square leg umpire. Nick Cook with his arms folded and there's some beating down on his back.
He did a little bit of commentary with you over the years,
Stephen
Moore.
Oh, he still does.
Yeah,
he joins me most years, T20 coverage. Paul Horton actually did a little bit as well this year, which was nice to hear from Paul. Yeah, 10 years since we were part of the championship winning team for Lancashire. Final ball for Hutton, his third over. It's left by Balderson and taken by Tom Moores. So that's the end of the over. We've got 1 till tea. 26 for 2.
Yeah, not
correction, 26 for 1.
Yeah.
Sorry. Put another wicket on there.
Did you have a glimpse into the future then? Yeah, Notts County champions in 2010, and they were succeeded by Lancashire the year after, 2011. Both counties have had a little bit of white ball success in the years that have passed, but both potentially could go on and win the county championship this year. Lancashire want to get something out of this. Might be a real old block effort tomorrow, you never know. If they can get out of this with a draw or better, I'll be delighted as Fletcher bowls outside the off stump. This goes through to Moores. So last over before the tea break here, and Notts will be greedy. They've got 1 in this little mini session of 7 overs. They'll be desperately greedy to try and bag another, and that certainly will be the focus of their attention after the break. Want to break this partnership and get into the middle order as soon as they can. There's Fletcher round the wicket, bowls Luke Wells defends. He bowled to George Balderson in the last over and he picked him off for a couple of very nice boundaries. A couple of nice shots anyway. Hit him for a boundary and then hit him for a couple of twos as well. Balderson on to 15. Wells has 9. 26 for 1. No wickets at all went down this morning between the start of play and lunch as Lyndon James and Tom Moores scored 103 runs in that morning session together. And then both fell this afternoon in the 90s. Moores for 97, James for 91. Both to Luke Wells, who's on strike. And just blocks this one, the former Sussex man. Moores caught in the deep by Stephen Croft, and Lyndon James went straight up in the air and Josh Bohannon took the catch. Chat again for umpire Nick Cook to get engaged in, involved in. Stephen Mullaney comes over and has a word with him, the veteran umpire, one of the most popular on the circuit. Peter Hartley also here, one of the vastly experienced umpires that have served our game so well over the years. Both as player and umpire. Fletcher round the wicket to Wells, drives 4 runs. Notts have got 4 slips in there. Had there been a 5th slip, well, he might have been able to stop it. I think it went along the ground all the way. Don't at ever any point believe it was a catchable false shot from Luke Wells, but false shot it was, and it brings him 4 runs. Went quickly down to the fence, and well, it's getting them rather than how you get them sometimes. And Luke Wells on to 13.
Mentioned that Middlesex score, and I've just seen it flash up. The
650 for 4 was the last one I mentioned,
and that's their highest first-class score, eclipsing 642 for 3 back in 1923.
Well, it's just bullying, isn't it, really, as Fletcher bowls to Wells, pushes it back to the 32-year-old Fletcher, who in turn helps it on to Liam Patterson-White to do a bit of polishing. Good game for Sussex to win that one in the lower division. Crikey!
I feel for those young bowlers, don't you, Sussex?
You do. Not had a look at any bowling figures. I might just have a browse during the tea interval there. Of course, all the details on the BBC Sport website. This is the final ball of this session. Luke Fletcher bowls, good delivery. It's gone through to the keeper. We've had wickets go down a couple of times in this match from the final ball of session, but not on this occasion. It is tea here at Trent Bridge with the Lancashire 30 for 1, having been set to score 444. 7 overs have been bowled. There'll be another 32 after tea. Notts 339 for 8, declaring round about, I suppose, getting on for an hour or so ago, setting Lancashire that 444. Listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. We'll hand you back to Kevin Howells for those who are following on the live stream and on the website and app. Congratulations to Luke Fletcher. The announcement from the tannoy is alerting the spectators that Luke Fletcher has picked up his 400th first-class wicket, so he leads Nottinghamshire off. It's tea here at Trent Bridge. We'll all just have an opportunity to grab a quick cuppa, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time when play resumes after tea on day 3 of Nottinghamshire against Lancashire. Bridge, everybody. Umpires Cook and Hartley on their way to the middle, just having a word with Kevin Shine, the Notts bowling coach, as they passed him on their way out towards the centre. Kevin Shine there working with Dane Patterson, just turning his arm over. Would imagine we'll see the South African either at the start of this session or as soon as Stephen Mullaney wants to spell either Luke Fletcher or Brett Hutton. Lancashire 30 for 1 then. They've been set to score 444. They've knocked off 30 runs, but they have lost Alex Davis, who was dismissed for naught for the second time in the game. He's not playing a shot to Luke Fletcher in the first over and was sent on his way. The players some way behind the umpires, but here they come. Generally, there's people that sort of ask county cricketers a lot of questions at the start of the year. You know, do you like tea or coffee? Do you watch, you know, this particular soap or that particular soap? What would you do to change cricket? And almost to a man, they all say, I'd rather have a longer tea break. It does seem, especially if there's steps to climb, it always seems as if it's over too quickly. Lancashire's batsmen are two left-handers, Luke Wells and George Balderson. And they're now on their way out to the middle. There's going to be Dane Patterson to get us underway. So we're about to get underway. Dane Patterson to bowl. An update for Radio Nottingham first. Hi, good timing. Dane Patterson's just about to bowl the first ball of the post-tea session. You may remember Lancashire have been set to score 444. They're 30 for 1 at tea. Luke Fletcher getting the 1 wicket. Alex Davis out for naught for the second time in the game. Disappointment for two Nottinghamshire youngsters earlier in the day. Tom Moore's out for 97. Lyndon James out for 91. I don't think they'll mind if Notts go on to win this game. We've got 32 overs to be bowled this evening and all day tomorrow. Lancashire 30 for 1 at the start of the post-tea session. That first ball went through to keeper Tom Moores, and there's Patterson in again, bowls wide of the off peg, and again it goes through to Moores, has to take it low down in front of the wicket keeper. 30 for 1. As mentioned earlier, I've just discarded all these scorecards. I mean, I'm frantically trying to find one with Dane Patterson's figures in the first innings. There we are, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 36. Done a very good job for Nottinghamshire with the ball this season. Missed a couple of matches, but it's now right on song, and certainly one of the inked-in names of the strongest 11. This next one's pushed to mid-off, no run, 30 for 1 it remains. I did, before we went to tea, said might just have a little bit of a peek at some of the bowling figures of the Sussex bowlers, with Middlesex 675 for 5. Jack Carson, we talked about the heavy workload for the bowlers here. Jack Carson, the spinner, 46 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 183. As Patterson in again to Balderson, who gently pushes it into the offside. 3 Sussex bowlers have gone for more than 100. Another one gone for 94. Another one gone for 88. So they've been spanked all around the South Downs there. 676 for 5. That one. That's day 2 down at Hove. Sussex Middlesex. 30 for 1. with Dane Patterson turning at the pavilion end, runs in past umpire Hartley, bowls to George Balderson, who for the first time since tea drives confidently, but straight up to Luke Fletcher. Nice reception for Fletcher as the players went off with the announcement over the tannoy of Luke Fletcher getting his 400th first class wicket. That dismissal of Alex Davis. Got one ball left in this over. No runs added to the tea time score. 30 for 1 Lancashire. There's Dane Patterson. Ian again bowls and keeps Balderson nice and honest, and keeps it out. So a maiden to begin with in this session. Lancashire 30 for 1 with 31 overs remaining this evening. The match certainly destined to go into a fourth day, but to keep their hopes alive, Lancashire certainly would love to emulate Nott's achievements this morning and have a session without any wickets. So they're only one down tonight. Well, it does keep their options open. Luke Fletcher's going to bowl the second over after tea, before tea. Unusually expensive. He did get that one wicket, but 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. He's got a very, very attacking field, or certainly had more of an attacking field before tea. Bowls this first ball is a loose waft from Luke Wells, and back from his sojourns, what's the word? Back from his travels, back from his updates, back from his cup of tea. For the first time in this session. Welcome back to Scott Reed.
And my half-eaten scone.
So you had 2 yesterday, and you've been given a half-eaten one this time.
No, I've had the top half. I'm leaving the juicy bottom half, which is rich full of jam and cream, for later. 30 for 1. Fletcher around the wicket, balls. Left by Wells and through to the keeper, and there's no runs.
Annie Chaves with us, big follower and supporter of county cricket, and rightly so. And he says, since I said right at the beginning of the season that Lancashire were going to win the championship, I'm behind them all the way now. Oh, aye. Somerset don't have a shout, so apologies if this jinxes Lancashire. So you've got an extra fan there, Scott. Anyway, the Red Rose have. 30 for 1. Gosh, it's a lovely day for cricket, isn't it?
It's an absolute belter. It is. Fletcher in to Wells. It's fallen, it's defended, there's no run.
That said, did you see all the wilting bodies on the concourse and on the stairs inside during the tea break? Crikey. And certainly, I mentioned it at lunch, the old cold taps are running there and people washing their faces and guzzling down gallons of cold water. And I did hear one gentleman on the phone. Clearly, his other half was berating him. And yes, I do keep spraying it on and rubbing it on my forehead and my arms. I've got it on everywhere. It's boiling.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough day in the sun, isn't it? Yeah. Wells leaves this ball, good pace and carry, and bounds through to the keeper, and there's no run. Not going to select the Smith Cooper stand as the one to sit in, because that's the one with some shade now.
It is. Very often it's a little chilly in there, especially for night games, but if it's been one of those sorts of days, you know, we haven't really had that much warmth in the air, it can be very chilly in there. The other side of the ground, of course, gets the sun. They're absolutely baking, and they're also looking straight into the sun, so you'll see a lot of them trying to shield their eyes, and plenty of the old baseball caps on with the peaks.
3 slips. Fletcher decides to bowl right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Luke Wells, and that's a forward defensive again from Wells. A fullish ball just on middle and off. Played out into the offside. Gathered by Sam Northeast. Quick polish of the ball and hands it to Patterson White, and he'll give it a ferocious polish on his left thigh.
It was quite an extraordinary last wicket stand, I understand, at Wantage Road, where lunch was delayed for half an hour, the last wicket pair together, and Amir Verdi at number 11 was out the final ball before tea for 47. I think they put about 100 on the last pair.
Fletcher in bowls. Wells defends. Just clips the ball out to mid-wicket, gathered by Ben Slater. And that completes the over. 30 for 2.
You keep saying that. You said that before tea, 30 for 2.
Sorry, 30 for 1. Need a further 414 runs or 9 more wickets for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, it's not going to be easy, judging by what we've seen. If you rock forward with your bat and pad together and block the ball, you're going to be very, very difficult to dislodge. That might be the way forward. Here comes Dane Patterson, skiddy sort of bowler from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls cut away, well stopped. That is a terrific stop by Patterson White. No, it's not. It's Ben Slater. Great work. Backward point. So good that Ben Duckett and Joe Clark leave the slip cordon to go across and give him a low 5. That was cut away for 4 and was waiting for the ball to clatter into the wall there, and it didn't, because Slater had flung himself full length to make a very special stop. As a batsman you feel cheated, don't you? Balderson's on 15. I think he should be on 19. Next ball it's pushed away and there's no run. Of course Dane Patterson, the bowler, will be delighted because he's now bowled 8 deliveries without a run being scored from his bowling. Just keeps the pressure on, doesn't it? A build up of dots, but that was a fabulous stop, it really was.
It was. I think Balderson was lining up for them, wasn't he? Thinking, I've timed this right out the meat of the bat. That'll be 4 runs, but excellent work in the field.
Traffic building up now. Where are we? Just gone 20 to 4. Next ball. Well, you can, I'm sure for yourself here, the oohs and ahs. Went past the outside edge and then it seemed to deviate in the air, and Moore's the keeper almost had to elongate his dive, if that's possible, just sort of become Mr. Stretch and go a lot further than initially intended or thought he was going to have to. He was always diving to his left, but instead of going in front of Joe Clark at first slip, he almost had to go in front of Ben Duckett at second to make the stop. 30 for 1. A nice buzz around the ground of contented cricket watchers. Next ball driven, I was going to say crisply, not that crisply in the end, and Patterson fields off his own bowling. Hard baked wicket, still with a greenish hue to it, but it's played absolutely beautifully. Apart from one in the first over this morning, we thought, aye, what's going to happen today? When one from Tom Bailey just took off and it seemed to clip the top of Tom Moore's bat handle and fly over the keeper and slips for 4. It was quite bizarre, and Tom spent an awful long time showing everybody on the field the mark on his bat handle where it had hit. Patterson bowls, and this is defended. Balderson raises his bat to his partner to say, you stay there, fella, there's no runs to be had here, and it's still 30 for 1.
Yeah, it's not kind of misbehaved badly, the pitch, has it? But I mean, it has. Speaking to George Balderson last night, he was saying it has just kind of done just enough through the course of the couple of days. There's been a little bit of seam movement there, decent pace to it as well. He said he's just been doing enough.
30 for 1. Next ball goes past the outside edge through to the keeper end of the over. That's 3 maidens at the start of this session. 2 to Dane Patterson, 1 to Luke Fletcher. Karen says, does Scott keep saying 30 for 2 because he's presuming Saqib Mahmood may not bat?
No, it's very polite of you to try and get me out of that. I'm saying it because I'm stupid.
She also says when Tom got out, I hadn't watched all the time he was batting, then I just put the live stream on and he got out, so it's my fault. And that is, she won't mind me saying, that's Tom's mum. Love to hear from you, Karen. Gotta feel a little sorry, well, a lot sorry for Tom Moores and for Lyndon James getting so close and missing out today. And if you think that's a typical Nottinghamshire thing to say, I'd have said exactly the same if it was a couple of the young Lancashire lads, especially anybody on the brink of a maiden first-class century, as Lyndon James was. But they batted nicely.
They did. They were excellent. Fletcher around the wicket to Wells. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Has George Balderson had a maiden century?
No.
So there's an opportunity. I might get the chance just to reflect how much I've enjoyed his innings if he goes on to get one. Then again, who else? Davis will have Wells, many. Josh Bohannon, Dane Vilas, Stephen Croft, all hundreds. Rob Jones, he's had more than 100, hasn't he, Rob Jones?
Yes, he has.
George Lavelle won't have. Danny Lamb has. So there's plenty of capable batsmen to come.
Again, Wells defending. Played away into the offside for no run. Just looking at George Balderson, what's his first class highest score? He has got a 50, just the 150, 61 not out, his best score. This is the 9th time he's been able to bat in first class cricket for Lancashire. 61 is top score.
It's very useful. I use the word acquisition, but I mean, they've had him around and on the radar for a number of seasons, haven't they? But he bats well, he bowls well, he fields well.
Fletcher to Wells, and strides forward, takes the bat out the way. Ball gathered by Moores, no run. That's only 20, Manchester lad. And he'll be looking forward to a run in the team through the course of the next couple of games after this one for Lancashire.
Made the point yesterday, I think they're worth their weight in gold. Youngsters, top order batsmen who can bowl and bowl well, and Balderson is there, Lyndon James is there, Joey Everson for Notts. Josh Bohannon's another one.
Has to defend this time, Wells has to play, can't afford to leave as Fletcher arrows one in full and straight. Just pushes it back to the Nottinghamshire bowler for no run.
Middlesex declared after tea at Hove, 676 for 5 declared, their highest ever first class total.
Those young Sussex bowlers will be hoping that they're not required anytime soon with the bat. He guided down towards third man. It played it down into the ground quite softly, I think there, Wells. It bounced to the left of third slip and down towards the boundary for 4. And they're the first runs after tea, aren't they? 34 for 1. Wells to 17, Balderson on 15. 10 more for Lancashire. 9 wickets needed for Nottinghamshire. 28 overs to go today. Full day tomorrow. Luke Fletcher for Notts from the Radcliffe Road end. Final ball of this is 6 over. For defensive again from Wells, who make sure everything's right in behind it, and he's down on one knee as he finishes that defensive push. It's picked up by Stephen Mullaney, the skipper at Trent Bridge, and that's the end of the over. 34 for 1.
I was a little excited then. I saw Radio Nottingham putting a thing out that the Tour of Britain cycle race is set to return to Nottinghamshire. I think it only started yesterday, so that's good. They've had confirmation that next year's race will come through Nottinghamshire, so there's nothing like plenty of advance warning. But 2 or 3 years ago, when it last came through, one of the villagers near me I went and sat outside a place of refreshment and sat and watched them. Luke Fletcher, is he waving to... I was going to say, is he waving to the dressing room? He's actually doing the umpire's work for them. He's waving to say, can you bring out the box of balls? Because Stephen Mullaney and umpire Hartley, between them, have managed to get a positive verdict on the fact that this ball's gone out of shape. And we'll have the suitcase. If it's on appearance money, this will be a very, very rich suitcase, because we've seen it many times during the first 3 days here. We have, haven't we? I bet we've seen it 6 or 7 times. Yes, we have, haven't we?
I reckon so.
Yeah. So a lot of trouble with this particular batch of balls, they call it. I don't know if they've all come from the same place or how they find themselves into that suitcase. Have they got one in there that's exactly 11 overs old? I very much doubt it. Love to peer in there, wouldn't you? See what's in there.
I like the idea of, like, when you open it, something
something plays, a little a little flash of light and some music plays or something. A magical box of balls.
Like in a game show.
Deal or no deal?
No, I'm thinking more of Taskmaster. You watch Taskmaster? Have you seen any of that?
No.
You know, you sort of get the task, and there you've got a briefcase, and crikey, you don't know what you're going to find when you open it. Anyway, very much looks as if they've changed the ball, so sometimes unexpected things happen with a new ball. Nottinghamshire clearly happy with it. Dane Patterson with ball in hand. And again, I don't think the batsman got a side trouble. We made this point yesterday, didn't we? As Patterson bowls and Balderson pushes it into the offside. Just think, as a matter of courtesy, they should show the batsmen. Sometimes they are slightly different colours and all the rest of it. The fielding side on this occasion, Nottinghamshire, I mean, they've all had the opportunity, if they've wanted, been able to have a peer at it and a look at it and the polish of it and all the rest of it, but very rarely, hardly ever, show the batsmen. I mean, in tennis, new balls, don't they, and they hold it aloft. Next ball wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. I mean, we do this, yes, with new balls, but not replacement balls. 34 for 1. I think this is all some deep old grudge to one match I played in 35 or so years ago, when they changed the ball and I was bowled by the next one, and it was almost purple. I completely lost it. It was so dark compared to the one that we'd been playing with up to that point. On your way, Brace Girdley said. Next one goes through to the keeper and into the hands of Moores. 34 for 1. Ben Duckett at second slip there. There was news this morning, if you didn't catch it, not been with us all day, he's signed to play for Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash this winter. Ben, in fact, himself tweeted it, said it's a competition he's always watched and admired and longed to be a part of, and very much looking forward to joining Brisbane Heat. 34 for 1. He's a good old player in the white ball game. He's a good all-round player. Next one driven into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's captain of the Welsh Fire, wasn't he, in the 100?
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow did the first 2 games and then went off to join with England, so there are 8 games left, and Ben Duckett, you're right, he was the captain. Of course, he was able then to call on the resources of Luke Fletcher for the last 4 games as he was drafted into the Welsh Fire after Jake Ball, another Nottinghamshire bowler, picked up an injury. 34 for 1. 3 slips. Clark's at first with the floppy sun hat on. This one left alone. Duckett's at second. Brett Hutton at third.
Yeah, not put the short leg in, have they? In Lancashire's first innings, and indeed the start of the second innings, they went with kind of 3 or 4 slips and the short leg for, well, it felt like pretty much all of it. Ben Slater was there for a lot, but
got a catch as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It was Wells, wasn't it? Just off his pads, I think.
Yeah. Final ball of Patterson's third over, yet to concede a run, and he won't. Again, Balderson leaves it alone. Not sure he had to play a Denny in that over, did he? I think it all went through to Tom Moore, so maybe just bring it back an inch or 2 towards the off stump. But who am I to pass on any comment? But I think if you send down 6 in a row that the batsman doesn't have to play at, might just need to adjust the line. 34 for 1 after 12 overs. We've just had 4 runs, 1 boundary, and we've had 5 overs, so 29 of the 30 balls have been dot balls.
Yeah, the 3 seamers used again by Nottinghamshire so far. Fletcher 6 overs, about to start his 7th, 1 for 29. Wells on strike, actually. I don't know who stopped there first, I don't know who pulled away first. Either way, Fletcher doesn't deliver the ball. Wells may have just stepped away. So Fletcher 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Hutton, who was the pick of an excellent bowling attack for Nottinghamshire in the first innings,
where he claimed 5 for 62. He's bowled 3 overs for 5 runs, and Patterson 3 overs, 3 maidens. So Fletcher's in, and that's crunched away through the offside by Wells. A flamboyant looking shot, actually, up onto his toes. Very spectacular follow through. And the ball's driven out through extra cover, and it's picked up by a gentleman in an orange shirt, and he lobs it back onto the field, and they're going to have to kick the ball all the way back towards the umpire. So it gets sanitised. 38 for 1. Wells moves to 21 not out.
Just while they're sanitising the ball, I've had Tom Moore's mum Karen on again, obviously with us this afternoon. Lovely to have you with us following the action here. We're extremely close as a family. This is the Moores family. We're extremely close to the Wells family. Pete and Alan Wells, of course, played at Sussex together as teammates, and Tom and Luke, as youngsters, played cricket in the garden growing up. Luke Wells' mum was also my best friend. She's sadly no longer with us.
Fletcher to Wells, goes back and dabs it away into the offside for no run.
She'd have been delighted to see both Tom and Luke playing together, albeit in different teams. We always talked when they were younger. We wonder if they'll end up playing professional cricket, and now it's happening. So that's lovely, that from Karen. Nice little background there, because obviously aware of Tom being born in Brighton or whatever, and if you think about it, Peter did play at Sussex with Luke's dad, but a link there. They've known each other, I guess, pretty much all their life, and very nice to see them there together. Although of course Tom was dismissed by Luke on 97.
Fletcher to Luke Wells, turns the ball off his pads out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I wonder if that'll sting more or not so much. Out for 97 to your mate.
Well, he deserved his ton, didn't he? Just falling short. Tom Moore's likewise, Lyndon, James, they were both excellent for Nottinghamshire. Forward goes Luke Wells in defence. Again, back beyond the bowler. Mullaney at mid-on fields, and there's no run.
I said earlier, I don't know if it's just me and my psyche. I don't get any pleasure in any player getting out in the 90s, because whichever side, obviously, if it's a Nottinghamshire wicket, they've got a wicket, but I wouldn't have been that disheartened if the other player got to 100 and then Notts had got him out. But I just think if you battle your way through and you get that close, you've almost earned it, haven't you? But sometimes you've got to go through a little bit of pain to experience the good times.
Fletcher again. He played it down to the ground once more, Luke Wells, with an angled bat. His kind of hands just tucked into his hip, steering it off the face of the bat, down through kind of gully region. Hutton doing his best to try and leap to his left to stop the ball. It wasn't a chance, but he almost stopped it. He's come back for 2, moves to 23, 42 for 1. Fletcher 1 for 37. 2 balls left of his 7th over. 3 slips. Back will point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. And now Ben Slater, who was at mid-wicket, jogging back towards the boundary. This is a deep square leg and a long leg. Fletcher right arm around the wicket. And just jabbed out into the offside by Luke Wells. And there is no run. 42 for 1. Lancashire second innings. 402 more runs needed. Nottinghamshire need 9 more wickets. 5 Live Sports Extra on the BBC Sport website and app. We've got day 3 of the LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. We've got Fletcher running in to complete the over from the Radcliffe Road end. And that's turned out through the onside by Wells for a sneaky little single. Little flick out towards mid-wicket, and he keeps the strike as well. 43 for 1 at the end of the over.
So Lancashire 30 for 1 at tea. They've added 13 then in this session. Wells on 24, Balderson on 15. They've added 38 since Alex Davis was dismissed. His game is over. Still going to be Dane Patterson. Started with 3 maidens up to this point. Dane Patterson. Bowling to Luke Wells, big tall fella. Scored 100 against Notts down at Hove for Sussex, that last game of Chris Reeve's career, last match of 2017. He's got solidly behind this. Pushes it back to Patterson. Saw Luke Fletcher bring up his 400th first-class wicket with the wicket of Alex Davis just before the tea break. Patterson's in the same ballpark. Let me just click on there. He's closing in on it, certainly. When we find it, first class wicket, it's a 394 now for Dane, so it's there or thereabouts. This one goes through and taken by Moores. They're both 32 years of age, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, and just 6 wickets between the pair of them right now. 43 for 1. Brett Hutton at third slip, doing, well, heaven knows what he's doing. Not quite press-ups, he's sort of press-ups on his side. I'm sure there'll be a technical name for it, but certainly giving every indication that he's probably going to replace Luke Fletcher. Normally bowls from the pavilion end, Brett Hutton, but if he's getting himself ready to bowl, Patterson's still fresh into his spell. This is his 4th over and yet to concede a run, as Wells helps it up to Fletcher at mid-on, and there's no run. Standard 3 on the leg side, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and then on the offside 3 slips, point, extra cover and mid-off. One of those little transition spells, this, I guess. Lancashire trying to get to stumps. Really, they'd be happy to walk off now. Nottinghamshire desperate to make life easier for themselves tomorrow by getting whatever they can out of this session. Down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was either off the glove or the very top of the bat. Angled away, it went quickly away down the leg side by Wells for 4. And at last Patterson has conceded some runs. Just waited for the opportunity, Wells, and deflected it away, went quickly down, perhaps heard the thud into the boards down below us. And it's 47 for 1 Lancashire, and very quiet, less than 400 now, 397 to win. Would seem to be certainly the most unlikely of outcomes. 397. There's been a couple of decent run chasers on this ground over the last couple of years we've mentioned. 333 Warwickshire chasing down here on the last day, and 360 or so from Derbyshire last year. Wide of the off stump, well taken again by Tom Moores. This one would appear to be extremely unlikely. Prolonging the contest, preserving the wickets in this session would be paramount. Got another radio update. Where Lancashire are 47 for 1. They've been set to score 444, unlikely as that would seem. Tomorrow is the final day, so a real chance here for Notts to make it back-to-back wins after the victory at Somerset last week. Alex Davis out for naught, second time in the match just before tea. Luke Fletcher getting the wicket, his 400th in first-class cricket. Notts need 9 wickets either in this session or throughout tomorrow to go right up towards the top of the Division 1 table. Lancashire 47 for 1. So there's an update. The over ended. Patterson just going for 4 runs, and I'll just have a quick look. As I said that at the other Division 1 game that's in progress, where Warwickshire made a fine start. They're now 80 without loss, requiring a further 216 to beat Hampshire. Dominic Sibley 37 not out, Robbie Yates 38 not out. So it's a remarkable game there, where 20 wickets fell on the first day. And Brett Hutton it is, and he is going to bowl from the pavilion end. We'll have Kevin Howells join us for a spell in this session, and in a moment he'll join Scott Reed.
Thanks, Dave. Brett Hutton returning, the star of the first innings. I mean, it's difficult to pick between the three of them. Fletcher, Hutton and Patterson, they all bowled really well. But Hutton's 5 wickets, the headline there, 19 overs, 5 for 62 in the first innings. Patterson 3 for 39, Fletcher 2 for 47. Here comes Hutton, Ratcliffe Road End bowls down the leg side to George Balderson, and there is no run. 47 for 1 for the 397 runs needed. Third day, and what a scorcher of a day.
Bit warm, isn't it?
Just a bit, yeah. There's a few supporters who retreated into the Ratcliffe Road End here during the tea interval just to have a bit of shade.
Oh, inside, not out watching you?
No, inside.
Yeah.
Oof, yeah. Hutton to Balderson. And that's defender, just snaps the ball away, and then for a second a little concerned as to whether or not that would ricochet back onto his stumps, but it didn't. Picked up by Sam Northeast, who comes up from third slip, and there's no run.
This isn't a criticism, but I feel like it almost sounds like one, but I've never noticed before a stand quite like the Smith Cooper there, with the spectators as they are in all their nice bright colours. That reminds me quite as much as the old Subbuteo stands you used to do for football and cricket. It just looks like one straight out of there.
Up to Balderson, and that glance down towards fine leg for 4 runs for George Balderson. Takes him on to 19, and Lancashire bring up 50 with that. 51 for 1, need 393 more runs to win.
If I could be really picky, I think I'd move the lady in the mustard-coloured top. Maybe a couple of rows back. I think that's where I would put her in my little stand for my tabletop game. But
I could imagine you having that. Did you have the full thing? Floodlights and...
Oh, yeah. And you used to stick the thing in the back and they'd flicker on.
Yeah.
We never bothered going through the routine of the umpires meeting together in the middle to talk about it for half an hour.
Never changed the ball.
Oh, there was none of that going on.
Ball's gone soft, umpire. 19 to Balderson. There's now a short mid-wicket. Hutton is in, and it's angled across Balderson, and there's no run. I thought in the first innings, actually, Balderson came out and played a couple of lovely shots through mid-wicket. And then the following day, when he came out to resume his innings, they put a man close in that position. Perhaps had spotted that in the first part of his innings, and that's where he flicked the ball to, and he was caught at mid-wicket by Patterson White, who's back in there again now, just moving an inch or two nearer to Balderson. Hutton, and that's driven, and that'll work its way out towards the Subbuteo stand and the Smith Cooper stand for 4 runs. Nice square drive from George Balderson to bring up the 50 partnership between Luke Wells and George Balderson. 25 of them to Luke Wells, 23 of them to Balderson, and a 50 off 85 deliveries.
Can't really explain why it struck me like that. I think it's because they, again, not being rude, but they look like miniature figures in there. And they're pristine white seats and the stand over the top, or the covering over the top.
That's the stand to be in, really, isn't it? To get a bit of...
It looks shady.
Yeah, get a bit of break from the sun. Defended by Balderson. Up to mid-off, and there's no run. 55 for 1. Balderson 23 and Wells on 28.
I just realised by calling it shady, it looks as if they're suspicious.
Like a bit dodgy.
That's the dodgy stand. The shady, dodgy stand. I tell you, if you want to pick me up today, you know, I hope the day's going well for you, but if you want to pick me up, I suggest, and you're on social media, I suggest you follow Kevin P. Hand. our BBC colleague, because he is just going to be tweeting such euphoric tweets today, isn't he? You've got a whole string of another one there? Another one. Because Middlesex have declared at 676 for 5 is their highest first-class total, okay? And it's not been an easy year for them. Patterson in and bowls, and that's through to the keeper, and there will be no run. Whatever you do, don't respond to him by asking for the average age of the Sussex bowling attack. Okay, so he won't take.
He won't like that.
No, he won't like that.
Takes the shine off.
It takes the shine off. And so it's. And he's right, because 676 is a massive score, isn't it, against any attack? So that's been going on. Our colleague Churchy would have been happy with that last wicket peering for Surrey as well. 24 for no wicket now, Northants. Need another 297 for a victory there. So a lot of happiness being shared around. Wells is on 28, Lancashire 55 for 1. Worked away onto the onside, and there will again be no run. Do you know, this is a decent start here by Lancashire. The Alex Davis blow, obviously. LBW to Fletcher first ball when he was out for a duck. But I've liked the response I've seen from both Wells and Balderson since. And this is not going to be, on evidence so far, easy for Nottinghamshire here. I'm not saying they're not going to do it, because they've got so much time, of course. But they're going to have to work for it by the looks of it. And Wells on 28. Patterson in his 5th over comes in past umpire Hartley. Oh, very nearly gets a little nick there, a little bit of movement and carry through to the keeper. Still an attacking field of 3, slips in there. Good energy from Notts in the field, but you know, this is pretty sapping stuff. I think the forecast is pretty similar for tomorrow.
It is, yeah.
So there may be a bead or two of sweat on the brow of Nottinghamshire as they push for a victory here. They need 9 more wickets. Lancashire 55 for 1. Wells again. Head down. Facing this ball from Patterson, bowling from the pavilion end. In bowls and exaggerated leave from Wells. When he sticks his chest out.
Just, isn't he? Yeah.
He liked that catch last week. You know, remember that grab down the slip?
Is that Parkinson?
He retweeted it himself.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Got a bit of grief from teammates past and present for saying, "Look at me." But I don't blame him, really, in fairness, because it was a good catch, wasn't it?
It was.
Good catch. And it was my commentary. I was pleased with that. I got a little chuckle for that. Wells is on 28, and Patterson in bowls, and again another exaggerated leave. So right now he's my favourite cricketer. Because together, the pair of us, we did okay. And I can't always say that, and in fairness to him, he can't always say it.
No, that's very true.
So in fairness to both of us, it was our moment, and we both enjoyed it. I retweeted his retweet.
Did you retweet it?
Yes,
There's lots of retweeting.
Oh, yeah. That currently is my show reel.
And what a show reel it is.
18 seconds of broadcasting gold. Meantime, Wells concentrating again in and worked away on the onside. And that's going to be signalled short as a leg by umpire Hartley. Indeed it is. So 55 for 1 with this 444 as the target, which we're just going to mention in passing for the time being, Scott. Nothing more.
Yep.
Wells 28, Balderson on 23, and Warwickshire against Hampshire is the one we're keeping a close eye on, obviously, as well. 85 for no wicket, 212 needed for the victory. But Mohammed Abbas, we were listening to a bit of commentary on Firelight Sports Extra just ahead of tea, and it was Kevin James who made the point that Abbas pulled up with an injury, so that's not looking so good from their point of view.
It's Hutton, Ratcliffe Road End, Wells on strike, around the wicket, left by Luke Wells and through to the keeper. And there is no run.
It's a batting day today, isn't it?
It is.
We got some news there regarding that Warwickshire game.
Well, it's a timely partnership. This is the highest opening partnership of the season. Yates and Sibley is Warwickshire's highest of the campaign, so nice time to get it. Halfway into the final round of county championship games. Wells goes back and across and defends, playing it with an angled bat towards point, and there's no run. 56 for 1. Yeah, I think maybe there's 22 overs left today, so it depends
terms of how deep Lancashire can take this tomorrow. Can they save the day? Well, it might depend on how many wickets they have in hand overnight, what they've got to work with overnight going into tomorrow. And that's defended by Wells. Bounces down to Lyndon James at backward point, and there's no run. Remains on 28. Hutton under glorious blue skies above Trent Bridge. He's back to his mark. Squad number 16, searching for his first wicket of the innings. It's back of a length, and Wells onto that quickly. Pull that through the onside, out towards deep square leg for 4 runs. Just dropping short, and Wells helped himself onto that. Little pivot onto the back foot. Moves to 32. The score to 60 for 1.
Oh, Brace Girdle, he's taken to Twitter.
He's taken to Twitter?
He's taken to Twitter. With the Subbuteo stand. Now I feel ever so self-conscious about it. Because people would just have to believe me, otherwise, wouldn't they?
Wells waits. Just clipped out to mid-wicket this time. And there's no run.
And now somebody's going to get offended. There's always somebody that gets offended. I'm not saying it looks like a piece of plastic that you'd add as a 5-year-old, okay? It's a fantastic stand, okay? Can we just get that right?
Get that out there.
It's just it was the colours, really, that got me. I'm going to pull out now whilst the going's bad.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. And there's 4 down to fine leg this time for Luke Wells. He just pulled that around the wicket to the left-hander, and it just helped it off his pads, really. A couple of little gimmies there in that over, and Wells has made the most of them. He moves to 36 not out, like I showed in their second innings. 64 for 1. He should be mischievous.
No, it's just there's been a rather predictable reply on Twitter. Anyway, 64 for 1, yes. Wells 36, Balderson on 23. The sun is shining. It's a glorious day today. I'm almost as giddy as I was with you at Sedbergh.
You were very giddy at Sedbergh.
And I left how many pieces of clothing behind at Sedbergh, so I must concentrate here
Mm.
today, not to leave things behind, because when I get giddy, I just waltz off into the sunset.
Stop taking clothes off.
And well, yes, I take my clothes off, and I waltz off into the sunset and forgetting to pick it up. So no, it is a lovely day, glorious day. Balderson on 23, and Patterson in now and bowls and driven up to mid-off, and there will be no run. And it's going to be that sort of an afternoon, I reckon, for the remaining 21 overs. And it's a battle for the batters out there. But conditions, I reckon, pretty much favour them. You know, if you're Wells and Balderson, you've got to be backing yourself here to see through this session. Come back all refreshed, ready to go again tomorrow for a monumental battle. And see where you get by lunch and all that sort of stuff. But this is the first bit to try and get through. Patterson bowls, driven nicely, but straight to the fielder at mid-off by Balderson. Got down and punched that well. But it's 23 off 40 deliveries. This partnership of 59. With Davis LBW to Fletcher without scoring another wicket for Luke Fletcher.
57 this season.
Patterson is in his 6th over. And so tight, so economical. 4 maidens in his first 5 overs. Only 4 runs conceded in total so far by him. In bowls and taken down the leg side. And I do like a strange appeal, because Patterson then raised his hand, went, oh, and then thought of appealing and just sort of waltzed back round towards the umpire. And by the time he made eye contact with the umpire, he dropped his arm and thought, no, I'm not going to get... I think he was just looking for a little bit of eye contact to see if there's any point in stretching that one any further.
Peter Hartley, isn't
Yeah, it is Hartley. He gave away nothing.
He didn't know.
Poker look. Patterson Bowles again. Oh, another one taken down the leg side. And again, he almost goes as if he's putting his hand up in a late appeal. It's part of his instant response. Constantly asking questions of the umpire. Received some correspondence on Twitter myself earlier. Someone who was here yesterday, but had in mind they were going to go to Scarborough today.
Oh.
But thankfully, word got out. There was a bit of a pointless exercise in going up there today because the game was over. So
they've stayed here.
They've stayed here.
Yeah. Good choice.
Patterson, Bowles, driven straight, right hand outstretched, but couldn't get it back onto the stumps of the non-striker's end, and Wells probably was in his ground anyway.
How was Scarborough? Looking good?
Too short, too quick.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Scarborough looking good? Yes. Well, I said the ground. You've never been there. You've still got to go. So it's pointless me really talking to you about it in terms of changes. But there's a nice lick of sky blue paint.
Oh, bit of paint.
Here, there, everywhere. And this is going to sound strange, but I'm going to say it. The toilets have been upgraded. They have. And quite beautiful they are as well. Balderson's on 23, ducks out of the way of that one and through to the keeper. And if you'd seen the toilets before, you'd know exactly why it was such an issue. Lancashire 64 for 1, and Wells is on 36, Balderson on 23. And the battle is on here, and it's a good battle as well, because remember, at the end of all this, there's just a little matter of becoming champion county for 2021.
Yes, coming into today's third day, obviously with that game that we touched on there, Scarborough already finished. That win for Yorkshire inside 2 days has put them top of Division 1 with 38.5 points. Warwickshire, as it stands, 36 points. Nottinghamshire third, 33 points. Lancashire fourth, 31.5 points. Hutton right arm around the wicket, Bowles. Wells defends but gets a run just to the left of Mulaney at mid-on. Moves up to 37. Score is 65 for 1. So if you add another 16 points onto a Warwickshire score there, for example, or to Nottinghamshire here, or indeed to Lancashire, then that's a potentially significant gap for a Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire or Lancashire win this week at the top. That will take those sides clear by a few points. Hutton over the wicket to Balderson, left by the young Lancashire left-hander, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. So Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire and Lancashire know the potential significance of a result here. I guess from Lancashire's point of view, a draw from this position would be obviously an outstanding result.
A Warwickshire win makes the Yorkshire-Warwickshire game next week massive, doesn't it?
It does. Hutton to Balderson, left again, just angled across him. Good judgment from George Balderson. Into the gloves of Tom Moores. Both batsmen come down and have a little look at the pitch. Yeah, next week Hampshire play Nottinghamshire, Somerset play Lancashire, and Yorkshire play Warwickshire in the penultimate round of fixtures. And it's Lancashire, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire and Warwickshire, Somerset in the final round of games. These obviously in Division 1.
Super September could really ignite next week.
Hutton to Balderson, that's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Didn't feel much like Super September last week.
You weren't feeling it, were you?
I'm starting to feel it.
Are you feeling it now?
I'm starting to feel it.
I'm pleased to hear that. Pleased to hear that. Super September could ignite. I think you're right.
Go large.
Could go large next week. Pushed out into the offside by Balderson. Foolish ball from Hutton. Playing into the covers for no run.
But you know, if you're with Nottinghamshire at Taunton last week, you would have thought that ignited last week, in fairness, from where they were in the table. So it just happens where you are. And
well, that was. I mean, it's a great win, wasn't it, for Notts last week, and
exactly.
likewise for Yorkshire this week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good job Hampshire hung on last week. Otherwise, 2 wins from 2 for Yorkshire. They'd have been pulling streets ahead. Chops away by Balderson for 4 runs. It's a nice looking shot off the back foot. Out towards deep point for 4.
Bit of your RAF background coming in there, wasn't it? Chocks away. Chocks away, my friend.
69 for 1.
You just don't want to put a curse on anybody out there on the field, but at the moment they're looking all right, Scott. Do you not think?
It's a good start.
Okay, fair enough. No, I like your Liam Patterson-White. Gosh, I've got to go in a minute, but I want to see this over from Liam Patterson-White. And, you know, it was a terrific week for him last week. Fantastic week. And very noticeable, Patterson-White. I think there was another one. Was it Ben Duckett last week on a contract as well for the extension or not? I can't quite remember. Lyndon James and Patterson, what was it? As young players, not just here, but up and down the country, you notice a good display at the moment. You notice 24 hours later, contract extension, signing the players up, because there's a lot of that going on, isn't there? Looking for talent to, everybody wants, the current in thing. And sadly, nobody's come from me, nobody's come for you, but they are going for these young players out there. Patterson-White with a bit of spin. And he bowls here. This is going to be an interesting little tussle here now with a bit of spin brought in, and that one is defended by Wells. He's on 37. Back to his mark again. Got a slip in the skipper Mullaney. Got a forward short leg. Leans back, chops down on it. Mullaney it is. We'll have to go chasing that. But, well, I thought there was a single in that. The person who most importantly didn't think so was Balderson. But he let Wells go quite a way down, dancing and skipping side on, before he made certain to tell him to get back.
Get back.
And it was his call, went behind square, so it was up to him. So Wells remains on 37. Next ball bowls, a jump to it. And I think a good first over here, because now there looks to be a bit of jeopardy.
We didn't see him at all in the first innings. He wasn't required, Patterson-White.
Like the start of this. 69 for 1, the Lancashire score. Again, forward to it, a bit of a lunge and played behind square. He will get a single this time, will Luke Wells. He'll move to 38, Lancashire to 70 for 1. We're in the final session of day 3. In this final run-in towards the championship title for 2021. And then there's the bonus, if you like, the Bob Willis Trophy final as well, which is cricket at Lords. And the players made a big thing about Lords and the Royal London Wonder Cup and whatever. It's a trip to Lords for a couple of teams. Patterson-White in and bowls, and onto the onside. There'll be no run. So all of that, I think that just trickles in. If they use all 5 days, that trickles into October the 1st, doesn't it? Just a little trickle into October. Patterson-White, last ball of the over, bowls and back and defended back to the bowler. So I thought it was a good tidying over that. 70 for 1. Wells on 38, Balderson on 27, and just the 1 run coming from it. I shall move aside and be with you a little later.
Yeah, not gone for a frontline spinner Lancashire, but Patterson-White, 17 wickets. His return this season for Nottinghamshire. Decent first over. As I say, wasn't really required in the first innings. Fletcher, Hutton and Patterson did all the work for Nottinghamshire. It's a 70 for 1. Wells 38, Balderson on 27. Wells on strike, 2 slips in place. And Hutton's going to start it. And here's Dave Bresco.
Oh yeah, it's Brett Hutton bowling, and it's defended by Luke Wells. I was momentarily just following the progress of a former Nottinghamshire young man. Anuj Dal is 86 not out for Derbyshire. He was here for a good number of years as the going through the academy. Came on as a sub-fielder for the first 11, took a few catches I remember, but didn't get the chance. Moved to Derbyshire, he's 86 not out, never had 100. So I was perhaps, bearing in mind what happened earlier, perhaps I should stop watching what he's doing. This is a lovely delivery from Hutton, outside the off stump, and Luke Wells just pushing at it without making contact. He's on 38, Wells. 27 to Balderson. Agree with Kevin, this looks a very fine start. The platform laid for Lancashire. Whatever the outcome here, they'll need a good session with the bat, and getting it so far as Wells defends. Still lovely conditions here in Nottingham. It's mischievous of me to take a picture of that stand and tweet it at Praise Cricket, that Kevin called the Subbuteo stand. He's getting lots of comments now. He didn't mean anything by it, certainly, but a number of people giving him a bit of stick for it. 70 for 1, all in good humour. Hutton bowls. Oh, he's going to pull that one away, asking umpire Cook here, and the appeal pretty much stifled as soon as it had begun. Round the wicket here, Brett Hutton. Bowling to Luke Wells. And well, difficult to see. We've got the sun as usual on the monitors. Wells trying to pull it away on the leg side. I think it was a height issue, certainly. So we've had one over a spin, Liam Patterson-White. Interesting to see how he goes. Meanwhile, here's Hutton. 5th ball of this is 7th over. Again, nice and fallen. Luke Wells defends. Lancashire were 30 for 1 at tea, so ticked along here. 70 for 1, 40 runs have come in the hour since we resumed. Got 18 overs and 1 ball left, so won't be too far off a prompt 5:30 start, I would imagine. Hutton once more. Conclude this over wide of the off peg, and the batsman has nothing to do with it, so maiden for Brett Hutton. 7 overs. None for 26 now for Brett Hutton. That is his first maiden. Doing an update once again for local radio in a second. The players meanwhile having a little break out there. The fielders are getting a squirt of gel and hand sanitising. Also many of them choosing the opportunity to glug down some water. So too the umpires. That's nice to see. I think that's Joey Everson for Notts. Might be Ben Compton actually. Good to see him. Yeah, it's Ben Compton who's taken a bottle of water out for each umpire, so that's nice. All too often they're forgotten out there. 70 for 1, and players having a proper old drinks break. Just the 1 wicket so far for Nottinghamshire as they look to press for their 2nd win of the end of season group playoffs here. Lancashire 70 for 1. They've been set a nominal victory target, we'll call it that for the time being, of 444 the rest of today. We've got 18 overs and then 96 more overs tomorrow, so Notts need 9 more wickets. Luke Fletcher with the only wicket to fall, that of Alex Davis, who was out for his 2nd duck of the game in the first over. Earlier 97 for Tom Moores, 91 for Lyndon James, as Nottinghamshire declared on 339 for 8. 70 for 1, 18 overs left in this, the 3rd day. So everybody's had the opportunity to glug down a bottle of water, and we're going to be back underway with Liam Patterson-White bowling from the pavilion end. Slow left arm bowling to George Balderson with a slip and a short leg, and this is eased into the offside. Stephen Mullaney at slip clearly saw something that nobody else did and was halfway through a celebration. Lyndon James down at long leg is, I don't know, who's been brought in by Stephen Mullaney, and then he said leave it. Next one, a little bit of turn, but it started too wide of the off stump. Tom Moores couldn't gather it cleanly, but Mullaney first to react, so there was no bye stolen. Clear blue skies, hazy look in the distance all around us. Been very, very warm today. Next ball is just played on the back foot by Balderson. Brett Hutton's in a stationary catching position at shortish mid-wicket. Shadow nearly encroaching on the strip, not quite. Ben Slater's there under the helmet at short leg, and he fields this one that's dropped gently down on the leg side by Balderson. Made 19 in the first innings, 27 not out here. Bowled a lot of overs in the game as well. This is the 22nd over of the innings, second being bowled by Patterson White, and Balderson very respectful towards the spinner as he pushes it out as far as Sam North East. Final ball then of this over, and it's a maiden for Patterson White. Balderson not in any great trouble, it seemed, in that over, but no risk cricket for Lancashire at the moment. 70 for 1, Wells 38, Balderson 27. Elsewhere, Derbyshire 244 for 5 now, replying to Leicestershire's 528. Just mentioned Anuj Dal, he's 86 not out. Within Brooke Guest 93 not out at one stage. Derbyshire 56 for 5, so they're approaching the 200 run stand. Glamorgan are hanging on, if that's the terminology, at Chesterley Street. They're 283 for 6, but there's been a long partnership there between Douthwaite and Salter. They were 151 for 6, so they've added 132 for the 7th wicket. Douthwaite 79 not out, Salter 61 not out. In that one, Essex defeated Gloucestershire earlier by an innings and 3 runs. Kent defeated Worcestershire by an innings and 56. I'll give you the other scores in a moment. Brett Hutton going to bowl round the wicket to Luke Wells, who got in a position to work it on the leg side, but the ball wasn't there to reciprocate, so he pushed it back to the bowler. At Wantage Road, Northampton 31 for 1 in the 4th innings of the match, needing 289 more to defeat Surrey. Division 1 at Edgbaston, Warwickshire still have their openers intact, 96 without loss, needing a further 200 to defeat Hampshire. And Middlesex, remember, 676 for 5 declared, their highest first-class score of all time. Sussex 33 without loss. Brett Hutton bowling and tickled away on the leg side, and there's no run. Remains 70 for 1 here. So you're up to speed with what's happening up and down the country, as ever, as we get towards the closing stages of around. Less and less matches for us to keep an eye on and for you to enjoy. Of course, the Middlesex-Sussex game only in day 2 today. 70 for 1, Brett Hutton round the wicket. Bowles and Luke Wells again defends. We've not had a run for quite some time. Patterson, I beg your pardon, Liam Patterson White 2 overs, none for 1. Dane Patterson didn't give much away in his spell, and Brett Hutton's not gone for many since tea. Here is Hutton back at Trent Bridge after 3 years with Northants. Bowles left alone by Luke Wells. Good judgment there as it goes through to the wicket keeper. 70 for 1 Lancashire, with 16 overs to go after this one, so round about another hour's cricket. Not too bad. We've finished about 20-25 past 6 on each of the first 2 days, but one way or another we've look on course for, I was going to say we look on course for a prompt finish-ish, but again we've got a hold up here, somebody or something distracting the eye line of Luke Wells. As Kevin comes back to join.
There's been a lot of that going on next door, Dave, hasn't there?
There has.
Yeah.
There has.
I wonder if it is people going in for a bit of shade and then popping back out again at just the wrong moment.
70 for 1 as Hutton round the wicket, bowls to Wells, and he eases it into the offside. You were very fortunate to watch the Indians in their practice game up at the Riverside at Chesterley Street before the Test series started against the first class counties 11, and I actually popped up and joined you for the third day of that one. We did see Jack Carlson in one of the interval. Carlson, the Surrey Sussex spinner, let's get it right, bowling to Virat Kohli on the live stream for a while. Well, I don't know what was more difficult and nerve-wracking for young Carlson. Here's Hutton bowling, and this one's defended. Bowling to Virat Kohli with the live stream being beamed back to however many watchers in the subcontinent, or bowling to Middlesex over the last couple of days, because his figures of 46 overs, 2 for 183. He's put in a shift there, the lad, hasn't he?
Yeah, I guess it goes down as learning experience, but it's a tough one, isn't it? And, you know, talking at tea interval about this, it's the flip side of a lot of young players playing all together. That sort of thing can happen. I mean, Sussex are off to a start of 37 for no wicket, so you've got to imagine that we're talking about the flattest of flat pitches. And, you know, that doesn't help, does it? Okay. Back here, Patterson White bowls, and Balderson pushes this forward. If you're Lancashire, you're really nervous as supporters, aren't you, in this situation? You've got to be, because you're such a long way behind. We're talking about a figure of 444, which we're not really concentrating on at the moment. It's all about getting through this session without loss of wickets, as Patterson White in bowls and driven back to the spinner. Ooh, he looked quite aggressive in the way he went across.
Well, there's that old saying, isn't there, 1 wicket brings 2, and if suddenly it was 70 for 3, you'd be fearful of what might happen.
But, you know, this for me is the most dangerous at the moment. This spin of Patterson White into Balderson. It's what they've looked most uncomfortable against for me in the last half an hour or so. Well, he's only in his 3rd over, so they're getting used to this. I think it's good stuff. And the battle of the mind as well. Never mind the general cricketing skills, and pushed into the offside and no run.
I never win any of those, the battle of the minds.
That's not true, David. On Popmaster in the mornings, you.
A century for Brooke Guest. He's 101. Anusdale's still 86 not out. He's been there for about half an hour.
Balderson facing again. Goes back. Oh, turned down in front of short leg. Just in front of him there.
He was a former Lancashire man, wasn't he, Brooke Guest? Now moved to Derbyshire. Ben Slater under the helmet there was into play. He did catch Luke Wells in the first innings. One very quickly worked off his hip, and sharp reflex catch at short leg by Slater. So we've seen him do it in this match.
Last ball of the over. This is threatening for me, for Lancashire. They've got to be careful here. Worked away square on the onside. He'll get a single, actually. Will Balderson. And he will go through to 28. Wells on 38 and 71 for 1. When I left about 10 or 15 minutes ago, it was 70 for 1. How many maidens we had there?
Yeah, there was a good number. It might be Luke Fletcher now, actually. He's taking his cap off. Looks as if he's being brought back, his go-to man. Stephen Mullaney spreading his arms out as if almost apologetically, sorry mate, but you've got to have a bowl. I don't think that would be the conversation at all. Fletcher would be queuing up to have a go. He's been unusually expensive here, but he has, as I sort of mentioned earlier, had very attacking fields, 4 slips and short leg and everybody in, but he was picked off his legs 2 or 3 times early on by Balderson. But normally this year, 7 overs, perhaps he'd have leaked 10 runs, but he has managed in most games this year to get up a wicket, or 2 right at the start of an innings, and obviously he's gone on. You heard 1 or 2 cheers. I think it's been fairly obvious for about 3 minutes that Luke was going to bowl this over, but once he got the ball in his hand, there was the cheer. So Balderson on 28, 71 for 1. nice and full and clipped away, and sometimes you just know how a spell's going to go by how the first ball is received, and again it's been clipped away on the leg side for 4, and certainly Balderson likes facing Luke Fletcher, or certainly in this innings he does.
Yes, it's the spin at the other end that's causing them the most grief at the moment. The flip side, obviously, the Lancashire trying to get through these remaining 14 overs after this and coming back all fresh tomorrow, is the fact that overnight they've just got the little voices, if they're not careful, Nottinghamshire in their minds as well. So he's brought Luke in. Mulaney does not want to go to bed tonight worrying about 9 more wickets. He wants to go to bed tonight just slightly concerned about another 6 or 7, maybe 5 or 6.
Yes, Luke Fletcher again rushing in to bowl wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the keeper. I've never been one for counting chickens before they hatched, or whatever the saying is, but even if they do have a following win tomorrow and really get up ahead of steam, I can't see that the win is a factor at all for Lancashire. I'm sorry, Red Rose folks, if you're the optimistic, yeah, we will win, I don't agree. Another 369, that's a lot. We've not had too many sessions of 100 runs in this game as Fletcher bowls, and I really don't think it's going to be an attacking policy in the first or second session tomorrow if you don't lose wickets to rattle along. Single taken here on the leg side. I wonder if that's a no ball as well, because Nick Cook was standing with his arm. I don't know if he was saying after you to Luke Fletcher to walk past him, or if he left his arm dangling out there to signal that it was a no ball. I don't think it's been added on. No, sure it hasn't. 76 for 1. It does seem an awful lot to chase, even if you've got a couple of batsmen who might get set. Fletcher bowls down the leg side. There's going to be runs here. That's eluded the dive of Tom Moores. Not much the keeper could do about that. The only question is bat or pad. Pad it was for leg buys. So runs have been fairly plentiful in this return of Fletcher, and we've quickly gone from whatever it was when Kevin sat down, 71 for 1 to 80 for 1, with a couple of boundaries in this over and a single, one off the bat and one leg by, or 4 leg buys. Nottinghamshire 93 not out. The nicest fella you could wish to meet, and I think he's something fairly high in the PCA. One of the did he take over from Darryl Mitchell? He's certainly one of the main players' reps now. This goes through to the wicket keeper. It shows his standing really, because he's not played that many first class games, Nottinghamshire, but clearly his fellow professionals think an awful lot of him, and as I say, he's a smashing young man who didn't really get a chance here at Trent Bridge.
Darryl Mitchell retiring?
So I saw earlier, yeah.
Season, yeah.
Another boundary for Dal, as I mentioned his name. He's on 97 not out. I should turn away now, shouldn't I?
You should really, because actually we've
I've
had
not got a good track
week.
record today.
Well, no, and a few this week have gone in the 90s. Jack Leaney actually for 97 for Kent, but still a big win.
Tom Moores for 97.
Yeah.
80 for 1 Lancashire. Luke Fletcher to bowl the final ball of this over. His comeback hasn't necessarily been everything he'd want it to be. Now then, he's struck on the pad and he's run off celebrating. I don't think that's going to be given. He's not been joined really by those behind the wicket. Oh, he's giving it the teapot now. He's having a bit of a look at Luke Wells, as if to he stood there as if to say, well, I've got 55, 6 wickets, whatever it is this season, and I just can't believe you've not given that. But nobody else thought it was out, and certainly the umpire didn't. And it just didn't look right, did it? 80 for 1 at the end of the over.
Did you not think so? I thought it was a good call.
I thought it was a good call.
I presume there must have been some bat on it.
There might well have been. He's still having a bit of a chunter. Made his way to
that's what we want
mid-off.
Not one in chuntering.
You do. He's not been the great saviour so far. He's got the 1 wicket, but
this man might be. Patterson White comes in and bowls with his spin now and goes forward. Does Balderson to this? This for me is the contest at the moment, Dave. This one.
Yeah, he's going to have a hefty workload. 17 wickets at 36 this season for Liam.
He comes in again from the pavilion end and he's into Balderson. Bowls now. Gives that a bit more air. Well, where's that gone? Did that spin and then come off the edge of the bat and fall short of Mulaney at slip, or did they just spin so much they didn't get anything on it?
It certainly fell short of Mulaney, so
Yeah.
it wasn't a chance, but whether there was some bat involved or not, I'm not sure.
I think he's bowling brilliantly here. And it looks as if he's getting a little bit of something there as well.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, he really is a good cricketer.
3.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs.
Got a couple of gems with Lyndon James and him.
Back again to Balderson. Balderson on a full delivery this time will dig that one out and drive it out into the offside. Will it go all the way to the boundary rope? Yes, that's a 4. So Balderson moves to 37. Can't afford to get bogged down too much. Got to feel some sort of freedom out there. But this is a battle to survive. Also 84 for 1 now. 444 is the target. We'll keep on talking about the target because people will be joining us all the time, of course, especially this time of day, to get a bit of context to the game. But we are putting that total and target on the side for the time being. As Balderson faces again and into the offside, no run. Logic in your head and all your experience, Dave, will tell you that 444, and the history books no doubt will tell you the same. You know, but the but for me is what we're seeing in terms of the surface, in terms also of some big strikers of the ball in that Lancashire innings, a bit further on down, back and defensive. You got Bohannon, who scored a 170 last week. He's in great form. You've got Villas, you've got Croft.
Well, Villas and Croft have both had hundreds on this ground in the past.
You've got a strip which isn't particularly close to either boundary, which of course adds to the unlikelihood of them getting those big runs in the time. But this one's a dot ball into the offside. No
Fast
run.
outfield though, Kev. You beat the fielder and you've got 4.
Yeah, so you've got all that and you've got 360. If you're talking 300, around the 300 mark in a day on this pitch, in the way I'm saying that you can't rule it out. It's almost as if I'm saying I think there might. It's daft, but I'm going to say it's almost as if I'm saying there's almost like 30, 40 too many. But if it comes down to those margins, but let's worry about that at tea tomorrow, because I think that's the only time that Lancashire really will start to think about that, mid-afternoon tomorrow.
And the other thing is, you know, you weigh up your own chances, where you are, where you'd be with, you know, a draw or a defeat. There's not a lot to play for, 3rd, 4th, 5th or 6th place, yet as you say, there's huge carrots. If you can come 1st or 2nd, you want those W's, you want to chase the wins, don't you? As Fletcher round the wicket, bowls to Luke Wells and he defends.
The only W's we're looking at the moment, Dave, for the rest of the day, the wicket. That's the column, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the wicket's
right
today,
now.
but the win is crucial, and I think Lancashire might feel they didn't win this. They'd have some catching up to do. Of course, they won their last 2 games. They'd be right back in the mix, but the opportunity does come tomorrow to present itself with a couple going nicely. But it just does seem as if it might be too many to chase.
Oh yeah, your head says it. Your head says it is, but
Fletcher to Wells, and again he keeps it out. I don't know if you heard, I know you've been next door and following other games, but listening to our commentary as well. I had Karen Moore's, Tom Moore's mum come on earlier and saying how close the relationship always was between the Moores and the Wells family, and Tom Moore's and Luke grew up playing with each other down at Hove. Yeah. 84 for 1. Of course, he got him out on 97 today, so best mates for life. This one's pushed to the offside. Ball handed immediately to Liam Patterson-White, who is the ball polisher. You'll remember Michael Lum here. He wanted it after every delivery to work on it and polish it and buff it up, and Patterson-White is exactly the same. It's a knack, it's a skill, it's an art, and I guess if you've only got one in the team doing it, it saves everybody else. We've all heard it in club cricket. Which side are you polishing? To the bowlers. The one with the crown on, or the crest on, or the one with the writing on, or whatever it may be. Fletcher bowls again, nice and full. Now then he's going to ask, and again it's not given. Once more Luke Fletcher with the teapot, and that one got through the defences of Luke Wells, and from the batsman's point of view that might be concerning, because it was nice and full and he played round it, and again I'm not entirely sure what we'll see from the The replay, outside the line. I think just 84 for 1.
But we've got danger at both ends now.
Yeah. Talked the other day, and I don't know if you know, I don't know. Why do they call him the Beast, Nick Cook? Because everybody does, and he answers to it, and whatever, you know. I wonder. Next ball, Fletcher bowls, and this one's hit back past him as he's often the way. An LBW appeal or a close call or a drop catch, usually followed by a boundary, and this is a lovely shot down the ground for 4. Lancashire 88 for 1, and Luke Wells on to 42, George Balderson 37. This partnership worth 83.
It's good cricket, Dave. Loving the cricket, because we've got danger at either end, and then given an opportunity, they're trying to get the ball away. They don't want to get bogged down. This is a wonderful battle of first-class cricket, this. And Fletcher's not quite ticking, but he's a bit hot and grumpy out there.
He is. He's had a couple of LBW appeals that been turned down that he thought they were out. Nothing else. This one wide of the off stump, and he's ticking. End of the over, 88 for 1. Nice way of putting it. Lancashire going along 3.26 runs and over, which is as healthy as they've been in this game. 88 for 1. And a nudge Dal has just hit a boundary to go from 98 to his maiden first-class 100. That's terrific. I don't know if Brooke guessed, the former Lancashire player, I don't know if he's had 100 or not before, but he's 102 not out. Anuj Dal 102 not out. Derbyshire 273 for 5, replying to Leicestershire's 500 and plenty, 528 in fact. So that's good.
Patterson White with his spin to Balderson into the offside. No run. Pufferdas comes up. I'll have to dash in a moment just to do some point of orders to the meeting.
So administration.
Yes, right. For 5 Live Sports Extra, there'll be change of sport off to tennis. So online for your commentary of the cricket, BBC Sport website, and also the app, and get us there. And this one's worked onto the onside by Balderson, because we've got a lot of fascinating cricket here today. Back with you tomorrow on Sports Extra at 10:25, because this game is likely still be going on. Isn't it funny how we're always so worried about making big calls? It shouldn't be a big call at all. Balderson facing, and edge, but it's squeezed out there onto the offside for a single, and the score now to 89 for 1. So this ongoing, but also the game in Birmingham, the other title race match involving Warwickshire and Hampshire, and the latest score on that one, a target of 296, is that Warwickshire, let me just bring up the very latest, so 107 for 1. And the wicket to have gone is that of Sibley, to the bowling of Dawson, caught by the keeper out for 47. Next ball bowled and jumping to it Wells on 42.
Did I hear you say that Mohammed Abbas has picked up an injury?
Yeah, pulled up sort of about 15-20 minutes before tea. Robbie Yates is 51 not out. He's just been joined by Chris Benjamin there in the middle. Next ball bowled, and again jumping to that one. So what's that? Still need another 189 runs. So that one's going to go into tomorrow as well. So some terrific cricket, which carries on online. So go online for all your cricket now this afternoon. But if you have got, you've got in the car and you want it on digital radio, 10:25. We're back with you again tomorrow morning. Oh, and very nearly getting an edge. Wells makes me nervous where he jumps at the ball. I've got to go now. But Wells on 42, Balderson 38. This is exciting stuff. I'm loving it. Patterson White's 5 overs, 1 maiden, gone for 7 runs. Dave, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howells. Lovely to have him with us on this third day of Nottinghamshire versus Lancashire up here in the commentary box. It's like when you're being visited by an old aunt that you've not seen for a while. Kevin popping in to say hello. Absolutely lovely. 89 for 1, so just a quick reminder there of what he was saying. It's about 2 minutes to 5. 5 Live Sports Extra will pick up the coverage of the US Open tennis at 5 o'clock. So if you're following us on 5 Live Sports Extra, change to the BBC Sport website or app. If you're in the car, well, you've got a little bit of US Open tennis to look forward to. We've got 11 overs to go here, 89 for 1 Balderson 38, Wells 42. Only asked him about Mohamed Abbas there because, of course, Notts play Hampshire next week. Kyle Abbott not playing in this game. Well, not this game here, but the game at Edgbaston. Next one's gone through to the wicket-keeper. Fletcher continuing. Gone quite a lot of runs for Luke Fletcher here in his 10th over, now 1 for 47. That all-important early breakthrough, getting rid of Alex Davis. It was almost an own goal scored by Davis because his first ball just shouldered arms and ball struck him on the pad in front. 89 for 1. Easy way for the batsman to get wickets, but been nothing following since, although Fletcher bowls a good delivery here. Just nipped away, pitched I think just outside off and just moved a little further away. Simon Aldridge, certainly not many batsmen who've enjoyed facing Luke Fletcher this season, he says. Enjoying the commentary from the team. Lovely to hear from you, Simon. Hope all is well. 89 for 1. Fletcher once more. Word of encouragement from his mate Patterson, who's alongside him at mid-off. Fletcher puts this one in a similar area, but Balderson again leaves it alone. So we're heading towards a final day. It might well be a tense, nervy old affair. The longer Lancashire can go with this pair together, better their chances of at least avoiding defeat. Fletcher bowls, and this one's run away with soft hands. Angle of 45 degrees. Lyndon James is running after it, leaves the area of the field in bright sunshine and moves into that of shade in front of the Smith Cooper stand, and they come back for 3. It's a good pursuit by Lyndon James and got the ball back in the air quickly. 3 runs though taken. Lancashire 92 for 1, requiring 352 more. So Fletcher's gone for 50 here. Just looking up at the one or two spectators, 1 or 2 comments of encouragement being shouted down to him. Now he's ready, round the wicket again, bowls, and Wells again defends. He's on 42, Balderson on 41. Matching each other at the moment. 3 principal seamers have been used and rotated by Stephen Mullaney. Fletcher, Patterson and Brett Hutton, and Liam Patterson-White has bowled 5 overs, none for 7. One ball left in Fletcher's 10th over. Comes Fletcher past Nick Cook, bowls off the back foot, forced away square of the wicket, and there's no run. 92 for 1. Notts began the day 127 for 5. We're having another hand sanitising break, so there'll be a moment or two with not any cricket. 2 umpires are getting together. Don't know if they're going to be brought another bottle of water apiece. Doesn't look like it at the moment. That's 127 for 5. Lyndon James and Tom Moores battered through the entirety of the morning session. Tom Moores first to go after they'd put on 176 together in the middle of the afternoon. He fell with the score on 283 for 6, and cruelly he was out for 97, caught in the deep off Luke Wells. And then Wells also accounted for Lyndon James, who made 91. Another high swirling catch. Josh Bohannon underneath it. That was 3-1-4 for 7. Brett Hutton out for 1, 3-1-5 for 8, and Liam Patterson-White 37 not out. Luke Fletcher 5 not out when the declaration came. 3-3-9 for 8, setting Lancashire 444, and we've got to 92 for 1. I can't believe another half an hour has flown by, but time to do another update into the 5 o'clock news in just a second. So we've only got 10 overs left. Liam Patterson-White to bowl. 60 deliveries left in the day. The first evening, Lancashire lost their 2nd wicket in the first innings and brought a night watchman in. Start of the new over then. Balderson pushes it back to Liam Patterson-White. And they'll be ticking them off. 59 balls remain in the day. Here is Patterson-White bowling, and again defended by Balderson, who's on 41. .92 for 1. Next ball driven into the offside. Little push and run up to Luke Fletcher, who's missed it, and there's going to be plenty more here. In fact, the batsmen have taken their eye off what was happening. They've got a second run due to the Fletcher misfield, but probably should have had a 3 there. 94 for 1. Here is that radio update, where we've got just over 9 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire 94 for 1 in their second innings. They've been set to score 444, which is a long old way off, but they made a positive start here. They still need 350 more. Luke Fletcher with the only wicket to fall, having Alex Davis, LBW, not playing a shot in the first over. Since then, Luke Wells and George Balderson have kept Notts at bay. Earlier in the day, 97 for Tom Moores, 91 for Lyndon James, before Notts declared on 339 for 8. Lancashire 94 for 1 with 9 overs left in the day. That's where we are. 1 ball left in this. This will be the 30th over. Ball's outside the off stump, and this is I don't know where that was. Was it hit back to the bowler? I think it was. 94 for 1. It's almost like they were trying to fool me there and not play with the ball. So I didn't see it come down, I didn't see it go back. End of the over, 94 for 1. Scott Reed back alongside me. 9 overs to go. Lancashire would quite merrily walk off now, 1 down. But I guess over the next half an hour they'll be perhaps just looking to add to this positive start without obviously losing a wicket. Make tomorrow's task easier for them, of course, if they can get in only 1 down.
Yeah, it's a very good start, this, isn't it? Obviously a long way to go, but George Balderson, Luke Wells making life as difficult as they can. It's impressive from Balderson. He's not played much first-class cricket, made his debut in the Bob Willis Trophy, the first Bob Willis Trophy game of last year. So just a handful of first-class games, but a great opportunity for him to take kind of centre stage, and I spoke to him last night. He was enjoying his chance to contribute with the bat and with the ball, right in the thick of the action on the in this match. As Fletcher comes into Wells, it's wide and it's carved away for 4 runs, edging towards 50. Luke Wells moves to 46, 98 for 1.
Yeah, another short wide offering from Luke Fletcher, put away. I guess with George Balderson, I was going to say there might just be an element of fatigue, but I suppose not if you're out there opening the batting for... Well, he didn't open this time, did he? He came in at number 3 in this innings, but if you're out there playing on a test match ground for your county, you know, these are the sort of situations you've dreamed about, you've yearned for, your family has encouraged you along the way, I'm sure, and this is what he will have worked hard in the gym and the swimming pool and running up hills and all the other stuff they do during the winter, just to build up their stamina so they can keep going for day after day, and he'll be very much enjoying it. alongside the more experienced Luke Wells.
Fletcher around the wicket. Keeper standing up. Played into the offside for no run. He was born in the year 2000.
Good grief. You see these socks I've got on? Yes, that tells us an awful lot, I guess, about the wicket, doesn't it? Luke Fletcher bowling and Tom Moore standing up to the stumps.
Into Cheadle-Hulme High School, plays his cricket at Hyde. Represented England on the 19 level. Fletcher in, but it's fizzed down the leg side with the keeper standing up. That's missed everything and gone for 4 byes.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Tom Moores isn't standing up to Luke Fletcher for balls fired quickly of a full length down the leg side, is he?
He's up to 100, that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, if you're a team selector for Hyde Cricket Club, I don't think you'll be getting George Balderson back anytime soon.
Well, it is a fabulous opportunity for him, isn't it? In these next few games, played last week against Warwickshire, certain to play in the remaining 2 county championship fixtures as well. He's at the non-striker's end. Luke Wells, a far more experienced Luke Wells, waits for Fletcher, and he plays a forward defensive, and there's no run. 102 for 1. Wells 46, Balderson 43. And we've got 8 overs remaining in the day's play. It's a hot day outside. Plenty of spectators with their shirts off. Oh, they've got plenty of sun cream on. I've got a message from Rob King. Thank you for your message. He was here yesterday and he said he had a great day at Trent Bridge. Fletcher to Wells, forward in defence, and there's no run. But now enjoying the game from his cool living room today. He says a fantastic ground. And those cream teas in the Derek Randall suite deserve a mention as well.
Right, so that's the opposite side of the ground in the Hound Road stand, Scott, opposite us. You can see the lower, the upper, the glass windows. You can see that's the Derek Randall suite in there, and I'm sure it's similar to what you've been gobbling all week.
Well, you can't resist. No. There's Fletcher in. And that's worked away by Wells off his pads out towards square leg for a single.
And nor should you. It gets you from lunch to your evening meal.
It does, yeah. Yeah, he says the cream scones and in the Derek Randall suite deserve a mention. But I'm glad you've enjoyed your day at Trent Bridge yesterday, Rob. That's the end of the Fletcher over. 8 to go tonight. 103 for 1. Wells 47. Balderson on 43.
Anuj Dal is out for Derbyshire for 106, but the former Lancashire man Brooke Guest still there on 109 not out. Derbyshire 284 for 6, replying to Leicestershire's 500 and a few. There's Liam Patterson-White then from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 9. Kevin L says he's the one. First ball is kept out by Luke Wells. Warwickshire 115 for 1. They need 181 more to defeat Hampshire in another tense Division 1 game. Dominic Sibley, the man out. This is played down in the ground. 1 bounce to Ben Slater. What is it? 1 hand, 1 bounce, or some such in the playground.
Yeah. To play that with my brother.
103 for 1. It's quite strange. I don't know if you saw any of the Paralympics. I watched some of the old wheelchair tennis, and the ball is allowed to bounce twice. You're just not used to it seeing a tennis match, are you? With the ball bouncing twice as Wells comes out of his crease, pushes it into the offside, but the bowler fields off his own bowling. 103 for 1. That was terrific. Some of the Paralympic coverage, and you just take your hat off and salute all the competitors in all the various events. What a true global event it's become. The next one is pushed to Fletcher up at mid-off. This time he does stop it. There was a lazy little misfield in the previous over from the big man. 103 for 1. Floodlights have not been needed this week.
Nope.
Next ball, again right on the spot from Patterson White, and nicely behind it Luke Wells, who will be doubly determined not to give it away here. 47 not out, opened the batting. This second innings came in at 3 in the first innings, but was at the crease very early on. There's a little push and run from Wells into the offside. Bat and pad together and prompted one or two optimistic shouts. Wells will keep strike on 48, end of the over, 104 for 1 Lancashire. So with a 4 on the end, we can do that nice and easily. They require 340 more to defeat Nottinghamshire. 7 overs remaining. Dane Patterson being brought back. 6 overs, 5 maidens, none for 4 are Patterson's figures. He was run away for a boundary. The only scoring shot of his 6 overs. But he did bowl 1 over where I think it was Balderson on strike. He didn't have to play any. They were all out just outside the off stump. So sometimes figures can be a little misleading.
Well, Stephen Mullaney searching for that an extra wicket before the close of play tonight.
Yep, if you're not bothered whether it's a golden ball, an ugly drag on, a miscommunication and a run out, or what it is. But even a dodgy decision, you'd take it now, wouldn't you?
Here is Patterson in and bowled, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket by Wells for 4, and that will bring up a 50 for Luke Wells. 52 from 109 deliveries, so he's got himself in. He's got himself a half century, but slightly muted celebrations reflect the fact that he knows there's an awful lot of work to do, both for him and for Lancashire.
Right smile really from me. Patterson it's also brought up the century partnership, so well done to Luke Wells and George Balderson. 103 from 189. Just saying, he bowled 6 overs from the far end, only 1 scoring shot. His first ball from this end has gone for 4.
Here is Patterson, right arm around the wicket to Wells, who defends, and into the onside, and there's no run.
Over 16 runs this evening would mean they required 320 tomorrow. The board would say they'd have 9 wickets in hand. We don't know about Saqib Mahmood, but 320 on the last day.
No, he might be required if needed, I suppose.
Yeah. They've had obviously they've had a good session here, haven't they?
2 slips awaiting. Patterson in, it's left by Wells and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Well, the game before this final set of 4, so the last game of the initial group stage, Luke Wells made 97 not out against Yorkshire. 45 in the game against Warwickshire last week. I think that's his 3rd 50 of the season. Yeah, 60 against Yorkshire as well, so a 3rd 50 for Luke Wells. First season, of course, with Lancashire. Drives back down the ground. Patterson sticks out his left hand. Ball is beyond his reach, but it's okay. His captain Mullaney comes round from mid-on to complete the fielding.
Lancashire in the first innings were bowled out inside 53 overs. They're already in the 33rd over here. Only 1 down. Just got better to bat on, hasn't it? It'll be a tough old day for Notts tomorrow. Pressure on Lancashire, I guess. You'd rather think, being Nottinghamshire's shoes.
Patterson bowls full, and it's driven to mid-on, and there's no run.
Andy Pick, the old Notts bowling coach, he would say in this sort of situation they can only afford to make 9 mistakes in 96 overs.
Yes, you would certainly favour the Nottinghamshire dressing room up at the close of play tonight, especially with another wicket down.
Yeah.
A lot of work to do with the bat tomorrow.
And then what do you do? Send Danny Lamb in again, I guess.
He was night watchman, wasn't he? Never done it before. He was all a bit confused as to what to do. Patterson bowls pushed across Luke Wells through to the keeper, no runs. So the two batsmen there having shared a century partnership. 103 runs have put on so far for this second wicket. I'll glance up to the scoreboard and it will say to bowl. 6 overs remaining today. 108 for 1. Balderson 43 and Wells on 52.
Going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue from the pavilion end. So we've got, in terms of the nicknames, we've got Pato and Pato bowling at the moment. Liam Patterson-White. He was on the Somerset scoreboard. You'll see up there on our scoreboard. What have we got? Patterson-Woot. Missing a great number of vowels there. Here he comes and bowls, and it's dropped on the leg side at Taunton last week. He was P. White on the board all the way through, and having got his maiden century, I just wondered if Liam might ask that wherever he goes now, when his name has to be abbreviated on these digital boards, if he was just called P. White, because it certainly was lucky for him at in the southwest last week. He's going to be bowling to George Balderson after Wells got a single there. 108 for 1. God, there's some coming and toing and froing and what have you. Another helmet's been brought on for Lyndon James. So where's he going to go? He's still getting dressed. Maybe go in at Silly Point, so there's a field on either side. Slater is at mid-wicket. There's another wicket gone down at Edgbaston, where Chris Benjamin has been dismissed. So Warwickshire 119 for 2 now against Hampshire. There's going to be a tense all day at Edgbaston as well. 296 is the target, 119 for 2. There's Patterson-White in and bowls, and this one's hit up to mid-on. There's a fielder there, so no run. So little triangle of pressure around George Balderson. Mullaney at slip, Lyndon James at Silly Point, and Ben Slater at short leg. Through to the keeper. Tom Moores whips a bail off and says how was he, or whatever his appeal of preference was, but made nothing of it. Clearly the batsman hadn't gone anywhere. Played with a number of great appealers over the years. How's that? How is he? How was he? Anything just to... this one's off the pad. Balderson getting a stride in and padding it away. 108 for 1. Ben Duckett's fairly close as well at sort of a silly mid-on position, just off the cut strip. 108 for 1. And there's the view from afar. Batsman essentially surrounded. I know there'll be a lot of pressure, and there will be tomorrow as well. There's cries of catch, and this one falls short of Lyndon James at point. That was nicely played by Balderson in that over, nicely bowled as well by Patterson-Woot. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10.
It wasn't quite the scenes of last week at the Ageas Bowl when Yorkshire had everybody around the bat trying to get that last Hampshire wicket, but I wonder whether we'll see some scenes like that at some point tomorrow. But there was a bit of company around the bat there for Patterson-White. 8 overs, 2 maidens for 10.
Yes, it was quite extraordinary, wasn't it, at times? Everybody in shot all around the bat. So from one Pato to another Pato. Another player out for 98. Douthwaite of Glamorgan's just been dismissed for 96 at Chesterley Street.
Patterson, Ratcliffe Road End. Wells forward, just pushes into the offside for no run. 52 to him, 108 for 1. Wells himself has been into the 90s this season, but he was 97 not out in the game at Yorkshire. He went off because the outfield was deemed unsafe, never got back on.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
3 runs short of a century.
Patterson to Wells, nudged into the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Two slips in place there. Joe Cook and Ben Duckett. Sorry, Joe Clark and Ben Duckett. There's a long leg and a deep mid-wicket, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and backward punch.
Slight incorrect name, but I was just going to say Joe Cook. I don't know if you've seen him from Glamorgan. Now, he looks a player. Young fast bowler who can bat. A terrific young player.
Patterson around the wicket, forward goes Wells, again just smothering the ball into the offside. It slowly runs up to mid-off. No addition to the score.
I was going to say, have you seen him? But yes, you have, because he played in the Royal London One Day Cup final. I'm not sure how much of a role he had, but yeah, terrific player.
Last year and this year as well, especially in the 50 over cup, we've seen quite a lot of new faces, haven't we? New names,
talented youngsters,
which has been good. I really enjoyed the 50 over cup. Lancashire missed out on qualifying, but I just thought it was a really good competition again. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hop back into his crease this time, a delivery that's just back of a length from Patterson. Defends it into the onside for no run. Where it features next year remains to be seen, but I didn't think it was. I mean, if you try and go around the counties and all those, I think I saw a stat somewhere. There's over 100 players made their debuts for their counties in the 50 over cup. You know, that's absolutely priceless for those players, and the opportunity to play for their senior team. Pushed away again, Wells into the offside. James comes up from backward point to field, and there's no run.
47 days, I think they were without any Nottinghamshire cricket here.
That's not great, is it?
During July and August.
That's certainly something that didn't work. If you didn't qualify from the 50 over cup group when you weren't in the blast quarterfinals, I think there's some counties with like 2.5 weeks without any cricket.
You know, if you've got a test match, and you know, as this year, if you had a test match here and the side hosting the 100.
Patterson to Wells, again that's played forward and defending safely up to Mullaney at mid-on for no run. Another one chalked off in terms of what these two have to face tonight. We're down to 4 overs left on day 3. Lancashire 108 for 1.
Yeah, we're not going to be too far beyond the 5:30 finish. It's going to bowl here. Surely not. No, he's putting a helmet on. I was going to say Ben Slater's just taking his cap off, and he's he was talking to the captain, but no, he's just waiting for the helmet to be brought to him. It is going to be Liam Patterson-White to carry on. Just momentarily getting distracted, and saw him take his cap off, and oh, hang on. There's Patterson-White then to bowl to Balderson, who's on 43, and again just plays it with soft hands gently down into the ground. One bounce to Lyndon James. Very close on the offside. Get in there and sniff his whitener, they used to say in club cricket when I started. This is pushed into the offside. He used to have the old whitener to give the pads a bit of a coating, and your cricket shoes or boots. Get the old whitener on there. Tell a youngster, is there somebody moving behind the arm? Yep, sit down. Closer, closer. Close enough so you can sniff the whitener. 108 for 1. Next ball is hit back, fielded by the bowler. .21 balls left, or a maximum of 21 legal balls left. Patterson-White bowling it crisply to mid-off, nicely stopped by Luke Fletcher, and they take the single nonetheless. Balderson up to... No, he's been sent back. Been sent back.
Sent him back. Did the same thing, didn't he? The other way around earlier on.
I was watching the the ball and the dive of Luke Fletcher, but sort of half in my eye line. I expected to see the batsman running, but didn't happen. Next ball is Played to Lyndon James in there at Silly Point. One ball left. If George Balderson gets out here now, he might think, well, I should have been at the other end. Last ball of the 36th. Patterson White bowls, and he won't get out, playing it down into the ground calmly. And there are 3 overs remaining on this, the third day. Lancashire set to score 444. Still got 9 wickets in hand. Need 336 more to pull off what for them would be an incredible victory, what for Notts would be a demoralising defeat. Nottinghamshire need 9 wickets, although when it comes down to it, if they get within that vicinity, they might only need 8 if Sakib Mahmood isn't able to bat. Bit of a powwow going on here. Dane Patterson's going to bowl. I'm not entirely sure what can be said other than keep putting it in that area, and yeah, they might get the nick or get one back into the pads. But now's a good time for Dane Patterson, who runs in and bowls. But Luke Wells, wily old campaigner, good pick up by Lancashire. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. "17 balls remain in the day." Reminder that if you're watching on the live stream, just carry on watching after the end of play if you wish, as Patterson bowls and it's through. It's beaten the dive of Brett Utton, will go for 4. Nice looking shot down the ground. Takes Luke Wells to 56, 112 for 1. But on the live stream, as soon as we sign off and say good night to you, Aaron will pick it up for the post-game show, if you like. He'll have a bit of a chat, and we'll try and get some reaction. We're promised that Lyndon James and Tom Moores today, the 2 that shared in that colossal partnership of 176, but then had the frustration and disappointment of both getting out in the 90s. They'll be coming from the field to talk to Aaron as Patterson bowls down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. I don't know whether he knows he's going to be talking to Aaron or not yet, but he took that in the carefree manner you'd expect before facing up to the might of Aaron and his questions. 112 for 1, but that's on the live stream. If you're watching that, if you don't switch off straight away, if you want to hear what they've got to say about the day and their partnership and their disappointment, or how proud they are for the part they've played today, then tune in. Patterson bowls and Luke Wells defends 112 for 1. We'll be back here tomorrow. I think Kevin's sticking around. He was keeping 1 or 2 options opened in case this game today drew towards a close one way or another, but I think there's plenty of cricket left in this one. Well, we know there's plenty of cricket left in this one. So I'm sure Kevin Howells will be here tomorrow as well with Scott Reed and myself, and we'll be on air just about 25 past 10 to welcome you into the day. Somebody moving behind the arm. Dane Patterson is going over the wicket, so Luke Wells just asking for somebody to move. Bowls and goes through to the keeper. 112 for 1. Wells 56, Balderson 43, Notts earlier. 339 for 8 declared. The batsman out. Tom Moores caught Croft, bowled Wells for 97. Lyndon James caught Bohannon, bowled Wells 91. Brett Utton caught Blatherwick, bowled Bailey for 1. Liam Patterson White 37 not out. Luke Fletcher 5 not out. Notts declared 339 for 8. Set in Lancashire 444, and they're currently 112 for 1. where we've got just 12 balls left in the day. What Nottinghamshire would give for another wicket now isn't clear, but Lancashire 112 for 1 at the moment. They were set a victory target, a nominal victory target, it seemed, of 444, but they made a fine start here. They lost Alex Davis in the first over to Luke Fletcher for naught, but Luke Wells is 56 not out and George Balderson 43 not out going into these final 2 overs. Earlier in the day, Tom Moore's out for 97 and Lyndon James made 91 as knots declared on 339 for 8. 12 balls left in the day. Lancashire 112 for 1. There's Patterson White bowling. Balderson, ooh, he defended it and the ball somehow squirmed away behind him and was trickling back towards the stumps. Needed a bit of footballing skills from Balderson to just navigate it away from the bits of furniture. There is the slow left arm spinner in again, bowls, and again he has to field off his bowling and prevent runs. It was a nice looking shot, would have gone down the ground perhaps for 4, but Patterson White doing the fielding off his own bowling. 10 balls left in the day as Patterson White comes in and bowls, and Balderson has really defended nicely against Liam Patterson White. I don't think he's scored a run for quite some time. Patterson White into his 10th over, none for 10. Just can't get past the bat here. Bowls, and this one does go past the bat. Not playing a shot, padded away, but he'd gone a long way outside off stump in order to pad it away there. So nothing doing for the Nottinghamshire side that I'm going to have a tough all day tomorrow. Next ball is again gently played by George Balderson. Nearly through Patterson White's final over of the day, just 1 ball left. I think this is where the wicket went. It was on the first evening, so Lamb came out as night watchman at the non-strikers end, a little bizarrely. He's bowled, but he won't have to do it today as the ball's pushed out as far as Ben Duckett. 112 for 1, so Liam Patterson White 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 10. There are 6 balls left in the day, and at the very, very worst, Lancashire can only be 2 down at stumps, but it's going to take well, probably an error or a wonder ball from Dane Patterson, the way it's gone over the last couple of hours, in order for him to pick up a wicket. It does look as if we are going to get the second session of the day with no wickets falling. A little bizarre. None in the morning session, 4 in the afternoon session, 3 for Notts before they declared, and then Alex Davis, and now a session with no wickets going down again. So this will give Lancashire every hope tomorrow. There's Dane Patterson bowling to Luke Wells. He's on 56. He's over the wicket, and Wells is going to get himself down to the safety end by taking a single. That'll bring George Balderson back onto strike. He's been on 43 for the last however long. All he'll be required to do here is keep out these 5 deliveries as Scott returns alongside me to see out the day here. Just saying, no wickets in the morning session, 4 wickets in the afternoon, and none in the evening session.
So far.
That's why I said it, just in case.
With 5 balls left. It's been a terrific effort from Balderson and from Wells. 5 balls for them to try and see through. Nottinghamshire, can they prize out 1 more wicket before the close of play? Here is Patterson to Balderson with 3 slips in place. He gets forward and he defends. Pushes the ball back into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it might be time to throw in one of those. And they really haven't looked like taking a wicket, to be fair. see if that works. I've got a Trent Rocket shirt in the crowd in the what Kevin Howells called the Subbuteo stand earlier. No, he didn't actually. He was saying it was the coloration, I think, really he was trying to say, wasn't it? The people dotted here, there and everywhere. But there's a Trent Rocket shirt over there.
Patterson to Balderson again forward, just pushing calmly, safely up to mid-off, no run.
I've just run through the scorecard whilst you were out of the room, Scott, of the day's events. Didn't take too long, as we say, not too many wickets, just those 4 that have gone down, and tomorrow it's going to be tense. I think right now you'd perhaps say, I don't know, has the pendulum swung towards the draw as the most likely? I don't know. 2 balls, 2 wickets early on, and suddenly it
can all change.
It can all change
quickly.
But they've batted well this bit.
Just drives away into the offside, Balderson. He's picked up an extra cover, there's no run.
And of course the other thing, you know, we've talked about fatigue perhaps being an issue with the Lancashire bowlers. It might well set in with these 3 principal bowlers for Nottinghamshire, because, you know, sure as eggs are eggs, Stephen Mullany's going to want to keep turning back to Luke Fletcher and Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Go on, get me a wicket. Go on, have another spell.
Be interested to see what if any term Patterson White can get out of it on a 4th day. He might have a part to play. I'm sure he will bowl quite a lot tomorrow. Into Balderson. He's clipping this down towards fine leg. Fletcher comes across. Good effort. Puts the dive in. His teammates appreciated that. Didn't have a lot of ground to make up, but he was still end of a long day. He's got across there. He puts the dive low to his left. Saves a couple of runs.
I don't know if he's putting his cap back on or doffing it at the applause. But
I'd like it if he doffed it. That'd be tremendous. So here we go. Then final ball of day 3. Been a good game of cricket. It's been, mentioned it first thing when we started this morning, how kind of competitive it's been. It's kind of ebbed and flowed quite nicely, and been another enjoyable day's cricket. Belting weather for it. Final ball on day 3. Patterson to Balderson, and that's defended. Punching it into the onside. Tucks his bat under his arm, removes his gloves. Tap on the thigh from Luke Wells to his young teammate. That's a fine effort from George Balderson and from the more experienced Luke Wells. They march off. They'll be back tomorrow morning with Wells on 57, Balderson on 45. Well, Lancashire yesterday at this stage felt as though they'd given themselves a chance with the ball in the match, and 24 hours later they'll feel as though they've given themselves half a chance now with the bat to get something from the game. 115 for 1, so require 329 more runs to win, and Nottinghamshire on the final day need 9 more wickets.
Thanks very much to Scott Reed and to Kevin Howells for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, certainly enjoyed all your correspondence, your thoughts, your comments, and just you being there. Really, that's why we do it. We know you enjoy the BBC coverage up and down the country of the games. Good round of applause for the players as they leave the field. So if you're coming along to Trent Bridge tomorrow, bring plenty of water with you, plenty of sun cream, because it's supposed to be another scorcher. I think those that have been today would certainly testify to that. Looks as if we've got a full day of cricket. There will be 1 or 2 twists and turns, I'm sure. Lancashire closing 115 for 1, requiring 329 more. Can they get it? Can Notts get the wickets they need to pull off a victory? We'll find out together. Don't forget, if you're following on the live stream, Tom Moores and Lyndon James will be joining Aaron in just a second, and you'll be able to follow the interview there from myself and Kevin and Scott. It's a very good night from Trent Bridge.
So that is day 3 done and dusted here at Trent Bridge in this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. I'll try and speak up because the hover is just making its way onto the pitch. We're going to be joined by Lyndon James and Tom Moores in a few seconds, but I just want to kind of recap what has happened here today, because it's been an absolutely fantastic day weather-wise and cricket-wise. So the state of play at the moment is that Lancashire finished their second innings on 115 for 1. They require another 329 runs to win. That's because Nott set them a target of 444. That's after Stephen Mullaney said to his lads, come on, you can declare now, and that was at 339 for 8. So that was after 107 overs. I've got Lyndon James just in the back of my eye line that I can hear. I can see. Hello, LJ. How are we? I'm all right, thank you. Yeah.
Fresh and sanitised thing.
Yes, that's all done and dusted, mate. Plenty of water, I should hope as well. It's been a very long, hard day out there in the field. But for you personally, we've got Tom joining us as well, because I wanted to speak to both of you just about that partnership, 176 run partnership. When you came out this morning with Tom, you was on 18, he was on 11. What was the kind of feeling and what was the plan in that first session?
We just kind of took it in like sets of 10 runs, just try and slowly build that lead. We knew, like, you know, there's a good ball on that pitch, I think, to get. So we thought, you know, if we build that lead as much as we can and give ourselves the best chance of potentially bowling them out again. So we just took it one step at a time and just tried to build as big a partnership as we could.
As he makes his way in here, Mr. Tom Moores, what's it like batting with him in this sort of scenario in Trent Bridge with fans back in? You can come in, Tom. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah, I believe you're friends, so you can stand next to each other.
Hope so.
You're going to have to, exactly. You're going to have to share a microphone now, I'm afraid. I was just talking to Lyndon there, so now that you've joined us, I will say. He's just talked about obviously taking it 10 runs, 10 balls at a time this morning. For you personally, how did you feel this morning coming into this session, and what was the sort of plan as a team to set Lancs a target?
Yeah, I think obviously me and Lynn just said, you know,
like I say, you're going to have to share, Mike.
We just said, you know, the best thing we could do for the team was build together, and that's why we came up with, you know, we were just taking it 10 runs at a time, not looking too far ahead. And ultimately, depending how they bowled would depend how we played, really. So, yeah, we just looked to try and get stuck in, and you know, also I think time was a big factor as well. You know, just to soak up some pressure, take a bit of time out of the game, and the runs would look after themselves. Hopefully, you know, that was our plan, and luckily today, you know, it went well, and we ended up putting a nice partnership together.
Talking of that partnership, 176 run partnership. You've both been involved in many partnerships already this season. How crucial could that partnership be come whatever time it is tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's obviously put us in a good position to you know, go hard at them like we tried to this afternoon. You know, I think obviously the wickets, you know, with the weather we've had, it's obviously lost a little bit of pace from it. So. But I think because of the runs we've got, we can still be aggressive and go hard at them, be really attacking. Obviously, the two left-handers in at the moment, there's some rough for Pato to work with, so hopefully he can create some challenges, and then we'll just keep going hard tomorrow morning and hopefully make a breakthrough and then put them under some pressure. I think, you know, we've got loads of runs to play with, so we can hopefully use that to our advantage. Okay,
so Lyndon, I just want to talk to you first. Your career best figures with that 91. How pleasing is it to obviously beat your last of 79, but then also obviously I imagine there's a little bit of disappointment with potentially how you got out and not getting to those magical, you know, 3 figures, but to get so close, how did that feel?
Yeah, obviously it's a nice feeling. Obviously very disappointed to get out and in the way I did as well. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, got to move on from it, you know. We and T said when we both got out there, like, look, we put our side in a good position, and I think that's all that matters at the end of the day. You know, tomorrow if we bowl them out, you know, we put a good score on the board together. So as long as we come out on the positive side of it tomorrow, I'm sure we'll be all right.
Now I'm going to ask Tom the same in a minute, but just before you hand the mic over to him, 97 from that man to your left. How was it watching him bat at the other end?
It just takes all the pressure off, because, you know, at some stage, like, it'll punish bowlers. So that means I can just play my own game and sit in, and work it around a little bit more, whereas T obviously naturally quite aggressive, but at times also soaks up pressure when we need to, so it makes batting very easy.
Okay, Tom, I'm going to ask you a first question. What was it like watching Lyndon out there, as I say, career best figures for him, 91, the disappointment of not getting 100, but what was it like to watch him just being kind of like full flow and really kind of comfortable at the crease?
Yeah, I think, obviously all year watching LJ bat has just been brilliant. I think, he makes batting look very easy and bowlers look very slow, which is, obviously credit to him how he plays, and he soaks up pressure brilliantly. So, to get through some tough situations as well the night before, and bow out the day, I think, credit to him. He had to work really hard during those periods, and runs weren't coming as easy because they were up and it was challenging conditions. The ball was moving, and he grafted through that. And I think it's round the corner. Those three figures, for some reason, obviously they're important, but it's only 9 runs. But I think that's if he keeps playing the way he is, he's going to score plenty of them. So I think, it's been great to watch at the other end, and it was nice to have a good view, today.
And obviously for you, you've already got there twice already, but again, from your point of view, a little bit of disappointment with getting out, but like, are you disappointed with how you potentially got out, or because it did feel very comfortable and it looked very comfortable for both of you? So is there that hinge of disappointment with how it did end?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously getting out always and not obviously getting to the 3 figures, 3 runs off is obviously disappointing. The way I got out was, also probably disappointing. It's one of them. If it goes over his head and goes out the park, you're a legend and it looks great and it's the right option, and it's great you've got to your 100. And if it doesn't quite happen, that happens. It's obviously very disappointing. And obviously looking back, you always question, did I need to do that and whatever. But I think the biggest thing for me is, I'm, as much as personal milestones and hundreds are brilliant, and obviously we all want them. I think ultimately we weren't going to be batting for too much longer anyway, so it would have just been a personal milestone. And ultimately I think the partnership me and Lyndon put Notts in the position to try and win this game, which for me is more important than saying I got 100. So I think, it's nice to walk away and you get a little tally, the 2 goes to 3 in the tally in the column of hundreds and stuff, but it's all, for me, I take more satisfaction hopefully doing well for Notts, as opposed to, I think the personal milestones look after themselves.
Okay, well, Lyndon, I'm going to let you go because I know that the club want to speak to you. But well done, Lyndon, on your 91. He's not even really. Cheers, mate. That's all I get. Just a couple of more questions for you, Tom. I spoke at the beginning of the show this morning about the heat and the fact that from a Notts point of view, we'd like to kind of put them under pressure, keep them out in the field for a lot, because it has been extremely warm today. But we never really think of the batters at that point, because obviously you're all padded up, you've got helmets on, there's a lot of concentration there for you. How did you find it in this heat today?
Yeah, it was, pretty tough at moments. At lunch, had a cold shower, tried to reset, try and cool off, maybe an ice cream or something like that, just to, it was,
99?
No, what a little twister. Oh. Yeah, it was lovely.
I wish I never asked.
But yeah, little things like that, I think, just to try and reset. Obviously, it was warm, and just, trying to, drinks breaks and just trying to stay concentrated. I think that's why we made such small targets of 10 runs, because, days like today, you can look too far ahead and it is warm, and, the concentration is the key thing. And so I think, ultimately we just try to, enjoy being out in the sun and enjoy playing cricket and obviously batting together. And like I said, I really enjoyed batting with LJ and watching him construct a great innings.
I suppose if you don't enjoy days like today, then you're probably in the wrong sport and you shouldn't really be out there, should you? But just finally, how much sort of importance is there on a bit of rest and recovery tonight, and obviously when you come in tomorrow, because it's again going to be another baking hot day, and how much is it kind of just being as a group, 11 out there, but also the guys that are in the dressing room as well, backing each other, because there's 9 wickets, and like you've said previously, there's plenty of runs there to play with as well. Is it just about having a real team effort tomorrow, sticking together, and give it your best shot, and what will be will be? Yeah, definitely. I think we spoke at the start of the game saying, be prepared to play every session of the game. Don't we've dominated some sides early in previous games, and we've won games early, but games like this, you have to play every session counts, and we'll be turning up tomorrow
with that same mentality to play all 3 sessions and, you know, put Lancs, they'll be under pressure all day, and that's what we'll be expecting of ourselves. And, you know, they should be expecting from us that there won't be any let off, and we'll play the full 3 sessions and hopefully walk off at the end that tired feeling and some sweaty lads, but hopefully, you know, with all the points and having won, and obviously that feeling will be a great feeling. And we know as well that the game can change quickly. Obviously Lancs, you know, they batted really well this evening, credit to them, and we know as well at Trent Bridge the last session of the day is potentially the best time to bat because the sun's been on the wicket all day. Sometimes tend to be the flattest, but tomorrow morning will bring a different challenge, and hopefully, you know, a bit of maybe dew around and stuff like that, you know, we can get that ball moving around and you know, get into that middle order.
Well, congratulations on your partnership with LJ today. It was really nice to just watch you two in full flow and do what you do best. But thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you get out of the sun and go and have another twister.
Cheers.
All right. Cheers, Tom. So, yes, my thanks to Tom and also Lyndon for joining us for post-match today. So that is the situation really here at Trent Bridge. We're in for an absolutely fantastic day 4 tomorrow. If you can get down here, then do so. But if you can't, then do not worry. We will have ball-by-ball coverage for you tomorrow of day 4. What will we have in store? Will Lancs chase that down? Will Notts get the 9 wickets? Or will it be a draw? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to be back here tomorrow morning at 10:30 when play is due to get underway. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for your company today, and go out and enjoy the sunshine this evening. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.